When there's no hope hiding, no chance concealing what deep down I felt for you. Oh, I regret for losing the one who loved me for who I can't go back to. Walking through all the dust and reason frame.
Hey, hello. What is up? Hello, what is up? How is everybody doing? लगता है नाच कर थक गया बंस भाई, नाच कर तो थक गया भाई। हेलो। आज हैवी मैचेस है आज। तो ठीक कहते ना। कैसी जीतेगा ना? जीती।
Both of these teams spend a lot of time in the off-season rebuilding, so going home this early will be a
elimination match. Elimination.
Yeah. Now we heard what they think about the Lotus already. Do we anticipate this coming up today?
Oh yeah, absolutely. My question is going to be: is the veto going to stay the same? Giant X are going to ban that Haven, and KC is going to move away from that split ban that they were having.
जो हारा वो GHAR.
GX pick bind?
Wait, what?
गेम में मजा दे दो, members only join करो भाई, क्या?
I will say, many people are just screaming KC on bind and saying it is impossible to play up against that. We have highlighted before, yes, Sadek on the deadlock.
Okay, this is wrong. This is wrong. Sorry.
It is wrong?
It's wrong.
There's
no way in hell.
Okay,
yeah.
we can confirm
मैं
KC
तो हर एक का vlog
selected and
देखा।
He's gonna have a heart attack. Yeah.
Okay.
हर एक का।
But now, sorry.
As I was saying, GX picked onto that Lotus, so probably that whole speech
अपने
that
vlog के
Gibson was given probably is the thought that he was having while having breakfast this morning.
And also, it makes more sense that it was KC that banned Haven now too.
Yeah, that does make sense. I mean, KC picking it, no,
Ah,
sorry,
KC जीता बे।
GX picking into Lotus. Hopefully they've learned
KC
from lessons
जीता,
from the
easy।
last time they played it. Obviously they picked up on Lotus, it was in 9-13 against BBL. So yeah, I'm going to presume that they've had enough
EDG again 13-0 सुना मैंने। देखा नहीं।
I mean, you would have to hope so if they want to keep their dreams alive. Of course, a reminder, if you get eliminated today, you do not pick up any championship points either. You have to make top 4 at kickoff in order to do so. And like I said, they put so much risk into rebuilding these rosters. You want it to work, right? You want it to feel like the decisions you made in the offseason was the correct one. And getting eliminated here, Billy, it would just be, I feel like it'd be very difficult to deal with going into Split 1.
I think it would be heartbreak for GX especially, you know, only getting the opportunity to play those 2 matches. And I've seen people's tier lists. Everyone had these people down as like the top, one of the top teams, I would say. And when you look at it on paper, I wouldn't disagree with that. It just feels as though they've been able to find their form that they need to find this early on.
Let's look at Agent Select here on Vine and see what GX are going to bring out. Oh, what do you make of this?
A double controller, Astra Viper. I like what I'm seeing. The initiating power coming from Cloud and Runner. I think this is going to be very interesting.
यार कैसी जीतेगा लेकिन
the Viper, not many teams are playing the double controller
Deadlock
anymore on this map,
यार।
especially here in EMEA, but they're going to stick to their guns, and probably something that we will see again in Lotus if they decide not to change anything. And the KC side, yes, we see Avest that might be highlighted, but he has been playing that Gecko, and with them starting on the attack, I don't know how many times we're going to say, but look at Sadak, look at the way that he initiates with the rest of the team. He's not going to be passive at all.
Yeah, I think with Carmine starting on that attack, when they switch over, I really struggle to figure out how Giant X are actually going to be able to execute into sites. You have the Raze, of course, that can satchel over this Fize utility that we've seen from Carmine Core, but who's following that up? In my opinion, Carmine Core have way too much
sentinel चलता है लेकिन learned sentinel नहीं चलता.
If they can get enough rounds on the attack, when they switch sides, they're sorted for this map.
And of course, Giant X knows that
ये लोग slow खेलते हैं ना, जब भी double controller होता है तो ये लोग slow खेलते
हैं. They have 2, and if they leave it open, it is a very big possibility that is going to appear in the map selection. So I really want to see what they have prepared for both of the sides. As you're saying, Billy, when it turns to the defense, they're going to need to bait a lot of utility to even get into sites.
Yeah, and I want to see Tom Mazzy a little bit more comfortable on the Astra this time around as well. But it's time to jump into this elimination match and throw it over to 2 casters who decided to drop the second part of their names for me. Here's Mitch and Tom.
Just for you, Yinsu. Our pleasure. Listen, we've got a hell of a game teed up for
जगह का
you
नाम
here
नहीं
today.
मालूम
Your
यार,
analyst has talked about it, but Tom, starting this one off on Bind, it feels a little special. We got to see something from
दो
KC the
सेंटिनल
other
दोनों
day,
एल
and this
22
was
फिर
the
भी
map I
टिके
was
डेडलॉक
hoping
लैंड
that was going to be in the veto.
दर्शन थैंक
And
यू
we
फॉर द
get a
मेंबरशिप
Warren. What a treat.
Yeah, when we saw
नॉन मेंबर के लिए वैलोरेंट पुश कब जिस दिन
so
सिर्फ
not
एक वॉच पार्टी
insane,
रहेगी
because if they were picking into this map after
तो
you
कभी
see
होएगा पता
KC
नहीं
beat Vitality and
एलिमिनेशन है
decimate
यस
NAVI,
सर
you're just
जो
not gonna
हारा
be
वो
doing that.
घर
And this comp is almost abusive. I'm sure we're going to see a lot, especially on this attack side, with what they're able to do with the plethora of utility. And I want to see how GX are going to combat that. In the pistol already, they have got an early stack towards this B site.
Yeah, now these are going to be a little bit more of a pump the brake play, especially from GX. They've got a couple pieces of initiating utility. You're seeing Runner priming his Gecko flash, having already used it once, I believe, at the start of the round. They'll try to take fights on that.
Fade ने जो off angle मारा है भाई.
Pressured, but the idea was to play passive on A, and that's worked out very well for Cloud.
Fade ने जो
We're excited
angle
to
में
see
मारा है
Sadik,
डब्बे पे खड़ा
but we
रह
won't
गया.
get to see him in this round. Already dropped
Jega
the
मैं
first
इसका
body,
yes
hits the
sir.
floor. KC left scrambling for answers. They can run into this stack that they don't know is there on the B site, but they're hoping that Martin can find some space onto Cloud on A.
लेफ्ट क्लियर नहीं होएगा लगा ही था.
Ready nade to try and delay, flash to try and support, but both kills go the way of the attack. Still a
KC?
couple of defenders around this part of the map, and in fact the third even starting that rotation. But there's still time. KC can look to go back with presence
KC?
still held on the other side.
30 seconds or so. At this point, they could have that little bit of extra utility out on the B site to get in, but first they'll see if Martin finds a wide open A site. The timing here horrendous. He's just made it around as Cloud snuck
Bye.
right
Free
by
kill.
the angle.
Free
Into the
kill.
lens where
Free
Martin
kill.
is creeping his way. He's got the timing, and it looks like he'll connect the shot. A site wide open for the plant, and a 4v2 now with 10 seconds left. GX, they won't be able to deny this plant. They've got to put all their eggs in the basket of the retake.
Westside was great on his debut.
हाँ ना कल उसने मस्त मारा था.
Will it be enough for him to find anything in the late stages of this round? Still a player that needs to be cleared and spotted and will be forced back. That's one at least. But the remaining players already sat in their after plant positions. Aves looking to brawl and will meet the same fate as his teammates just moments ago. Even still though, that clock is continuously ticking. The grab wall will pull them even further out on the time, and well, for Westside,
Impossible.
he almost has to try and just stick this the entirety of the way. He's still going to land one of the penultimate shots. He's doing an incredible job, but that time is just too far gone at this stage. Elite has won the round. Westside, a really nice attempt, honestly, and what was
Tradition for this way easy,
but wasn't enough in the end.
You got to commend GX.
Yeah,
they had a good early plan. They caught the player just there. You saw it, Sadik, who was initially taking that space, but after losing so many bodies here on B, Cloud had left the A site, went to the spawn to rotate in to help on what seemed to be an inevitable push. And by the time he gets back in, he ends up ships in the night past the lurker on that side of the map. Looked like it was going to be a GX round, Tom. We had a lot of KC players gearing up for that B push into a heavy stack that had initiating utility as well, but that doesn't work out. 1-0 start for KC, and GX come into this with a full eco. Still some ideas, using that Viper wall we saw in the pistol to get aggressive, try to isolate some players behind it. No one's there, and the one guy that was got a kill and TP'd out, so very nice reset for KC, who come in with 2 pistols.
I think something to note going forward in this match is just how tough it can be up against the Carmine core
refresh rate पे खेलते हैं लोग
and after plants. So when you talk about what is on board for the likes of Vice and Deadlock, both in taking the site, making things awkward in the battles, and then also the post-plant, and then with these more aggressive agents in combination, there's a lot of opportunities for them and not a lot of places you can really survive. So I think that's going to be my focal point for GX, is how are they going to deal with that? In some of the early rounds, it's been aggression. Now, they have an okay comp for that. Like, you've got the 2 controller players that can slow things down and place walls and stars in order for setup. And then you have that double initiator, which you can get Purpo into position. What I will say is Purpo didn't have the greatest performance in the last
मेरे भी शॉट्स आज ऐसे लग रहे थे यार कुछ भी बोलो मेरे को लगा 4 दिन बाद खेलूंगा हगूंगा insane.
Nothing really happened.
Exactly. I mean, this is just a housekeeping round where if kills come in for the side of GX, yes, we need to start paying attention, but even then, 1 or 2, And that
Yeah,
just
but
resulted
they
in the
handle him
rifles
on.
they've dropped being picked up by the players who didn't invest. This was a well thought out round from KC and an even better executed one as they now come in plenty, even some of the players keeping over their light shields. There's going to be lots of credits for the side of KC and for GX. Sure, they're investing. This is their full buy, but as you can see, the attackers still have tanks, and they're pretty much matching up pound for pound in any fight they take. Not a bad bonus, if you want to call it that.
Almost double lurk on one side.
अच्छा हाँ वैसा मेरे टीम का
Attack already taking some space.
Sensor down.
मुंबई सर्वर
Already the sense is going to be removed by the defensive side and constantly trying to make things that
वो
little bit
डालने का भी
tougher
आवाज आता है
for
क्या
map control.
जैसे
Of course, you do have yourself that double sentinel, but what one for traditionally holding on, and I like this from GX, proactive with their utility to force them back.
Yeah, it does look like the idea could be for KC. At least they've left the door open and moved back to A in the end of the round. But for GX, clearing out this control is so important. Be able to initiate a couple more fights, burn utility, and telegraph the play that's coming in from KC as a result. Big rotations coming in as well. That attacking side, just look at the bottom of your mini-map. 3 players on the rotate here. They're on their way to B, grouping up as 4 on long. It was to be 5 for a moment. Martin sent back to check the other side. Maybe even sell a fake this time.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, we've seen the rotation back from the defense. Put extra players into position, even just throwing out further utility to try and delay. They have left them low. Runner just currently trying to hold onto his ground, and Purpo's done fantastically well. 15 seconds.
Well, the net very much trapped him, but plenty more players. Purpo's teammates ready with 8 seconds on the clock. Running it down is all they need to do, but they've been dropped immediately. Getsu now out of time. No chance for the player. 2 players ready to pounce. Even if he did have a few more seconds on the clock. 2-1 for the side of KC as GX finally put one on the board.
Yeah, I do like what they're doing. As said, like a lot of the execution power of KC can be quite problematic to face off against, but they are being proactive. They're taking late ground control, looking to try and reclaim some of the ground that has already been taken by their opponents, and it means that a lot of the setup is quite a bit more difficult because KC don't have all the pieces in play like they will have done previously.
Well,
Valorant कब खेलता हूँ मैं फिलहाल Valorant members से कर रहा हूँ दोपहर को.
Get into the early stages of the game. Now, just taking a look though at where we've ended up. Last time we saw KC playing, I think it was coming into round 3. They already had Static's Annihilation online. Coming into round 6, I think they had it, or maybe it was round 7. Very early on, farming up orbs. He wasn't getting a crazy amount of kills or deaths to make that work. Just playing across the map, grabbing orbs, grabbing plants. Now, he might not.
वॉच पार्टी के बीच में एक खतरनाक वो है बिंग्स भाई मुझे एक लड़की पसंद थी हम कैजुअली बैट भी करते थे तो मैंने उसे बता दिया तो उसने बोला मुझे वो सब पसंद नहीं भाई तुम वो सब के बारे में काहे बात करते हम फ्रेंड रह सकते हैं तो अब मुझे क्या करना चाहिए बात करना चाहिए ऑब्वियसली तेरे को अगर वो सब पसंद है मतलब भाई किधर और जा भाई बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स कैन बी फ्रेंड्स मेरे कितने फ्रेंड्स है गर्ल्स वाले कितने
that they can deny when the push comes in on B, but also we'll see more of those teleport plays as the game goes on.
Guys, does Binks
pincer those players who push past the viper wall? I'm excited to see what GX have primed and ready for us, because it's going to have to be a well thought out plan. What we've seen from KC on this map has not looked anywhere close to weak.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think the score lines that they've had versus NAVI with, what was it, like 13-3, 13-2? Yeah, 13-2. It was utterly dominant, and then 13-9 versus the Vitality super team. They look very strong on this map. Going forward into the series, I think that's where things maybe open up a little bit more, although I believe it was Lotus didn't look fantastic when we saw it played last versus BBL. It was a 9-13, obviously 13-9 in BBL's favor, so I will wait and see, but I guess if GX are taking us to that map, it's clearly something that they do still feel comfortable on.
And
I also just want to talk about some of the individuals on their side, because I think one of the great storylines going into this matchup, obviously, for starters, you're talking about teams that will be out. Like, that's it. Even though it will be in different ways, because KC did technically win a game and then still go into the lower bracket, whereas GX have been there waiting all along. There is a chance for Tamazi
Bro, I'm a
come
beginner.
back
I don't
against
know
the
which
team
agent
that
to use. Too much
dropped him going into this year
confusion.
and eliminate them in
Give me
last place
some
after
tips
they've
to play
rebuilt
Valo.
a team
Sage. Start with
surrounded by
Sage.
some pretty big names. You're talking about
Or
Sada for stars. I think
Killjoy.
that's an obvious one. Elite
Or
looked very
Rena.
good last year in BBL. Sugetsu has been a mainstay in
क्या
VCT
लगता
for
है
the
talent
last
जीत
couple of years,
पाएगा?
even with a trophy under his belt. These players going out in dead
Impossible.
last, it would be a surprise. But the same
उड़ता
can be
नहीं बे
said,
हम लोग में. वो लोग
maybe
में
not so
कौन
much
है?
last year, but prior to that, you talk about this GX team. They
कौन
were a
है
team
भाई?
looking to fight for champs at times. So that's what they're looking to get back to in this sort of run. Last is not good enough for either of them.
No, absolutely not. I
Governor
mean, you
Premier
look
बे ये
at
सब
the teams, the caliber of teams sort of
ये
coming
सब
into
old
this. And when
players
we
हो
had
गए
some
भाई ये
ideas
लोग.
of what to expect. We
players.
had some guesses to throw out, but the level
New
has been
players
close
देखो,
across the board.
उड़तान.
Seeing these
एक ही
two
नाम पता है
teams
मेरे को.
down here, seeing Fnatic, seeing NAVI in a position that one of the two will go. This is a much different kickoff, than a much different event than I think what we're used to seeing here in EMEA. And I think, I could be wrong on this, I think it was Boaster that said like the level of the teams after their first loss, the level of the teams has clearly risen across the board. There is no easy
अपने
matchup anymore.
रशियन
It's alright, there's never
बेस्ट
any
फ्रेंड
misquotes
का
on
नाम
this
भूल
thing,
गए.
so-
ए
It's
लीक्स
very
नहीं.
true. That was 100%, but I think it was. I think it
एरियन
was supposed to be a
क्रिस्टल
tweet.
कैलियस
Even if it's not,
ये
it
सब
will
का
be
जरूरत
out.
ही नहीं है.
Yeah.
We'll just
उड़तान
play it like
अकेला
that.
खेलेगा
That's the
1v5.
quote. Sue's probably sat there just raging. I didn't say that. But we'll see. Nonetheless, obviously we are in ourselves a little bit of a tech pause, just waiting to get things back underway. But yeah, I think
क्या
there's
बोल
so
रहेगा
much
मन
on
में
the
जीत
line
जा
for all
प्लीज
these
जीत जा
teams. I
जीत
think
जा
Sue
ऐसा बोल
mentioned
कर
on the
रहा
desk, like the top 4 will get themselves some points. The top 2 obviously make it to Masters, where they have a chance to
अन्ना भी आए
battle
थे
for even more.
किधर
And it kind of does sit there then, if it at least at kickoff, if you're not in that top 4, you're kind of just in a spot where, well, it's I
कौन
guess
से ज्यादा
just as
टेक पोज
bad
होते
as
हैं?
going
सबसे
out in
ज्यादा
last
टेक पोज
place,
इधर ही देखने
but
मिला है शायद.
you kind of want to at least get a win under your belt, and I think that'll be
NA में ना
important,
दिख
especially
जाए
for
यार.
GX,
सुबह
just to
सुबह
see where
टेक
this
पोज
team
नहीं
is going to
चाहिए.
land, because
ये
again,
वाला
like, you
चलेगा.
look at the individuals on paper,
This is your
a
favorite
lot of
agent
them
and
already
vice.
have
It's
at least
race.
a run out in the VCT. You're talking about the likes of Cloud, who's been here a while. Westside is the only
भाई क्या
new
बस पसंद
player
है.
coming in this year, and he looked great. Like, put him in clutches, putting in late round scenarios. He was fantastic. So I think that, again, them not having those wins, not having a run at it,
भाई तो वेलो का बेस्ट प्लेयर कौन है वर्ल्ड में आपको
Well,
छोड़ के?
Tom,
गुड
during this
बाय.
tech pause, luckily, we've had a little bit of a sit-down earlier on with Aang, who gave us his top
Pratik,
5
thank you
tier
for
list.
the
I believe we've got that
membership.
ready to roll for you folks at home.
चलो जी पे डालो नंबर 1. प्लेयर है ये.
So, I believe we have to guess what Aang's top 5, he's put this together, but what's the context of this top 5? Why has he assembled this?
ये
What
क्या
are the
है?
characteristics he was looking to obtain, Tom?
oh, so we're doing this.
सड़क
We
पे
are-
नंबर 1
I
पे.
thought that this was being okay.
I assume he will explain or will have an explanation afterwards. But for now, we asked
गलत
Dan
है
to
डॉक्टर,
put
गलत
together
है.
a tier list of some criteria. And these are the players that he gave. For you at home as well.
भाई ये सब में
start
मेरे हिसाब से सुएत्सु मार्टिन
activating
को
your
होना चाहिए
brains. I'm
टॉप
trying to
पे.
think.
ये
Top 5
पांचों में
best
से.
smiles.
Best
सुगेत्सु भी हो
smiles,
सकता है.
I
भाई
think
बहुत
so.
मारता
It could
है
be a
ये.
left field play
बहुत
like
मार.
that.
I think that's a solid shout.
Potential coaches on KC. That's what he went for.
Oh.
Aang's top 5 potential coaches on
फिर
KC.
साढ़ा ठीक
Abbas, Sugetsu, here. Okay.
फिर ठीक है.
Anyone you would have put in there, Tom?
I find it really interesting that he's basically just named
तिबोन का नाम नहीं
his
है.
own team and hero.
Yeah.
दादा हिंदी टैटू है क्या?
Future
त्रिपाठी
roster
भाई.
moves,
Who did he
perhaps.
not
आपका
put
एक
in?
कितवा
Was it
वॉच
Elite?
पार्टी मेरी
Was
जान.
Elite the only person from his team? Because that's the thing. That's my bigger
उसका
takeaway.
अपडेट
Is he
होते
named
जा रहा है
his
टैटू
own
पता है?
team,
Sadak
and then
was it,
3
right?
साल से
yeah,
देख
so
रहे
that was
हैं.
one. So he named this whole team except that's kind of toxic. Like I would say
अरे
that's
हिंदी
very
टैटू नहीं है.
toxic.
उसको क्या
actually.
बोलते हैं?
Show
नाम
them
भूल
that
गया.
after the game.
Yeah, can we just
Get a reaction from Elite.
Just show Elite. Like
What do you
Oh,
make of this,
yeah.
mate?
that's wild.
Well, at least
I'd be worried about being benched after
Arey.
that. It's like, right, so you
What?
really think everyone...
Maybe Mayo.
क्या
He's
बोलते
such a
Jack?
good player that you wouldn't waste him on the coach spot. Oh, but that's bad for the other guys, actually.
Yeah, no, there's no good way to spin this. Luckily, we're right back into the game. We can
Sanskrit,
pretend like
Sanskrit.
nothing ever happened. An
I
immediate
think
cosmic
Sanskrit में
divide. I question whether or not maybe that was going to be paired with the ultimate over on Gecko, but it hasn't been. Maybe it should have done, because that's not gone great for Martin.
Oh, there's better starts, that's for sure. Down in the dirt, right off rip, looking towards the B site. A
सबसे
couple players
खराब
have snuck
absence
up,
है,
but
लेकिन
that
हम लोग
pesky
में बहुत
viper wall
risk है.
again, causing problems. In fact, it's keeping Runner alive.
And Golden
10
Boy थे,
HP after that
virtually, video
spam
call
down.
कर करके
Static might not
पूरा
know
time.
just how much damage he's done, but that could be pivotal as they move into this B site. It is only Runner and Tamazi to hold it. 160 HP between them. This could be an easy roll for the flood of KC players.
Thrash through. This is where all the corners become a tough spot to stand in. Although saying that, Runner did well, at least for the initial moments to clear.
भाई वॉल से रोटेशन आ नहीं सकती, सामने धूप के अंडरवेल पे अल्ट जा रहा है साइड पे, पुल हो रहा है कॉर्नर पे, टर्न हो रहा है कॉर्नर पे.
Now for the remainder, they're having to try and break back in, all from a similar angle versus this hold.
The fact that Thrash caught the full HP player as well and now is back online, causing more problems, sending GX back towards the spawn. And now the time ran way too low. There's no choice but to back out. And even then, just take a look at what we can see. Of course, GX not privy to this information, but based on a quick take, they could assume it. There's two pieces of Deadlock utility waiting for them to step out, so you're battling up against the stuns on your way. You've got 4 players, and who knows, from GX's perspective, how much utility still waiting, and Arc Rose as well to blind after they trigger. This would have been a disaster, and it would have been weapons left on the floor. The GX wouldn't have the future. It was the right call.
That's the thing. I think even just naming the amount of utility that they put into that take is difficult on its own. But one of my favorite sort of pieces is you have the ult to clear them back. You have the close cleared by the Gecko Molly. Then you have the Razor Vines put to the back alongside the smoke. So if anybody like, oh, they're rushing the site, run into support.
Why do you hate Deadlock
I'm just going to slowly walk in and take a crap load of damage while I do it. Like, there's just no way to actually get back into the site to support teammates. And it also works if you're trying to leave because they put the Thrash through. So you're trying to run away from it, you can't.
Well, this has been at least not as bad of an ending to that round as it could have been. GX still walking out with their weapons. They weren't hunted down. They have a stinger on Runner. Runner's playing a close angle, and most of his job is just to pop that flash over on B long. You can see it here. So that weak weapon won't really be challenging on range unless they do commit to the angle. And hopefully the utility will bridge the gap. We can see, though, KC are geared up for an A hit. All 5 players outside of it. Vice wall left behind. That's going to be their little sensor to ensure that there's no flank coming through, at least no quick one. With 55 seconds left on the clock. No ultis to entry. Martin one away, but still so much utility. GX may again be forced to take a step back out of that initial action.
बोला था कि नहीं डेडलॉक लैंड एजेंट है पांच जन थे डेडलॉक ही मार रहा था उसको वो भी नहीं लगा बोला था कि नहीं.
The thing is, it has kind of sold a ruse. I'd be intrigued to know if that was intentional, because now you look at where Tamazi is completely overwhelmed, but they've given up this site because of what happened last round. Looking to try and play that retake, but you feel like Tamazi has to get something, and he won't.
Lol.
I mean, this has all come on the back of the double teleport play. It was heard, and the reaction was perfect. Clearly, B is going to be weaker with that many players on the other side of the map. They walk right in, doors open. One player that was defending fades away at GX. It's a very unusual situation, such undamaged retake that we're about to see come through. So much utility still in play, bombarded by GX, but they run into that sonic sensor first time. That's really caused a problem for them, and look how big a problem it is in the seconds it takes for that stun to fade away. The reset is there, plenty of players ready to duel. Runner gets low economy that he had invested, but Aves cleans it up anyways.
भाई retake करना impossible है यार.
I'll give them the credit that they certainly did a good job of fighting their way back through all of that utility through the
Intermission के chat में बोलना भूल गया. उसको मैंने ये नहीं करने का. Like
करो. I also think it kind of didn't matter. Like the
4000 लोग 4000 likes वैसा.
The late round, those kills were kind of just almost like a consolation prize from almost this point onwards. Like you're looking at how long is left on that clock. Even if he'd got that final kill, I think it would have been incredibly close. There's going to be a pause taken from GX, and I don't mind it, because this is really the tough thing about playing against this competition.
Theo, I think, is good in any map.
They have so much delay. Like you said, they're walking into sensors. I think they even placed the vines late into the round, so that okay, we didn't need it on the top this time because they backed off. So let's use it in the late round. So when they walk it back in, they're going to get hit by them. So then everybody's delayed. It's a lot easier to take shots and they're taking damage. So you're basically playing against the clock by the time you get to that stage, and it is incredibly difficult. That's the thing I'll say that I'm most excited for, or have been most enjoying with Sadak being in the league, is that
Lotus
you put him and Egg together, you're going to come out with some of the most BS compositions you've ever seen in your life, and it's so difficult to play against, because I do feel like a lot of what GX almost are forced to do is push into these more aggressive setups and try and cap players early, so you're not having to retake, because staying on the site with that much utility is really hard to do.
कुछ भी ले सकते
KC,
लेकिन अच्छा है
look what they're up against now. Weaknesses for GX, low economy investment on the back of the previous. Now, they can try to bridge the gap with the ults, exactly. Showstopper, we can see, is on Purpo, and it's making its way down through middle. Viper's Pit there for west side. But before these ults are thrown in, I mean, I could see maybe the Showstopper blind fired just to see what it gets, but the rest, I'm expecting that there has to be a reason that they use it. Seeing the numbers, seeing the chance to claim that round victory. The weaponry's not good if it comes down to head-to-head duels. I do like the proactive push down B, and they've waited a while. They pumped the brakes, but at 110 left on the clock, here comes the cavalry. The flank could be perfectly timed.
It depends if there's anybody left holding on the side. The delay has been very good so far.
1, 2, 3.
I wonder if they're going to actually get caught out by the wall. Yeah, only one player makes it past. The rest is still stuck behind it. So that flank is now very well telegraphed. It gives time for Elite to isolate the rest of these duels. There's also a secondary player wrapping in from behind who actually has the spike. This is a very weird scenario. Maybe having to escape because of that TP. And Purpo, well, it's unfortunate that he's going forward, because if he went back, he actually had a higher chance of winning the round. Not that he would know that.
No, he'd be crazy if he did it, but it would have worked out, as we could see. That's, look, it's one of those rounds, the Showstopper ends up being invested, because like I said, you want to see something first. You want to see the chance. And flash connecting, a couple of players blinded up close. That's what gets the Showstopper out of them. Unfortunately, it doesn't find its mark on Elite. He's able to take a second kill, as well as the first, and then set up for the late round. KC buying enough time with players alive for Aves to flank. But again, GX created some opportunities here. They didn't have a lot to work with. They went down mid. This could have ended up being a round in their pocket. I like that they gambled it.
Here they go again.
Didn't land. Another push, though.
Again, much more aggressive in their defense. Elite very much ready for it. And now Sugetsu is going to try and swing back in for the trades. It's Aves to finally find one, but look at the position of the spike. This is now no longer just, okay, we want to try and even up the playing field. This is, we have to battle to get our spike back.
Well, it is round 7 when we eventually see that annihilation from Sadak. Said it was online very early against Vitality. Right here, though, when it eventually comes into play, not as pivotal piece of utility as we had seen in that previous game. It doesn't land, it doesn't find its mark. Kind of what you'd expect a lot of the time when it's fired through a smoke. The spike is retrieved, though, thanks to Martin, but they've left a big gap to Mazzy. Well, he's just got a freebie, and that puts the man advantage into GX's corner.
Straight away, Thrash thrown in, wanting to try and get as much information as possible. Martin has managed to get ahead of all of the utility, though, realizing he needs to fight aggressively, but it's cleared by Tomazzi. Left all on to Sadak. The IGL to try and hold the line, but the Cosmic Divide is making things almost impossible. Escaping through this shouldn't be a possibility, and he's realized it. We'll just look to hold on to the gun, keep the economy, which, to be honest, he's long credits, so that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, it's definitely the best call. Again, despite the fact that, you know, it is, we went into that round at 5-1. It's not like GX have just been giving rounds away. They've made sure there's a battle for a lot of these. Even in a couple pistols, putting it down to one player alive, and here's the reward. That player doesn't go for the clutch, saves the rifle instead.
The thing is, I want to see how much they can do this, because that's the problem. We've got to pause at least for his ice cam, but that's the thing. It's like, how many times can you go that aggressive without your opponent just then waiting for you every single time? Now, this round at least, they have themselves the Viper Spit still. The rest of the ultimates have mostly been expended, but that should at least make things a little bit tougher to break into the A site.
Usually all
more
deep
importantly, at least from my perspective, means they can bolster up B, which is where those executions have been ripping them apart.
Well, this is it. GX's aggression not needed in this round thanks to the Viper's Pit.
It's going to
buy them a lot more space on that map, 2-player defensive A. But that's something that KC should be well aware of, that if they do decide to commit to this B site,
it's going to be a lot more numbers that they have to take care of. For now, Arcro's thrown in, it's destroyed, so you're at least confirming a player inside of Hookah. Runner spotted on long as well. Quite a bit of information to work with here for KC. They're hungry for it. Sprinting after Runner. The attempt to take him down denied by a nade on the floor. The mosh pit buys a little bit of extra time, but KC not deterred. They are still looking to push forward into this B site. Spike has made it through. No control in any direction. I mean, this looks like a death trap that GX have sprung.
Stuck in the mud. But he still manages to come out on top. 25 seconds, the spike now down on the ground. You feel like control needs to be garnered, and Tomasi is doing a fantastic job. He's been able to hold on to position. Their guns, though, might be about to disappear, but he jumps down to get the fight before that happens. It's now left all onto a lead, but he comes up big for a second power to win the round with a classic. But he does it.
Yeah, not even close. Not even close. Yeah, good attempt by Elite in the end, but GX, they had everything set up for them there. Control over spawn, elbow, and hookah. The only position they'd lost was long, and pushing out of that choke point with players fighting from every angle. Just look at how overwhelmed they are. Runner's able to walk up behind elbow, a position they knew he was in. But there's too many bodies. You have to focus on these other fights, on helping your teammates. The window to step in and claim a kill for free. GX, 2 behind.
I love that they took hookah control. I think that was such a big part of being able to cling to that round. Purple, I think, has actually found a gap around the back of the utility, so not clearing them out. And you can see in this round, KC, much more of a focal point to make sure hookah is clear. The problem is, GX have also reacted. Now they're fighting further towards long.
A great spam onto Sadik, and he's got those regenerating shields, so he's back up to 25 on those. But 68 health, they were stripped from him fully, or down to 4, I think. A wonderful spam, the setup from Runner that we talked about before, that Gecko flash over top on contact, had pushed KC back with a minute on the clock. They're again gambling on this B site. No doubt it's a favorite for the squad, but this time it should be a little bit easier. Thrash is leading the charge, destroyed immediately. Mosh pit to stop the push in the back of it. Runner picking off Martin. He's ahead of the pack thanks to that little bit of delay Runner put into play. It's beautiful from the side of GX as everybody falls, leaving Sagetsu to pick up the pieces. 1v5. Even going for this one doesn't seem too likely, but the 30-second save against 5. Not the easiest either.
Still a play, you have to be careful. You don't want to give him too many fights where he can just sit and hold his crosshair placement. I still think he is right up the top of the board for that, at least, but nobody really giving him anything. I like this one, very controlled, and I think this round in general, you can see already the adaptations that they're making to make sure that this B site isn't just a free pass for KC every single time. One of the focal points, I think, as well, is firstly Runner's utility, but also Tomasi's grab wall. They're trying to get out along, and each time he's putting a grab wall there, so it's like, okay, you can throw this utility down, but I'm not going to let you get anywhere near my teammate, because that grab wall, because that smoke, because whatever other utility he has is going to slow you down.
Yeah, it just looks like they've got a traffic light system there, and the only LED working is red, stopping KC's push with this utility, fragmenting them, leaving Martin as the entry on the site with no one behind him. And not that anyone could be behind him at that point either. The strategy was called, it was executed, and it was interrupted with perfection. This leaves Carmine Core calling a timeout now, despite a lights out start, 5-1 in the lead. GX are now just 1 round behind them, and that doesn't sit well with Zeiss.
Yeah, you can understand why. I think in the past,
I'm
incredibly well, and the fact that they've been trying it again and again. This time, even having the thrash, and you can tell the GX were ready for it. They had one player from afar watching that thrash, and then they had immediately delay utility so that nobody could try and execute off that player swinging. Like, this is just solid counter utility coming out from GX, and then just so many individuals stepping up to the plate. So KC want to try and find another gap, because other than those B-side executions, I feel like A hasn't been anywhere near as easy. I think trying to walk into Westside's utility setup has normally opted with them losing a player early on, which, well, you don't really want in those early takes of sites.
Well, with a round between them, ults burned up earlier on the side of GX. They still have one left to roll with, and this could be used for some early aggression. We've seen that, but
tower control
to be reactive. Let's see what the called play is. Haunt is another facet of the defense here on GX. You see the Viper wall on the mini-map that's just outside of that A site. They have a Haunt up above it, so even if you're stood on the other side, they can reveal you and shoot you straight through it. Denied that opportunity for an early fight. Purple goes back, and he makes his own. On middle, Martin falls again. Early pick for the side of GX.
भाई नसीब से reposition कर पाया.
Nightfall as well. Ready to try and make this a much more problematic. There you go. Immediately, the second the Prowler gets contact, this is going to keep two players low. Just trying to create some extra pressure. But now it's not going great. They'll section off the back of the site. But they still need quite a lot more.
So many players here for GX. They're ready to surprise them with a big swing. Shutdown! Denial of any form of retake. Just go and save. Don't walk into Aves. He's on fire. I need to see that one slowed down, sped up backwards and forwards. Give him the ace. Shigetsu's stolen it. Nonetheless, I saw 3 players coming out of lamps. That looked like the easiest 3v1 fight of all time, and Aves knocked them down like dominoes.
He had a massively impressive debut and second game.
Baap re!
He's been one of the. He's a player that came in. I think we'd seen him a while ago playing with it was the Egyptian team, right? That we saw playing different Red Bull events as well, playing regionally. He was fantastic, but it was whether or not it's a jump. Like coming into the VCT, how he's going to be able to perform. The last couple of games have been fantastic, and you're starting to see the reasons why.
Yeah, absolutely. You wouldn't put
how is it going, dude? Going Gucci, like
skills like that.
Maybe in like 15 years. You know? 15 years or so. Maybe it will cool down a little bit.
They'll be coaching elite. Well, Aves, great round from him in the previous. GX had a 4-man stack on A, and it still wasn't enough. Not with that man standing opposite them.
Timing wala kood ke dodge kar sakte
hain. 2-round advantage to credits. Waiting for GX, but they have put a big investment on the board as we are on board with that gun. Purpo, the big purple weapon, scope down on mid, and it looks like he'll get a chance. Again, though, with the comp that he's up against, you have to imagine before he was peeking at Aves is throwing in a flash. There's a smoke. There's something. They're not just going to dry peek. Surely, they're not. The flash was there, Tom. The flash was there. It was just a little bit too late.
We do love a Mitch man curse. It's forever surviving.
For
many years the Valorant has been around. Anniversary coming up soon. You'll still be there.
30 seconds left.
Again, though, with this advantage, already going to see the showstopper. Well, it actually just ends up as a little boost for Sugetsu to get the kill. 20 seconds, though. Spike down on the deck. I feel like this round is already done. It would have to be mass mistakes from the side of GX, and they have been tempered and controlled in a lot of these rounds, even when things haven't gone their way. Or saying that, though, that one got a little bit dicey. There was a chance, but with how little time, I think even then, it was never going to go their way. Elite will look to save. GX are going to put that difference down to just 1.
Yeah, I think I might have boiled down to a little bit of economic damage in the very best case scenario. The spike was too far away. Was too low. That's a mistake that they will not make again.
Not bad, huh?
You see that Gecko flash, it's thrown out.
Thank you, replay team.
Yeah, indeed. A phenomenal job as per usual. But yeah, the idea was there. They just really didn't think there'd be an op up top. That's a mistake you make one time, and we won't see that one again. Well, at least I very much hope we won't.
Man has said we will not see that again. He just ego peeks him. That would be what I respect if he does.
To be fair, they are jump peeking the corner. They are going in dry, looking just to take that fight. But there's a reposition from Purpo. He's over towards bathroom, and he'll be completely out of this engagement.
Yeah, the only goal from Westside was to just delay. He's put that snake bite down onto the site, so the plant at least has taken a little bit more time. They also have Thrash for the retake, a Cosmic Divide of their own, but the attackers have the same ult in the form of Thrash.
5-5 retake is impossible
this is the round to use it in. Not going to leave anything on the table. Thrash gone in, but it's caught by the wall. Blocked off completely. And now Thrash goes in on the other side. More aware, the wall broken. and it finds its mark. Avaz now removed from the engagement. Sadik, though, up close, has to hold the line, buy them a bit more time, and he does just that.
It
already.
is over.
Every step of the way, KC emerged victorious. It is 7-5 at the halftime. It could have been much worse for GX.
Why
it was a bit of a
impossible,
slow
yaar?
start and a nice
Ah.
thrash that just didn't
Why
quite get
slow deadlock
executed
call?
on, but
Uska
ultimately
sensor,
KC
Yoru
will
blind.
be the ones coming in
Why
the
is
lead.
blind? आज क्या ही करेंगे भाई? 20 बंदे तो ब्लाइंड है. और दिन कितने के दिन बाद दिए आज पकड़े के लव यू अनुज. ये 1 मिनट का स्विच का ये लोग जो डालते हैं. जीप फाइटिंग. ऋषि सर एक मैप में देखा था 13-3. फिर मैं डांस करने गया था. उसके बाद मेरे को गुड न्यूज मिला. गुड न्यूज पता है मेरे को टिबोन ने पूछा क्यों नहीं कर रहा वॉच पार्टी. मैं बोला मैं शादी में हूँ भाई. हाँ तू शादी में आया जो मैं वॉच पार्टी कर रहा. ऐसा में बात कर रहे थे आप लोग. जिंक्स से नहीं पता नहीं मैं, लेकिन एक मैप देखा था वो 13-3 हार गए थे. लेकिन मेरे को लगता है कि इट्स 2025 एंड आई एम नो मोर जिंक्स. समझ रहे हो? नो मोर जिंक्स ऐसे लग रहे. वो टाइम पे मैं और रोहित भाई थे गाड़ी में, तो आधा घंटा कुछ तो था पहुंचने के लिए. तभी हम लोग देख रहे थे और 13-3 13-4 कुछ तो आ रहे थे. बहुत स्ट्रेस. पता है हम लोग हंस रहे थे ना, मैं और रोहित भाई हंस रहे थे. सच्ची में बोलो आपका रिएक्शन देख के ना अंदर से ऑटोमेटिकली आंसू यहां से आ रहे थे, यहां से हंसी आ रही थी. पता नहीं क्यों. हाँ? हम वो देख रहे कि आपके मन में कौन सी गालियां चल रही है प्लेयर्स के लिए, वो हम सोच रहे थे. We're trying to cosplay rivals as things का उल्टा भाई. लेकिन खतरनाक था. बाद में मैं जाके वो देखा, स्कोर देखा कौन कितना मारा और क्या क्या स्कोर लाइन था. लेकिन इस बार तो अपना टीम है. हाँ? पहली बार हम लोग फर्स्ट मैच जीते. It's looking very positive.
So they will have to give up the position.
माफ करो. I would like to apologize.
Gekko flashback online, nade to clear back site, pushes the lead into the open. Good pick up by Cloud. B side now thinned out a little bit. The herd of the defenders not posing quite the same threat. Purple up top deletes Avaz.
Mummy ji on top
in some of the last rounds, and with low HP on Sagetsu, the advantage
अभी सेकंड भी जीतेंगे.
sits with the
लग रहा
attack.
है. टैलेंट तो वैसे भी नूब टीम है ऋषि भाई.
By that Viper
मेरे को
utility.
तो लग रहा है वो लोग फॉरफिट
Flash
कर
about
देंगे
to go
हमारे
in. They
सामने.
need to try and get something
Allowed
off the
है
back
forfeit
of it, but
करना.
the players just about wrapping in onto the site. Still a bit wary on the attack. The players could be coming from behind, and because
Next
of
one
that,
is in
there's a
Delhi.
gap that's been found
Delhi
and
इतना नहीं पसंद मुझे.
exploited. Now Runner is all that remains. HP still in his favor. He's got to try and find both, and he will get
जीत
neither.
गया. कैसे जीत गया?
It is going to be that pistol going the way of KC, and as you sort of said in the moment, Mitch, that was a tough one to break back in for.
It definitely looked like it. I think Sagetsu didn't take a lick of damage on the way back.
Yo,
through.
Bunks by house help by health का question
Space
dodge.
seized. Avaz picked up on the backside. Elite was pushed out into the open by a nade, but this here exploited our team making opportunities for the squad as their eyes are drawn towards him. Wrap around the back. This is something we've seen KC do a bunch of times, just overwhelming their opponents. And with a pistol under their belt, Elite extends.
कुछ पार्टी चाहिए ऋषि सर. कुछ पार्टी चाहिए. अगर टैलेंट के सामने जीत गए तो पार्टी चाहिए. 2-0 लीड पे रहेंगे अपन. 2-0. उसके बाद जी क्लासिक का स्टॉन्ग्स ऊपर जाएंगे. ऐसा क्या बोलते हैं? पप्पी नहीं रे, पार्टी रे. पप्पी चुलो तो है.
Not much to be played with here for GX.
These guys are so excited. Ink with setup are too good. Ink on
In fact, Cloud just leading the he's just going in and out of smokes, trying to find something. Even a plant would be a few extra credits. It's not the end of the world when you literally invest into a singular pistol, and that pistol is in the hands of Westside. See if he can do some damage.
If we win against T1, then I will give party. इतना भी सपोर्ट नहीं कर सकते हम, समझ रहे हो?
Got some cavalry leading the way.
टैलेंट के सामने जीत जाएंगे.
Barreling forward, they're protecting the president.
मजाक कर रहा था मेरे हिसाब से.
Left on west side.
T1 के सामने easy जीत.
Bullet in his direction, just be quick to drop. I mean, realistically, the pressure. It's taken a while to come in. Now the clock starts to tick away. A few kills here for the side of GX would be fantastic. They're denied anything. I see the first come in so quickly. I'm thinking, oh, we're really in for something. But in the end, it's a relatively clean close-up by KC.
Yeah, and they had one play. I think it was Sadak was on a pistol, so they actually lose no weapons. So that's really not a bad round for them at all.
PRX के कुछ बोलोगे उस दिन तो मेरा नेट जाने वाला है.
You only buy a sheriff is also fine for GX. It's just one of those rounds that you kind of wait for it to end so that we can get back into the action. The only worry for me here is that KC coming with a very strong buy. Like having the outlaw, okay, in this case it's actually 4 shields on every single player, so it's not going to be as deadly, but you pair it, I was going to say with a judge, maybe with a stinger. Stinger works too.
चलो देखते हैं. अभी अगर 69 हुआ तो कल जी जीतेगी. अगर नहीं हुआ तो भी जीतेगी. लेकिन देखते हैं. 69 हुआ अभी तो जी जीतेगी.
GX. Well, there's a flash just hit them. Big play through the TP. Elite and Abez Sadik even piping up, and the spike now dropped. Huge early fight for KC. This map just got a whole lot smaller. All they have to do is hold on to bathroom and deep wall as well. Completely denying the walk up from their opponents. Player inside the TP.
Abez, I don't think we'll have his flash back online. I believe that one is gone. But still, टेस्ट है टेस्ट. मैं एक्चुअली चैट में हेटर्स कितने पता लगा रहा था. देख रहे हो ना ऋषि भाई सबका नाम नंबर
precision from one side, good for another. This round looked to be locked down, and instead there's a challenger. West side falls eventually, but he set Tamazi up for the 1v1.
ऐसे कमबैक किया था जी ने पहले मैच के बाद.
A chance for a little bit of revenge, or a chance to prove a point for Sugetsu.
एक राउंड में कितना जिंक्स करूंगा यार.
Back around towards the B side. Maybe having the read that, okay, I can see on one side of the map, why would my opponent continue to push into that side of the map?
तो left right
and it just seems like a battle of mind games. Tamazi reading that, okay, he's probably tried to go back around behind me. Instead, it's ended as a bit of a stalemate.
लग गए. वो दोनों Astra versus Astra.
Back onto the site, even planting towards heaven if he wants to go that way.
Atla versus Phantom.
There's a lot of unknowns that he has to check on. And has to be careful he's not caught in U2.
भगवान से डरो प्रेडिक्ट मत करना. कार्तिक बाय.
Just missing 150 HP as well on Tamazi. It's the problem for Sugetsu. All those rifles are being gate kept as well. No free pickup for him. This is a very difficult fight to win. The smoke perhaps will give an advantage. There's a gap though, and Tamazi is holding it. The round falling into the hands of GX. A good attempt.
Now let's talk about Parso.
Oh yeah, it's an incredibly costly round, and this is the thing I love. Again, you see these combinations. A gravity wall pulls a player back. You have the grab net as well that's put into play to catch anybody close, and the flash to push them back. Because if you are close enough, flash goes off, you run backwards, and you're in either of those two pieces of utility. That is about as good as a pinch is ever going to get. The problem is what happened afterwards. Yes, that.
But will you be doing watch party of the match always? अभी मैं सारे करने वाला हूँ. सारे.
Shouldn't slip away like that.
A to Z. All EMEA, all NA, all Pacific.
That's put KC down to low credits. GX
until and unless किसी और का भी शादी ना हो.
Rounds behind. Ults coming online soon
as well. मेरे को पता है नहीं.
It's a bad time for a slip up because that may just
champs तक मेरा schedule is
right back into this game.
Free.
Foot in the door for now. They need to convert
this
round though.
I'll jump in and say hello. I'll be doing dancing.
Maybe hoping that Avez will give him the contact.
पिताजी प्लेस क्यों
Their own utility out to try and escape.
अच्छा ये गेम उसको समझ में नहीं आ रहा रहेगा ना इसलिए हंस रहा रहेगा. भाई ये valorant है.
Valorant.
यहाँ पे बिना गाड़ी का लाइनअप निकलता है.
Completely blind, he just about gets around the corner, and the ult's going to be utilized instead. Even still though, they're being pinched from the back. Tamazi again. He's been having a phenomenal game. Even still, they've lost runner. It still puts this down to just a one-man difference. But TMaZi, he wants a little bit more, seeming like he wants to punish KC for letting him go. And well, eventually, Zugetsu will take him out. But TMaZi should have done enough for the round.
Yeah, well, he has taken out the man he replaced, but a few more to drop, and it's Cloud wrapping. The bullet to the head, or body even. 9-7. 2 rounds in between them, and that's the round that GX needed. Like we said, winning the last one is nice just because it's a pivotal part of the economy game. A swing round, but also the fact that KC 42, you lose that, you're tilted off the face of the earth. Now you lose this round and you're left down to pistols. That's a devastating blow dealt by GX.
That's the thing, the last one was the bonus. So it's like, okay, if you take the bonus, you kill 4 people, and then you win the next round, it's fine. Like, you go, okay, we've now wrecked their economy. Instead, you lose the next round, and now you're the one that's in trouble. And that's the thing, as you said, the manner in which they lost it, plus now losing the next round, it doesn't put them in the best of spots. And I also like that we are seeing some of that individual brilliance we knew. TMaZi taking over rounds a couple of times now for this team.
अरे रुको अभी तो आए हो मेंबरशिप नहीं लिया इसलिए मैं सुना रहा था 150 तो बनता है ना
Portuguese League and saw
जानबूझकर चेस करके तू इतना सुपर सेट कमाता मैं कभी कुछ बोला
execution in towards the combination of Sentinel utility. There's only one man here though.
Elite, time to prove yourself. Drop down, good shot, but he's out wide. Cloud will find him, and TMaZi picks up the flank. Notices another here. Saw him step past just moments ago, denying any damage past the first kill, and it's Martin. 65 HP, a classic in hand, not a gate crash to his name. Certainly not the round that you expect him to bounce back into. Take across the line and flying colors for GX, checking in with where they're at. 4 players surviving, economy stabilized. Ults are online, runners got Thrash as well on the attack side. That could be a much more pointed attack, unless someone like Sadic's going to throw down a wall to stop them. Despite the fact that they were 5-1 down. And even here, just 2 rounds ago, KC set to decimate this squad. Nice little housekeeping. And a 4v2 that should have seen 10 on the board already, and KC running away with the end of this map.
Bhai, एक random question है.
Bind is very much up for grabs.
अगर लुल्ली छोटी रहती है तो
3 ults each, rifles across the board. Operator in play for Martin. All credits on the line here for the side of KC. This is it. Round 18 sees a timeout. As KC, this is their last one. Their second already burned up.
Yeah, you can understand it. They had opportunities in the last couple of rounds. I also think, again, like seeing TMaZi start to almost take over a little bit.
सच्ची में बोल रहा हूँ, तू चाहिए तो घर वालों को पूछ सकता है, पता है? जब भी बचपन में हम लोग नंगे घूमते थे घर में, कोई रिलेटिव्स आते थे, वो लोग ऐसे बोलते थे, शेम शेम पीपी दिख रहा है करके. भाई सच्ची ये फैक्ट्स है, ये फैक्ट्स है. मैं मान ही नहीं सकता अगर नहीं बोला है तुम लोग को. तो बोला है कि नहीं, बोला है कि नहीं, यस और नो बोलो. अब भी पूछो भाई घर वाले को. हाँ, 2 ही वर्ड थे बचपन में, नुन्नू और पीपी, 2 ही थे. मैं क्यों आता हूं इधर? अरे मैं मस्ती नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं सच्ची बोल रहा हूं, एकदम सच्ची. नुन्नू और पीपी ये 2 ही वर्ड्स थे फॉर स्मॉल डिक्की साइज. समझ रहे हो? तेरे को नहीं मालूम पड़ेगा ना, क्योंकि तू देख ही नहीं पाता रहेगा पीपी को. समझ रहे, पेट आता रहेगा आगे, इसलिए तेरे को नहीं मालूम, लेकिन ऑडियंस को पता है.
As well, of course, I can see TMaZi has his, just the impact. Not going to be as in your face. For the side of KC, they need to be ready to pivot. If you hear Purpo popping the ultimate on the defensive side, you need to make sure you're not in positions he can easily pick you off. Should always be a get out of jail, well, if not free, below cost of utility.
मेरा पीपी का कोलैप कैंसिल है लग रहा है.
Papo's been isolated by the Vice Lord. It is just, looking at the map, it's just crazy how much of that Sentinel utility is just used to man the B site.
आपका पेट और मेरा पेट दोनों बड़े
alongside the
मेरे पिच की वजह से शादी हो गई है. समझ रहे हो?
Disrupt an all-out stall. And then they put more players over on the A side. The thing is, though, so have the attack.
attempt to spam was close.
I
think it's a TP.
I think they are. Spike is still
मेरे
here.
पीछे में तो शादी हो गया.
Indeed, it's gone straight through the teleporter. They've seen that Deadlock is on the A side. They don't know that the utility is on the other. They don't know the operator is here and that Martin, well, he's left his teammate. Sold him down the river a little bit. But now the opportunity to claim an extra position, use that flash and pop out for another. Even going onto the shorty for a third. Martin takes a commanding grip of that round.
भाई लेकिन मैं सच्ची बोलूं,
are found for
पीपी
KC
का
as a
भी होएगा
result.
जल्दी.
Yeah, I think we've
पीपी को
had
बोल
a
उसका
good showing from
हेलीकॉप्टर
Martin, but
नहीं
I
आया
think
था
those are
पिकअप
the
करने. ये
explosive
लोग अलग ही
rounds that
चल
he's
रहा है.
almost known for. And again, I
भाई लेकिन सच्ची पीपी का भी जल्दी शादी हो. I really wish. और मेरे हिसाब से जितना मेरे को नॉलेज है, ठगबाई से ज्यादा महंगा शादी पीपी भाई का होएगा. ये फैक्ट्स है. क्योंकि पीपी भाई को रूम भी दो बुक करने पड़ेंगे ना. एक रूम का बेड तो टूटने वाला है.
Oh, despite being flashed up, the kill's not connected, but Martin still delivers. It's Tamazi that's dropped still, though. GX claiming.
Yes, +1 लिखा पिंकी ने.
There's not
you,
much
yaar,
else to
Pinky.
say, you think, but Martin, an aggressive peek up top, grabs a kill as a result. Spike goes down nonetheless. A 3v3 retake. And look at KC. They're not making this complicated. Just one angle of approach. Steel guard used to steal away those weapons. This could be a big problem. It's classics across the board. The shorty denied off rip. A brave play to say the least. Elite catching west side as GX realize they need to reset, fall back, and run this clock down further. They will not win in the open duels with those weaker weapons, but now the rifles are back online, and Runner not afraid to show it. It's Sagetsu. All he can do is save this weapon. The time too far gone. The op retrieved. He needs to run. Now he'll get the kill, but that Spike is hot on his heels. Not quite gonna make it out.
मैं अभी तक कुछ मैच देखा ही नहीं भाई.
That's
हेलो.
a big round for GX. And again,
Love you,
the thing is,
love you.
and there's one or two angles where I think like, okay, Steel gone, you're going to take away their weapons. They just move into lamps and go,
Super chat miss Buda bhai maaf kar Mr. WATCHPARTY Simbanks love you Buda bhai.
Some of those weapons. I also do really like the pace change though from GX. You know that a lot of their comp is about finding information and then, for example, using the wall from the deadlock to hold you back from pushing through. Well, if you're already past it, that wall then just becomes something that holds you back later into the round. So the pace change impactful. The economy of KC almost immediately destroyed.
भाई Giantex अच्छा तो खेल रहा है. 10-10 पे आ गई.
He's been on a mission. He wants to find those early fights. That's exactly what he gets. Again, within 20 seconds, a player on KC is dead.
Martin's absolutely fuming. I do cast my eye down the west side and see that he has his ultimate, the Viper's Pit, but also an outlaw. I'm assuming there's some sort of a shorty. Yeah, no, well, certainly shouldn't need to by the looks of things right now. The bookie on Sadik attempting to find a couple tags up, but GX are being very wise to this. They haven't taken any of that super close control. I think Purpo's the one with the biggest risk. Actually, risk of being wallbanged. Decent nade, that's got him. Good night, Sadik. No more danger. Although it might be recovered, Elite's on his way in. So too is Aves. Low HP across the board, though. Shots to the body will be enough for the first, but Aves is the one to connect it. Bunny hopping out with a bookie. Still, the numbers on GX left to 3. This round is not going anywhere, and neither are the remaining weapons.
10-10. They're climbing back again from GX. They're not giving away the game, and that's been one of the major issues I feel is they're not, you can see on the other side that they're not expecting anybody to just walk dry into these angles. The grab net. Well, you're not going to throw a grab net randomly. Maybe you have a set play in certain aspects of the round. The pace of which we saw them take the showers in the previous round would have bypassed a lot of that utility. They are realizing that if they're going to use everything to stagger us, let's not give them anything. Let's just go straight through, go for these aggressive pushes, and make sure they can't delay us at all.
Well, GX, aggressive, direct, and successful. Purple completely decimating the B-long hold. despite the utility that is waiting for them. And the dropout of Hookah on the play to the backside. Well, that isn't going to be activated anytime soon without a lead around. That stun isn't going to be capitalized on without a player there to fight. And even then, the flank is being watched. Tamazi's about to get a kill in the spawn. He's caught Sadik, who seemed to be quite aware of his position. Different story altogether. Well done by Aves. That's one pickup. But is that going to spur you forward? 2v4, 10-10 on the scoreline. A game that you were once 5-1 in the lead. And now GX set to take the lead 11-10 right in the home stretch of the game. This is not a comfortable position for KC, and losing these weapons would make it even more uncomfortable. They've decided to say they've fallen back. They've given some space, but Tamazi has taken some. He's stepping up through a main, through A for the fight, and the question is, does Aves, I don't care about the spike, I want to see Aves. He's got a duel on his hands and he's won it. That should be the weapons retrieved.
Yeah, they'll be able to hold on to those.
It's
exactly the same. They're going for much more sort of risky plays, running through the smoke,
Bhai,
running through
force
utility. But Purpo is just hitting every shot that's put in front of him. I think that is the thing again with this team. When you talk about some of the individual brilliance they have, you can go back to basics. Play these more pacey, direct. That was basically
very
Prowler
risky.
and Purpo.
हम लोग देख लिए
Is there
हैं
anything else involved in that take? Maybe I missed one smoke or something that was put behind them. I don't know. It was just, okay, Prowler, yep, there's someone there. Purpo, go and kill them.
Efficient strategy from what we've seen so far, even more so in this round where the showstopper is online. Take a look who's on the podium. It is Purpo. Ready to fire himself into the back of the site. Second blast pack used now. Still, nobody spotted. There is one to the claim, and he has fired into the dark. A game of battleships. It's Purpo to sink Sagetsu. GX, man advantage. Thrash and Viper's Pit online for the post blind. Cloud online with a kill onto Elite. It goes from bad to worse.
They're looking to try and find something with the annihilation.
Oh, sexy net.
Through onto the ult has worked.
Sexy net.
Put them into a 3v3 scenario.
They can retake it.
Still have ults of their own. The Viper's Pit down. The Thrash is hunting within it.
It caught Aves.
And actually, it's gone a little bit more problematic. That Viper's Pit now down. 2 players remaining, but that time is ticking. They need to move on the other side. It's from Runner and Tamazi holding that line, and Martin is desperately low. They will hold on.
There
was a time here where this looked like KC cleaning up. Aves has had some incredible rounds. Individuals have been active. Sadic's setup has been dealt with. You can see there's certainly a deep level of preparation there from GX and what they're coming up against. They're not being caught off guard quite as much. But what a recovery this has been. 2 chances now to close this map out.
I'm thinking as well, all the way back. I'm going to say a team name that will get some people excited. I think at the time they were known as
GX ने क्या comeback मारा लेकिन chat.
Gambit. Purpo was subbed in for a final map by a coach, and a lot of us thought, damn, that's a harsh debut.
और ले लो.
He's back against him right now. He's looking pretty good.
It's fair to say. He has been active.
There has to be the active. Eng clearly had faith in Purpo as an individual. I don't think there's any doubt about that, to bring him in at such a crucial time, but he's now looking very good in this map right now. Also on the hump for revenge. He is up there at the top of the board as well. Maybe in one of the weirdest spots you're ever going to see. He's currently trapped, but they're shooting the smaller of the orbs, I believe. Okay, I thought maybe they were going to allow him to try and jump over the corner. Instead, allowing him a safety net.
Well, Garden's all clear towards that B side. Looks like it could be a fake though, trying to bring that spike. Oh, well, perhaps to the A side. There's 4 players here. If they get the picks,
बढ़िया, lots of love, Binks. याद आ रही है, जल्दी मिलते हैं. Done scene, solo by done scene.
Unseen, the damage done. Sadik and Martin following with him.
30 seconds left.
थोड़ा सा combo हो गया उनके साथ.
They've got credits.
Done scene, solo by.
Not like they
जल्दी मिलेंगे.
have to save, but it's 20 seconds on the clock. They have 5 opponents to take down. They're not close to ultimates themselves, and some of KCR
upset. भाई ये obviously अगर Giant जीता तो upset ही है.
Be the better call. I just assumed that because that's what it seemed they were going for. But Purpo, well, he went forward for the fight.
Yeah, I guess maybe hoping to do a little bit of extra damage here and there.
They're all low on credits, yeah.
For the side of GX, they have plenty to play with, but
भाई अब प्रॉब्लम बताता हूँ. अब ये लोग शावर कंट्रोल लेंगे और फाइट करेंगे, फेड का अल्ट आएगा, साइड खाली, फिर ये लोग को करना पड़ेगा रीटेक, जो कि इम्पॉसिबल होएगा. 13, 11, GG.
You catch them all, and if you
पूरी
don't,
तुम लोग को मूवी दिखा दी है.
you basically just walk into the stack and you have the stack side up.
I'm guessing the idea was flash out of the smoke, the player that's close on the corner hides, they give you that bit of space, they call for the rotate, you TP into with your teammates on B, and instead,
महंगा भाई किसको महंगा वो सब दिखा ही नहीं बे. सबने से वाव बोला है.
3 players here from the
इसके मुंह से मैं सुना नहीं कितना महंगा शादी है.
And now Martin, snappy aim.
Oh, you're done.
This is Cloud absolutely screwed. I thought for a second maybe he'd escape, but it isn't to be. Already dropped by Mosh.
Technically, shower fight तो.
Wow, OT is almost looking likely at this stage. A 2 versus 4. The way we kicked off this
Ashutosh
map.
Patra.
Do you think they have enough util to stop Westside?
क्या है तो friend of Dr. Batra.
Honestly, maybe not. I've seen this man get hit by a rolling thunder and simultaneously a stun and clutch a 1 versus 2. So utility, everybody knows. Stuns
Aren't possible. B पे कुछ करना aren't possible भाई. दो stun, दो slow.
Stunned and flashed.
Blind, winch.
Yeah, it's cosmetic.
GG.
All right, well, I know.
Wow.
They're gonna have someone claiming it is elite. Won't have the chance to take that fight though. The utility is cancelled out. The players make it to site. Spike, drop down. It's going to be picked up by Westside. 30 seconds on the clock.
30 seconds left.
KC have got all the angles though. Spawn, elbow.
Where does
Coming
he
in
go?
through hookah, good stun, but Tamazi can't capitalize. They need kills. Someone has to take a risk and deliver. A little bit more than they should. Tamazi's been spotted. He's boxed in, stuck in a corner, scared of the utility coming, and he should be. The stun is perfect. Westside surrounded, and it's Aves.
W round.
The deal, the death blow. 12
W
to 12.
round. W round.
We're going to OT.
W round.
It's been a back and forth game all the way through. I've really enjoyed seeing sort of like the tacticians on either
Please,
side
Fnatic
make
PRX,
these
team को support ना
adaptations.
करो.
In some
तीनों
cases
जीतेंगे
going
भाई.
back to
क्यों support
basics,
ना?
in some cases having these set plays.
Clean shots ना?
And in a lot of cases, someone hitting some crazy headshots. Martin and Purpo definitely up there, but this was gorgeous, just to make sure there was no escape from Cloud. And then just how safe they were in playing out these retakes. Like, making sure that there was no way you could get trapped down. And some solid utility usage.
हम लोग ने देखा.
He does that a lot, though. The fact he's still impressed with how good he is surprises me a little bit.
At some stage, you got to get desensitized
इनका आप स्ट्रीम
to the
पे
lunacy, you'd imagine.
इतना पतले नहीं दिखते.
KC called a timeout. They said that they were out of them, but obviously we
Weight
hop into
loss
OT, you get a little
नहीं,
extra
sugar cut
to
किया
work
मैंने.
with. This is where they're going to need to reflect coming into
No
their
sugar.
attacking side. 5K on the board, 3 away from any ultis. And what I mentioned starting this out was it seemed like there was a decent focus in their last game for Sadik on the attack,
Why there
building up
is
those orbs early,
no
having the
girls
annihilation.
in this city.
But as we come into overtime,
हर जगह तेरे
there's
को
plenty
girls
of
ढूंढ रहे
strong
हैं.
ultimates that they
हाँ?
could decide.
हर जगह
fight
तेरे को
for
girls
instead.
ढूंढना है.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the time they were really looking at Thrash. I feel like it was mostly because Aves was getting so many kills.
That's the thing, guys, 22 and 13.
You had it online quite often. Well, you know, technically, Mark.
Yeah, without sugar, yes, with a little bit of
There
jaggery.
you go. So, do you want to talk
I
about
do
the
think
map?
chances are Thrash is going to win
Guy
the
without
round
sugar with a
before
little
Dimensional
bit of
Drift
jaggery.
does. Although Martin,
They were using it to clear Viper's pits and stuff. I think they could do it with
अबे
them.
out of
But
pick
the
up एक
point
match
I'm
बचा
making is
है.
I do think a lot of their executions were helped out by Thrash until GX adapted. I think that's the big thing is throughout this map, the way that
आदमी
we
में बर्बर के
started
sugar का
to
होगा
now,
नहीं.
we've been looking at a very different game. And I think
Rice
especially when
Stevia.
GX go back
यार
into the
इतना
attack,
भी
I think
crazy
it's
reviews
just
में था
going for
उसका.
those fast-paced fights
तो
in the
इसलिए
early
मैं
round. Because we've even seen
लेने
KC start to really match them.
jaggery ठीक है.
For now, though, it is looking like an A-site execution immediately in towards that site.
direct Purpo choosing another
मैं
angle to
भाई
follow. He's
भूल
gone
तो नहीं
into
गए विराज
heavy
भाई कैसे
traffic
भूलेंगे.
unknowingly. Elite quick on the trade through the
वहाँ से
smoke.
super
And
chat
now the
नहीं
backside
करने
of A
देता
becomes
था.
the
I
new
was watching
target.
your stream. हाँ क्या?
Utility is faded.
अभी कर दे.
Toxin's no longer there. The flash forces
5 महीने का
Cloud off the
pending.
angle.
कोई
They're
टेंशन ना
dealing
ले.
well.
मैं तेरे साथ हूँ.
Some of the fights that GX are looking for being denied early on. Plan coming through. Big fight. And it's one on the side of KC. Aves and
कितना
Sadik
अच्छा खेला तेरे
maintaining
Giant
control
के लिए.
over Labs
ये मैप तो
and leaving GX
deserving
with
था
no
बे
foot
Giant
to
के लिए.
stand
अच्छा
on. It's
comeback मारा
only
था.
runner. 1v4.
विराज भाई मैं नहीं
KC
मानता.
would need
चलो
a
पेंडिंग निकालो.
serious stumble to
कितना हो
give
गया?
him the
10,000
opportunities here.
Canadian
At least
Australian
one.
dollars.
Catching Abez off guard. So much.
ओ गनर निकाल सकता है.
Sitting on the board, so many opponents
Gunner
now
बोलो,
down to just
runner.
2 though. It's looking more and more doable. And I did start to get
Why
a
everyone
little
picking
worried.
Astra or others?
Taken, like,
5
no
stars,
damage
bro. It's
after
buff.
those first two fights.
अरे
I was
3
expecting
स्टार
the
वाला
look
Astra रहता
and
तो
him be on like 10
Brimstone
HP.
He was just ready to go.
Somehow he was fine. Again, we talk about pace changes all the way through this match.
दुलभ
This
दामन
was
कैसे लगा भाई
another
sexy?
one coming out from the side of
पिंके के
KC
सामने
because
बोल
look
सकते
at
हैं
how
पिंके
GX
भाई
can play. A lot
love
of it
you
was B-side
यार.
aggression with
बोला
the
था
hold on A.
Canadian
Let's just
Australian
run it
dollars.
down A.
बोला
If
था.
they do go aggressive or they try
तू
and
कैसे
stack
बोल
up
सकता
what
मैं
was a
भूल गया
B-side
रहेगा.
hold, where we saw the majority of executions, that's not going to work anymore. And I think that
हाँ
was
तो
why they
join
took the
WhatsApp
pause.
channel,
Let's do something
mods can
different
help.
from the norm.
जितने
Now
भी
we look
नए
at GX.
members हैं वो लोग
Did
join
they
कर
have the
सकते
same
हैं. ठीक
sort of
है.
talk? I have to wait and see. Purple again.
भाई
In a
इसका
round like
entry
this,
rate
you
कितना
know,
है?
you look back, Purple was the very man just stood up on top of the van, taking a free kill with the operator.
That must
अब
have been
मैं
a
तुम लोगों को
joke
बोलता हूँ ये
kick.
लोग
I'm
के
just
क्यों
looking
लोग
at the
ये लोग को लग
map
रहा है कि बी
where
अकेला
Sugetsu
बंदा
can
है.
be. Yeah.
I
ये
mean,
last
maybe he was
time
just
कोई नहीं
ADing
था.
it, probably he was jump
लेकिन
peeking
अब
it. Either
मार्टिन
way,
चार
being
मारेगा.
ripped off. He's out of the round, and so is Martin. KC with a vacuum of information and the expectation of an A hit. They pushed B long. They tried to fill in the blanks.
An off angle.
Instead, they have been left in the dirt. It's Sadik under pressure. Will at least buy himself a little bit of extra time. A good fight onto Purpo,
Good.
having fragmented the rest
Good.
of the squad. It's done well to give him a second breath of life, but there's just too many members coming through that choke point.
Chance for a lead. He found a
That's
gap.
good
He's done some
spotting.
damage.
1v1
He's
दे दिया.
isolated. Kyle goes
Elite जीत
alone.
गया.
And now it's down to that 1v1 and Elite takes it in the end. A Red Bull clutch to
Elite
close
को
it.
बोलते हैं, Elite.
And maybe mistakes right at the last
भाई
moment
GX
for
अच्छा
GX.
खेला बे.
That's not the way they wanted
GX
to lose that
अच्छा
round.
खेला.
Not at all. This is a map they
फुक्कड़ 1v1 फाइट
started
दिया ना
out
परले डाल के उसने.
behind. KC looked like they were slipping, but in the end, it's a clean
GX
OT.
अच्छा खेला.
to
Last
put
में
it
थोड़ा
across the
left right
line.
हुआ
1-0.
लेकिन
We'll be back with map 2 after the
GX
break.
बाप खेला बे. बाप खेला GX. बाप खेला.
Hasim! Azem!
Which internet provider do you use? Geo.
What happened? Azem!
Pankaj!
What happened, bro?
Pankaj!
Insane!
Hi Pankaj!
Good job, Azem.
Pankaj क्यों तो?
Bro, they use aim
यार से बुला आज तो नहीं आई है.
shit. And guess what? We still
Hey Binks!
didn't sign for this.
ऐसा प्यार से बोला तो भूल गया. डॉन इसने ना ऐसा बुलाया. क्या कर रही हो? कुछ नहीं तो सुबह से कर रही है. अभी क्या कर रही है स्पेशल? स्टोरी टाइम. तो आज की तो बुआ की दीवार की. हो जाए यार प्लीज. हो जाए. कुछ मत बोल. बुलवा है वो. बुलवा तो बैठो 1 मिनट मैडम. तारा भाई चाय लेके आया. बाथरूम का लाइट ऑन कर दे तो कॉकरोच भागेगा क्या टुकड़ी?
दिखेगा तो सही ना किधर
गाना सुन भेड़िया. ए भेड़िया गाना सुन. लाइक करने बोल. देख नहीं हो रहे लाइक. अब तो 10 के वजन से
नहीं होगा. भरोसा नहीं है मेरा.
हाँ अब तो स्ट्रीम पे लाइक मांगते रहती है. मांग इधर थोड़ा सा.
नहीं करेंगे. मत करो. तुम लाइक नहीं करोगे वो वॉच पार्टी नहीं करेगा. मेरे को शांति भाई 10 कप चाय बनाने का रोज का. मत करो लाइक मत करो. राइडर ओपी गेमिंग अपनी मम्मी को जाके पूछिए तू. क्या उसने कुछ पूछा तो मैं उसकी मम्मी को पूछने बोलती हूँ बस. मम्मी को भी पूछो ये सब. हाँ इधर आके चैट में गाय लिख रहे हो. गाड़ी का व्लॉग कब आ रहा है? आ रहा है बस अभी ऑन द वे है. गाड़ी में बैठा है वो व्लॉग आ ही रहा है बस. अबे क्या लिखा था वो इसमें, जाने दो। क्या लैंग्वेज, अरे उसने कुछ लिखा था रे बाबा। हेलो आयुष, हाय हाय। अरे साउंड बढ़ाओ, पहले बोलते हो म्यूट करो, फिर बोलते हो साउंड। मैं करूँ क्या? आप ही सीख लो ड्राइविंग, मेरे को आता है, मेरे को प्रैक्टिस करना पड़ेगा। आई नो हाउ टू ड्राइव। I've already I have license till 2036. Rivals में कहा था गोल्ड 3 हूँ मैं अभी तक।
It's another overtime for Casey, but this time around they managed to close it out and come out on top. I'm your host, Mithul Nayak, with
अच्छा Mike.
Billy, it's gotta feel great if you're on the side of Casey, but we
आपका
don't usually
ड्राइविंग
do
स्किल
this, but
सिड जैसा
that
है।
was Giant X's.
सिड का भी इतना अच्छा ड्राइविंग
They
है।
had such a good chance.
बोला
And
नहीं
in so
वो
many
मेरे को।
occasions we've seen
अरे
like
guys,
teams so close to win or so close to take it to another one and loosen that 5v3 to close out the map. I hope that it doesn't haunt them for the rest of the match, because in the end it was an overtime. It was a very close matchup in what we assume to be the home ground for KC. So even though they took the win, Giant X put up a very good fight, Billy.
Yeah, definitely. I was really concerned for Giant X's attack, right? I was bigging up KC's defense and the protocols that they have in place, but I think Purple managed to, you know, just kind of take the game in his own hands at time on those attack rounds. You know, he was just flying through Carmine Core's utility with only really Fade Prowlers to back him up. So it was still a good effort nonetheless from GX.
We gotta mention, you know, the showers shenanigans that managed to send Casey into OT.
We speak a lot about the amount of utility that this composition has, and I think that Casey is just brilliant time and time again onto how to use it, the way that they play in pairs, like here how they use the arc throws combined with the grab net, like everything, and they do this pinch, trying to convert the bonus, even though this didn't end up with them actually converting it. It's a very, very nice idea to have, and it's so proactive to see from them. And we also saw it in the round that took us to this overtime.
So I can't look at you because when we come back to the studio, you guys are going to see what I'm looking at. I'm sorry. Yes, Billy, talk me through this. The round
I want to echo everything that Kukuka said. You know, it was just really nice to see those micro plays with the deadlock and the gecko. You see it right here, that grab net, the molly right into it, right? And even the bonus round too, it's just nice that they have these bonus round defensive protocols in place.
And I think this is a trial by fire. They've been playing so many long matches, and that was a very good example of how they take things to overtime, because Cloud was only one orb away from his ultimate, and with his and Astra's ultimate and Tomasi's ultimate, they would have had a very clear execute, so they knew that they had to protect those orbs from falling into GX's hands.
Not the banana! Not the banana! Put it away, Aves. I'm sorry, but like, how am I supposed to keep a straight face when every time I look over there I see that beautiful face? I can't. But let's talk about Sui and Tomasi as well, because the last time Tomasi played Astra wasn't the best. He didn't really look comfortable at all. But Billy, this time around, he really looked great. The util was on point as well. I know the stats don't really show that for Sui, but he had a great map as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think Tomasi as well. I mentioned Purple, but he is another player that kind of took rounds in his own hands, right? And I think that's a lot of what we've seen from Giant X so far throughout kickoff is individual moments from players having their hero plays. Unfortunately,
she is Bengali and I am
I
Christian
love the fact
from.
that she gets to speak in the outlaw. So
She is Bengali and I am Christian from another state. Relation भी अच्छी है, लेकिन I still fear their parents won't accept me and she might leave me. Oh, James Bond 2 states की मूवी वाले. फियर में नहीं जीने का, सीधा उसके मॉम डैड को जाके पूछ, चलेगा कि नहीं चलेगा बताओ. समझ रहे हो? देखे हो कि नहीं पुष्पा 2 फायर बन के जाने का, फायर बन के सीधा. समझ रहे हो? ऐसा नहीं, डर के नहीं जी सकते भाई. बंसाली बिंक्स का फुटवेयर फेंके, उसके बाद क्या हुआ तुम लोग को मालूम नहीं. चैट उसका स्टोरी बताओ क्या. बंसाली भाई पता नहीं भाई है, खौफ का दूसरा नाम बंसाली, वहां पे वो हो रहा था, ठीक है, तक भाई के इसमें हल्दी में, ठीक है, जूता फेंका, मॉर्टल का फेंका, मेरा फेंका, सबका फेंका। मैं और मॉर्टल एक एक जूता डाल के गए बाहर अपना दूसरा जूता लेने को, और मैं दूसरे पैर पे ना किसी ने बंसाली का जूता फेंका था, मैं वो पहन के गया, बाहर गया, मेरे को मेरा जूता मिला, जो दूसरा बंसाली का जूता था मैंने वो भी फेंक दिया। लेजेंड सेज ही स्टिल फाइंडिंग हिज जूता। कभी कभी लगता हो हरामी।
However, do like the Euro. We were here, and as you were mentioning, Pipson saying they have double TP with the Omen and the Euro. That is a lot of map covered. And as we know, my team's been picking up the operator going to be a mess no matter where he is.
I have a proposition here for the side of GX, a win condition.
Okay.
Now, when Tomazi was on KC, he was harbor jailed. They made him play harbor. So surely he knows a little bit about that plan. He might know what maybe what Ed wants to do, some reactive things, maybe some reads as well. A little spy, I feel like, on the side of GX. But the thing is, it's and you know the stuff that he's bringing from Loud is not going to be exactly what Tomazi was doing. But still, Billy, there's a bit of a cope.
Yeah, I mean, there's no changes here from either side, so this is kind of what we expected going into it. I think Lotus for me, though, like, I don't know, Giant X have picked into this, but Carmen Core literally beat NAVI on it the other day, or last week, sorry. I mean, the weeks are just flying by at the moment. So they've obviously seen something that they think that they can actually abuse going up against Carmen Core.
I think that the other day when we saw this map, I love
आज लाइक क्यों नहीं हो रहा भाई? 5K लाइक नहीं हो, शर्म करो
hashtag के साथ. Have a good Lotus at all, and he's going to obviously need it for today. But again, my eyes just go to the Vice and how they're going to defend the sides after the chat that we had at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping maybe Tomazi has the read here and is able
Hello,
to bring us to a map 3.
Well, we could be going all the way to Fracture, but Lotus has to be played out first for GX. This is
सारा पैसा शादी में गया ना, $700 के सुपर चैट पहले आते थे 100-500,
where I probably would have had the most questions for how GX could match up against KC.
जितने भी मेरे खास दोस्त वाले, जितने भी शादी होने के बाद सारे बदल गए। पहले क्या सुपर चैट्स आते थे, रोज होता था, अरुण भाई नाम मान रहे, देव भाई नाम मान रहे, अभी देखो सारे मान गए। बैठे घर पे। अभी किस टीम को जिंक्स करोगे? कैसी जीतेगा? कैसी स्ट्रांग? तेओ नहीं देख के दर्द हो रहा है बस थोड़ा सा। दोनों टीम ने वाइस लिया।
The only danger here is that wall could split them up, slow down.
This message Binks.
They'll trigger it, and indeed,
so small
two are going to be caught behind it. It's going to cost some time and leave Purpo isolated for
this
fight.
He gets
Aves there. Sure, lost a lot of HP himself and goes down.
Oh,
in the end. It didn't look like it'd be that bad. There were so many players there with him.
Advantage the seconds में गया
बे. Somehow, KC have come out on top in every duel now, sitting in a 4v2. A difficult situation to lose around from, Tom, but put it past KC.
How far forward can Westside get? Okay, the immediate teleport out of there. Wants watching from afar. Nice shots from though. And you can immediately see the pushback, wanting to try and make sure they fight this one together. Sanak doesn't want an individual duel. He doesn't want a 1 versus 1.
भाई मेरे वाले पिचकारी मॉडल भाई ने लाई और उसको पता था तो टूटा हुआ है करके पता है पानी नहीं निकल रहा था मैं गलती से एक को मारा सोच के एकदम हेवी पावर वाला पड़ेगी दो बूंद गिरा उस पे उसने मेरी गांडी मार दी
फिर 1-0 for KC. Pistol round win, and we've seen them do this a couple times as well. Typically, minimal investment onto 1 or 2 players. They've got a pretty wide margin for error. If GX want to have any sort of impact in this round, they're going to have to kill a lot of KC's players before that economic damage is felt. That's a good start from Westside.
I think close friend
How much more? Well, there's at least one more, because now Sadic's gone. And now I'm getting scared. Even now, there's a weapon left on the floor.
That's the thing, like they seem to be so confident in investing credits.
तकबाई का group of close friends है और वो भी ऐसा वैसा नहीं एकदम गाफ मारने वाला.
Because he is so good with
भारत के टाइम पे गाड़ी आगे नहीं जाने दिया पता है.
causes them issues. And now with all three players making their way towards A,
बोला भारत
the
बाद में
defense
पहले
is now
डांस.
doing the same. They have made the realization of where this
तकबाई वहाँ से बोल रहे थे चलो चलो टाइम हो रहा है.
the wall down
ना.
on C in case anybody tries
गाड़ी
to
के
walk
सामने
into that
डांस कर
spot.
रहे थे.
So
अभी सैलमोन भाई तो थे नहीं वहाँ पे.
It's only the second
गाड़ी आगे भी
round,
नहीं
but
जा
these
रही थी.
teams playing with elimination in the back of their mind. Purpo has got his rifle out already, the man advantage to play with. He'll be shut down, but damage done. One left down to 5 and quickly dispatched up close. The fight's not looking better. KC only had a lead. An outlaw, definitely not the ideal weapon for this. And the flash good, but the time gone. 1-1 already on the board. And it's GX to come through with the win. A surprising turn of events, Tom. This was a round we come into talking about, oh, they shouldn't really be able to even hurt their economy. They take the
I was
money
about to say,
down.
can we get the
Do
audio
you also miss it? I miss Deku, Carlos, Shahrukh.
It was so instant as well. I was like, yeah, no,
ये
there
तीन
shouldn't
mainly.
really be that much of a chance for damn it. And then it's just like instantly 2 kills.
Two
like,
kills, rifle recovered, 5v3. My bad, guys. No, I'll apologize to his eyes for that one. That could have been the curse.
Yeah, this is the pain.
Rear
You're
certainly
watching the pain you put that bad.
Come on, it's all superstition. There's no proof out there. KC looking to bounce back. 1-1 on the board. A rifle into Getsu's hands. A stinger found its way into Martin's possession, and he has already crept his way up into their spawn. At this point, they might consider just pumping the brakes. Or just buy some time for that wrap. Look where Martin is already.
Paranoia could get 3 players. There's going to be so many blinded already. Sugetsu picked off. Elite the same. Looking like they could retake a little bit of extra damage, but stopping this diffuser is now impossible. They're going to try and bypass it. Really solid from the side of GX.
Where do you live in your heart?
Although Cloud
क्या हो गया GX को इतना अच्छा कब से खेलने लग गया बे?
Cloud was key as well. He turned to watch the back, caught that flank coming around, and I think the Spidey sense is tingling. They saw that decoy coming in from deep on B site early on, before the rest of the squad had already breached through, and just figured Martin was up to some shenanigans. There you go, it is. Literally, that timing was perfect. If one more second was given to Martin there, that could have been 2 kills, rifle on the floor to be retrieved safely, and a very difficult situation stemming from it. Instead, 2-1. No worries for that defensive side. They lost the pistol, now they've got the lead.
Economic advantage for it as well. Being able to retrieve some of those guns as they do. Already with ult. He's going to look to try and wrap in behind them. Westside, though, just with spam, has been able to do a large amount of damage. And although Martin is here, he is definitely noted immediately.
Oh, almost left
the spike on the deck, and the other 2 were trapped by the wall. And Tomasi isn't just sitting there. To push them back. Still Sugetsu wins that fight.
दरवाजा खोल और ब्ले अल्ट मार. Come on, और ए जा.
He's also one away from that ultimate. Retrieving the spike might get a little bit easier. Opening the door here, causing problems. GX know he can take that orb and take the TP. They'll push up to take the fight and almost throw it away.
Plan
reset, just couldn't pull the trigger quick enough.
It makes me nervous.
क्या शॉट मारा ना पहले वाला?
These clutch situations from GX have been
तो भाई शादी के वापस शादी करने का मन हुआ नहीं.
Than I would like them to be.
They
get this one over the line, and again, you're seeing the core damage. I also think that this is one of the hot topics with this harbor utility. This is what I mean. That is where it's like you go through and you get slow.
मेरे हिसाब से तकबाई को शादी के पहले एक रूम टूर का वीडियो डालना चाहिए. वही 15 मिनट का ब्लॉग
He didn't look slowed. He looked like he ran through it and just did immeasurable damage.
It's even, you talk about the utility and what it does. Right there, Purpo just ran
through
the wall.
Wardrobe सुना था उधर walk-in bathroom था भाई.
Ran in to take the fight. That is a crazy risk to take in this round. I thought they would take fights and back off. Reset, create distance.
क्या हो गया बे? क्या शॉट लग रहे हैं लोग के बे?
But one rifle's being retrieved. The potential for damage is there. Aves is the one with the big weapon in his hand.
क्या शॉट लग रहे हैं बे?
That wall was denying them any chance to take those duels. Still, a reset in this situation gives them a chance to dent the GX economy.
Aves has been clean with it.
Buddy.
I think he's got to be up there with the headshot percentage, but well, that's going to be quite easy in the end for GX.
Purple mood में.
Solid work.
बाथरूम तो वाकई नहीं होता है.
And again, they've never shied away from the fight. I do get what you're saying. When you're up against weaker weaponry, getting up in their face is always going to have that risk about it.
Especially when it's not a full, like we've seen them push here before as 3. This time it was a much more fragmented one.
But the thing I'll say is I do quite like the, especially you go back to the last match, they were never shying away from taking away map control.
कौन इस लेवल का शादी कर
that's
सकता
something
है?
important when you play up
भाई ये
against Sanak
सोच
teams.
और ये
Never let
कॉन्सेप्ट
him
वाला
get
कोई नहीं कर
comfortable,
सकता.
because the second he is, you've lost.
Well,
हो
that's it. And
सकता है कि
also just
इससे
keeping
महंगा
this in
महंगा वाला
mind
करे,
that there was
लेकिन
no such thing as free space, so they always use utility.
वाह
They
वाला
always
मेरे को
bring
नहीं लगता
something
कोई कर.
to check those angles. He's limiting what they have later on in the round.
These two
Or at that
ults.
point, big ultis
और
indeed,
सबसे बेस्ट
space
पता है
clears.
एनर्जी जो थी
It's
ना
so much info as well.
अकबर
Like,
और
that's the thing
उनका
you
फैमिली में
find with
सबका
Lotus is being able to sort of
सारे
all
जितने
the
भी वहाँ पे लोग थे
information, move
सबका
people out
एनर्जी
of tough positions,
गलत.
and especially when you have someone like Martin
गलत.
to take that space from them. I'll be intrigued to see where they're put into play.
गलत लेवल की एनर्जी.
Well, they've certainly got the read that West side with an outlaw is towards the C side. He's been spamming
Jax will
through
win
a smoke
2-1
with it,
script late.
trying to pick players up. No connection just yet, but you have to applaud the guy for trying. It's not a usual strategy you'll see deployed. The KC have spread.
चिड़बाई की शादी तो
Quite
क्लब
wide
में
on this,
होगी.
really putting the net out there for maximum return, and the idea was to push Tamazi back from this position.
टेक्नो
Deny
म्यूजिक
some of that
बजेगा
back control,
शादी में.
maybe even cause a rotation. That has not worked. They are steadfast in their denial of rubble control, and GX's reward for that, as they now send one player to B, one player sitting outside A. They are ready with 3 on C for this push.
30 seconds
Already
left.
looking a little troublesome, having to dance and dodge. The
Sexy
flash
blind.
is good, but still alive is West side, and he's got support from Runner. Runner's the one to do the majority.
Oh!
He gets removed, and Purpo is trying to execute on it, but it hasn't caught, hasn't been able to be found. This is now much more of a problem
10 seconds left.
for this defensive side, as that spike will be planted.
They heard the shrouded step too. They're worried about Sugetsu. He could be in the spawn. They've cleared at least closed boxes.
Buddy.
Now they found him. But he's got 2 teammates with him. No easy fight for the side of GX. Just 1 round on the board for KC, and they're looking to double up here and now. Nice fight
Shot
by
बे,
Purpo,
बे
though. He
मार
drops
क्या
a lead.
मार रहे
There's
बे
still a chance.
Purpo.
They know exactly where Tamazi is. A brave attempt to jump up top. Both players staring at him. This is a death-defying stunt if he gets away with it.
गन्स
With
गिराना
time
से.
ticking down, he has to make a move. The swing into heavy traffic results in him being flattened. 4-2. KC trailing, but closing the distance.
Yeah, they had to commit a fair bit into
मेरे
getting
को
into
लगता है
the
आपके
site.
लिए
The
शादी
rank
मेरा भी शादी
equalized,
अच्छा था.
and, the thing is, up until
मतलब
that point,
शादी
I felt
सब पे
like they
अच्छा
raised
रहता है
quite
यार, सब
effectively. It was
सोच
this
समझ
spam
कर ही
through the
करते हैं ना.
smoke that ended up doing the work, and then
भले वो
the weaponry
बड़ा हो
being
छोटा
removed
हो
at a similar time.
घर में हो मंदिर में हो
They
किधर भी
still
हो.
do have themselves the Nightfall, but I'm
शादी
looking at the other side of GX.
अलग
Still
चीज़ है,
having
लेकिन
credits
जो
available
तकबाई
because
ने
they've
किया
kept
ना.
not only winning the second round, but also getting themselves quite a few clean rounds here and there.
मूवी
And
था
again,
बे
we're
वो.
going to see this early control 4-4
शादी नहीं है वो, मूवी था बैन.
out towards Rubble. But after seeing nothing, they retreat back immediately, and this is much more patient from KC. They're not fighting it early. They waited just a moment.
Smoke out.
चलो अभी
Leaves
शादीशुदा
Purpo
की
behind
बाद
him.
में
He's gonna step forward to help his
बाद में
teammate Cloud
मैच
under a
देखने
lot
दो.
of pressure. Purpo
मेरे को लग रहा है कि
emerges,
upset
comes out a
होने वाला
second
है.
time. Every time he's
ये
missing
map.
the cavalry until he's trapped behind that wall. KC,
शायद से नहीं
a little bit
होगा
of an
upset.
unpredictable
केसी जीतेगा ना.
pace that they took towards it. I thought maybe Westside had an angle to catch them, but they've just made it through the door. He won't get there with it still open. So the nice little safe haven for KC with plenty of numbers to their back, but Westside behind them and a big flank around from Runner.
मार
That
सकता
timing
था.
was perfect. A good adaptation from those players remaining to put a third on the board.
Yeah, just that little bit of extra
मार
time that
सकता
KC
था
took, I
यार.
think they probably realized that, okay, they're going to challenge for that map control, but if they don't see any contact, they've been immediately falling away to bolster up the rest of the map. It's quite a common thing to do. I think that's the moment where I question whether or not for GX it's better to reaggress through one angle or try and play a retake or try and reposition back towards the A site in another way. I think that might have been the better call in that moment, but it was a little bit more like guns ho, like let's just run in, try and fight, and it hasn't worked out for them. Interestingly, it looks like though this is a KC pause, so maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves. Eng
First
spotting
map
one or
कौन
two
जीता
things
KC?
that he does or doesn't
गोल्ड में
like,
नहीं है
and they're going to be the ones to slow this down after bouncing back with 2 rounds.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is interesting. You never know whether that's going to be comms, overhype, or, like you said, just
पर
that
मैं मुझे
small
समझ नहीं
little
आता
mistake,
इन्हें
even a
शादी
course
से इतने
correction
ऑब्सेशन
of
क्यों
what
है
they're
पहले
about to
लड़की
come up
पटाओ
against.
भाई
GX coming into a round with a couple of ultimates. The Vipers
जो
pick
लड़की
could be
के
key. The
सपने रहते हैं ना
Nightfall is
अगर
there
उसको
as well.
प्रायोरिटी करोगे तो
Mazzy has
तुमको
the
भी
goal.
बड़ी शादी
And I
करनी
think
पड़ेगी
the idea
बिल्कुल
that
बात
as well, their credits are in
एक ही बार होती है
this
लाइफ में
spot. There's going to be a
ऐसा नहीं कि
big
साल में एक बार
investment
होती
coming in from Tamazi, putting most of his credits on the
लाइक
line.
करो 5 के ए यार मैं बोलना भूल गया भाई 5 के लाइक्स करो वी आर क्लोज
If they take
ओनली
this, they can steamroll.
600 लाइक्स रिमेनिंग
They could just be the way
Like
that
karo.
look at it. Like we win this round, we get a couple for it.
Exactly.
We're in the lead, we get the half back. We lose this round, our own economy's in bits, and they could take the lead further. And so just pointing out what they have, how to maybe avoid or adapt, or what they're going to do from the research. It seems like both teams have had the same idea. An early battle towards that C site. A lot of utility put into play. Nightfall expended. Tamazi shoots the one thing he doesn't want to, but because the players are blinded, it doesn't matter.
समझा भी नहीं है वो आउट किया
Hold
जिसे
back in that corner, and even with the wraparound from Sugetsu, it's only going to
ये
be the
चेक
one.
होएगा अभी
Yeah, it was a good attempt to use these players deafened up to TP in behind, but not gonna work out with low HP on Sadik.
Ace.
इतना
Should be a
देर बैठा
formality
था
just
तो
to
मैं
take this one down. It's Cloud.
भाई एस मार
He's
दिया
on
बे
board. The ace
Again.
to secure the round.
He had an ace in the first series
Ace
as well.
मार दिया यार
It was on Pearl, but it just seems like there's a few things right now in the season that are inevitable, and one of them is that Cloud is going to get himself an ace. 14-4. Definitely had a quieter first map individually, but I do think those sort of games are going to be expected.
क्या हो
when you're
गया
taking
इतना
over
फाइल
the
लड़ रही
mantle as
दोनों टीम
IPL, but there's no doubt the individual brilliance of this man. Bro, I love how the only word he was allowed to say
Time
was
out?
bro. What was the rest of the sentence?
डब्लू हगाड़ भाई लेमन
KC call a pause
लेमन तो
after
करेगा
winning
मोड़
2
जाए
rounds in a row, putting themselves
क्या बोलता
4-3. Lose
टाइम हो
to
गया उसका
Cloud acing, and GX call a pause. Now, if you can track
Simpson's
what's
like,
going on here,
Don't kill everybody. Share the kills. Come on.
you almost have ult. Just get 3. Let the others clean up. I mean, yeah, it is. I'd like this, though, from teams. Proactive pauses early on. Steady the ship before you're in a disastrous situation.
रेस का मैच कभी
Tie
देखना
everything
पड़ेगा
down before the storm comes.
I think it's also got to be frustrating from a KC perspective. I think that they'd probably somewhat want to pause now, but somewhat not. You've just spoken about what you wanted to do in a crunch round. Evidently, whatever it was didn't work. You've lost that crunch round dominantly to a player acing you off the back of his own ult and almost having that ult
सारे
again.
लोग देखा
And
अभी
even still, if they
तब
had
मैं
killed
वो
Cloud,
आपकी
Tamazi was still in the
करे
corner, someone else they had to deal with. So it was
Time
not
to
it
replace
was
Lemon
looking
by
like GX came out of that with
in
the
place
right
of
read.
Maiden by
And now you look at
मैं आ
well,
जाता हूँ
it is a stinker of a buy coming through for Carmine Corp. They have got one ultimate.
मार्टिन के
They've
पास
got
अल्टी तो
themselves
है
pistols and a single stinger. If they win this one, I'll be impressed.
Monta's there for good information. So KC
Oh,
getting a little ahead of themselves,
W.
though. Caught lined up
Tamazi
inside
W.
the smoke by Tamazi. GX have a huge advantage with players already rotated in. The pistols in play for KC, not finding their mark. It's only Purple who's gone down. Cloud, we talked about his
किसी के
ultimate.
लग गया ऐसा लग रहा है
Online, the 3-piece instead is Tamazi's, but one away from another ulti. GX 6-3 in the lead.
Is it time for map 3?
Activated, credits galore. This is a beautiful spot to be in for the defenders.
Yeah, and the thing as well is they've been keeping a lot of their anti-eco rounds quite clean.
Ridiculous.
So just the fact that they have had 4 players surviving in this round, any worry about credits is immediately gone. We go back into the buy. I'm looking at that Reckoning again. I feel like it has been impactful, the one round they used it to sort of take over that C control. Although they did have some problems dealing with Elite even while that was going on. Looking like we're back to, again, some of this early control taken outside this B
भाई
side.
वॉल और प्रॉलर से क्लियर ही कर देते हैं बस
Well, I mean, that's hardly a surprise. Cloud playing aggressive. What is a surprise is Tamazi going down early on, picked off on the
जंप
door.
पिक में मारा
The
गया
A
उसने
side now
पिक
looking
लेके
a
मारा
little
मेरे को देखना
weaker
पड़ेगा
as a result. KC
Yeah.
haven't set their sights on it just yet, though. This is a very patient play from that attacking side, perhaps expecting as this round goes on, you're either going to see a Viper's pit put down somewhere to give them that little bit of extra control, or you'll see aggression. And if they get aggression, they'll be ready for it. But they've just moved out of position as Purpo stepped up. Luckily for them, they went back to check it just in time. A shift to the A site, although despite the fact Tamazi's gone down, Rubble is still under GX's control.
Nahi. Bhai, ye log ke lag gaye.
They wouldn't. Why would they?
Run away. This is a chance for him to just go absolutely ham. He's been having an insane game so far, waiting for another player, but they finally dealt with him. West side though,
nice blind. Bhai, फिर भी मारा.
Completely blinded.
नहीं किसी और ने मारा. पर्पो ने मारा.
It looked like this round, at least from the start, was going to
be.
भाई
मार्टिन ने अल्ट मार के क्यों नहीं क्लियर किया रबल?
They come out with a few losses and the remaining players unscathed.
That's got to hurt for KC as well. You can see they had the right ideas. For most of this round, there were two players sat in spawn holding the B aggression. And I swear, if you watch that back, there is less than 5 seconds of a gap between when they start to shift towards C, eventually they go back to A, but when they move off of that position, and when Purple rounds the corner, that could have been him shut down. A quick opening kill probably would have been a change of direction, and it certainly would have stopped them from picking up the 3-piece to close the round. 7-3 nonetheless. GS with a big advantage. 4 ultimates coming into this round. And already damage done, yeah.
That's insane. It's literally almost just taken out the man who's meant to be on the entry. And the man also, most of the time, will be following up on this reckoning. And that's the other thing, is there was, in the last round, the ultimate economy was slightly in favor of KC. It definitely is not. Like having the showstopper, Nightfall, they could opt to play retake, but they are taking and that's gone quite well.
Reckoning is used as salt in the wounds, keeping these players back from any form of re-aggression on the C site and giving KC full control over this backside push. Even the Cove put down.
अब क्या कर सकते हैं भाई? इसके पास अल्टी तो है.
They have tried to spam Sagetsu from the connector. Now,
अब रेस के पास भी अल्टी है.
You're going to be robbed of any of your weapons if you stay close, and if you go far back, that clock becomes an even bigger opposition. With the showstopper, the gap. That's nasty. Elite, believe pops the arc rose, swings in and takes him down just as the rocket's being primed. Cloud left to do it all. Well, not gonna have a chance.
He's been doing a lot. 17-5 right now.
Late.
But yeah, that time is
it's
ticking way too far. Maybe the problem is he's being watched. There is another player behind him that he has to be wary of. Sugetsu is lurking in the darkness, and he will take down Cloud. Dropping
ये तो close जा रहा है dudes.
He's going into the next round. But again,
भाई लेकिन I feel Giant का वो बहुत insane रहेगा.
Not only do you see the Steel Garden perfectly timed, like he removed all their weapons as they use Nightfall. So his teammates are under pressure. That pressure is gone. They're not going to push off that with no guns. But then the second the showstopper is popped, he goes, okay, I know it's here. Pops the flash, instant kill. Like that's just a confident player playing around his own.
You are funny. Love you. Yeah.
Really nice round. A much needed timing for KC as well. Remember, unless I'm greatly mistaken, this is the team that won the pistol. Now they're 7-4 down with big rounds in the last couple. Opening pick, recovered by Martin. Huge play, but he's got players behind him. Sagetsu's covering. The door will close. The opportunity no longer there for
Senpai is not a bad half.
Versus 4. We talked about a lot of ultimates this squad had they used their showstopper last round. Still, well, Tamazi is just now using the From the Shadows.
Thanks for the 40 minute Jan.
Online for Westside. The last round of the half. You're going to put it into play, but with a minute 5, even putting the pit in now, they could just go the other direction. But once it's planted, then it's a different game.
EMEA में बहुत खेलते हैं.
So just finding a spot to use it.
Nightfall online.
Nightfall used, that was gained by the plant. He's going to use it to try and cover the spike, but even still, there's so much delay. Doesn't have the sound at the moment to really play off anything whatsoever. Teammate in Tomazi trying to wrap back around and just wants to try and bait some of these players into the fight, but they are just not playing within that pit. A little bit worried about the stand, but it doesn't matter what Martin's about. That's going to be a 5th round and at least a decent recovery towards the end for KC.
Oh yeah, this game is still very much within their grasp, but after a
Senpai is not a bad half. Lekin
from GX,
attack GX का भी strong
looks like
है.
a map 3 still possible. Seeing players like Martin step up towards the end, though, you know the KC have got one hell of a fight primed and ready once they swap sides. But of course, before.
2-0? नहीं. I think 1-1. Pretty sure it's 1-1. इसी में क्या है, कुछ क्रेजी ट्वीट्स है, क्या देखते हैं. थर्ड मैप नीडेड नहीं, पेनेटिक वर्सेस नावी. इसके बाद मजा आएगा. असली वेट तो नावी वर्सेस पेनेटिक का है, बात तो है, लेकिन ये लोग EMEA है बे, रीजन तो है. क्रेजी के लिए लोग सारे टीम्स अपग्रेड हो गया ऐसा लग रहा है. कोई टीम अभी तक लगा नहीं ना ऐसे देखे कि क्या कैजुअल है करके. Guys, we are close to 5K लाइक. 300 चाहिए. जिसने लाइक नहीं किया है जल्दी से लाइक कर दो. कैसे आपके फैमिली में सब बढ़िया है? सुजीत भाई, love you.
We're coming into half 2 of map 2, and Tom, this is where things get serious. So far, it's been Valorant played out, some exciting rounds, but the stakes, they haven't been quite as high as coming into this. We could leave this half with one less team in kickoff, or we could be going all the way to fracture the choice. Well, it's up to GX. They need to win this map to keep the series alive.
Manager कैसे offer your duelist role in return and request triple buy for a week. Excuse me.
Last time out, it was a bit of a rougher defense for the side of GX, only managing I think 3 rounds, but a very good defense for KC. So potentially both teams going on to their better side of the map. Our team already in an incredibly aggressive position. The reveal gave him the info, but at least for now he hasn't been able to capitalize.
And no follow through. Purpo down and out. I think that was a spam straight through as sees KC concede some space. Sanic falls as a result. B site seems to be a little bit more open, but that wall has bought a little bit more time with the flank coming in of Sagetsu and knowledge of players towards that B site. He walks straight into them, but they're returning, looking the right way. GX claim the advantage, and they're gambling towards the C site. It's a blind pick, but it's the right pick up.
Cover going out.
Not really much in regards to stopping them. I'm sure that's going to slow them down a little bit and maybe put some doubt in the minds of the players on this side of the map. Those doubts will only last so long. They are going to make their way in for the plant, and the thing is, they can still look to use some of that extra utility in the post plant. Tamazi still having himself that paranoia could be massive. Also still having the arc rows, and I believe the wall has just been put into play as well.
It's down that little laneway in the water. At least getting the info if the push comes down that
way.
KC cautious of the flank. They've cleared it out. Martin picking up west side as well. Some utility removed. Tamazi steps it up. They'll have to do a little bit more. Both players significantly tagged up, but 2 guns facing him. Up top is the next, and Aves is whipping it all. Tamazi gets the reload off, and time ticking away. It's a disaster for KC. Tamazi clutching out with a Red Bull clutch and the 3-piece pickup.
Done. Replay team. I know what you're building.
There's a slow-mo from Aves.
I know what you're building. But I don't want to see it.
Accept it here and now.
I just edit all of the whips out and just put it like a headshot.
It's not going to happen.
That's all I want. Look at this. Beautiful. Headshot after headshot. Oh, they did cut it out. Thank you very much. Lovely.
Our EVS team are feeling forgiving today. That is a first.
So we just cut back to
super slow-mo. We've actually called a pause just to watch Aves whip.
That's a rough one, but a huge round for Tamazi. Had a lot of them in the first half. Definitely been a little bit, or first map I should say, a little bit more quiet when it comes to this map in particular, but we did see a lot of the best from GX when it came to this attack side. I won't lie, there are still moments in my mind where I see him win a clutch and I go, and that's a round for Case. No, it's not. No, it's not. There's... And saw! Not quite that far.
That's again the situation where he just cut the map in half, essentially. Sadix just stepped across the line to ruin that perfect graph. But the gamble from GX is directly into the wide open site now. A little easier to do, and there's 3 to play with. But KC, they've gotten unlucky. Every time they stack it up, their opponents go the opposite way. And with the weaponry in play, the weaponry is just baseline. Just the classics, El Clásicos. You really think at this point, if someone pushes them, they get a kill. Fantastic. And if they don't, then you just go down to the spike. And that's sort of the expected result here will be most of these players. Of course, yeah, Cloud.
They got a ghost.
Light shields, but...
Oh, maybe not. Now he's going to die. Next one. He'll get one more.
Ace. Okay.
See, there we go. Counter curse.
Could have been the second ace of the map, but yeah, this is the expected result. Of course, these players just don't want to go down in a fight that they know they're not going to win. Everybody on GX can take a battle bar Cloud with a huge advantage. You're diving into them, they're going to get orbs. There's no point. Better off just go down, reset the round. They jump off
Third
the
map coming over, gunshot by
9-5. The gap
how's used
still significant.
How's used?
I'm definitely a little bit more worried for KC in this scenario, like how they're going to turn this back from this point onwards. I think Martin would definitely be one of the pinnacle points, and I'm looking at where this defense is currently building up. You've already got majority of players sat towards this A side, wanting that early control. And in fact, it's Elite now under some serious pressure. Now he can sort of sit back behind this wall and hope that he only gets a 1v1 instead. But he's already down. The players looking to come in through B have been wrecked in the meantime. This is looking like an incredibly clean round, not one where your opponents are having their first buy.
Yeah, just so you know, at home, KC did have rifles coming into this round. This was not their eco. They have ramped up economically. That's about the only sense
Map 3, buddy.
This is a disaster. Giving double digits to GX, giving a flawless round as well. I mean, we're not looking at a very easy comeback, to say the least. An uphill battle, and I hope they've brought their hiking shoes.
The thing as well, you look at the ults that can be built up, it becomes very difficult. Like you throw in a Nightfall, you use yourself the Vice ult to remove everybody's weapons, like and there's talk about Showstopper as well. Like these are all ultimates that can easily take over rounds, and then if you get that far, you'd have a Viper's Pit or something. So getting into those later rounds is going to be difficult, but you're also going to have a break of what will be more of a half buy into this one. And again, I feel like chat like counter reads. He's just seen a pixel and
क्या मारा पे गनर ने भी गनर क्यों बोल रहा हूँ मैं रनर को?
Yeah, I mean, I pity KC calling a timeout here because they're going to sit down. I mean, what, like, yeah.
Mindfuck हो गया इसका. Coach का mindfuck हो गया.
What else is I supposed to do? You put all this effort into the game and a guy just sees a pixel of your guy. It's minute timing. We're down to nanoseconds. Kills him and then just goes, another few bullets. Oh, I got another one. Fantastic. Like, you can't account for that. And at such a pipital round as well. This was it. That was a swing round.
अच्छा खेला लेकिन Giant X में पहला मैच भी अच्छा खेला. Technically वो लोग को जितना चाहिए था पहला मैच भी.
How do we stop that from happening again? No, you look back at that round and go, unlucky, move
on.
Now
आज
it's a question of how the hell do we recover before GX get to a third map?
Luckily for KC, they are very good at playing long games. They've been doing that throughout the last week.
मेरे member है, कोई सीन नहीं.
We know that if it goes to the third map, unlikely that they'll teeter out towards the end. They'll look still quite tooth and nail. And on the other side of things, I think GX are going to be riding high, especially after it was a gamble. Like you lose your opponent's best map in a very close fashion. Definitely could have won it.
Kinetic match win after this, buddy.
You lost last week versus BBL. And you pick it again, you go, okay, we're giving this another bite of the cherry.
Heavy गर्मी हो रही है.
It seems like this team knows where their strengths lie, have made those adaptations, even if it's just more on an individual basis. I feel like a lot of the mistakes they were making have diminished.
अजय ने watch party होगा obviously.
Some of those individuals are just popping up. Same again.
सारे matches.
Early aggression over on this A side of the map, no resistance, and well, GX have gone, you know what? We really enjoyed how the last round went. We also think we might do it again.
भाई बहुत space है यार GX के पास.
With some movement back, Viper wall towards A, always going to be a pain.
किधर का info नहीं है ना
लोग का? Put down most rounds just to rob you of the information. But KC, they had left this side very open.
पेड़ का वो अच्छा
Martin here. Now, reinforcements
Bait का
come through.
position मस्त है.
Aves is ahead of the wall. He's playing point of contact as well.
Full bait
He
करेगा
sees
वो.
them. That gets the gate crash down, which luckily will get Martin out and away from that nade.
I think that was a nade seize as well. So he's one of the only people who could get away from that. Nonetheless, the attack still very much homed in.
दूसरे लोग
Side
को
looking like they're setting up almost entirely for a retake. Martin, if he can garner an orb, it would set them up
That's
wonderfully to get all the information on the retake. Instead, for now, it's looking like a 5v5 post plant.
Cloud's going to be a key player. They're all looking at
Dot.
the site as that wall goes down. This will be Cloud's opportunity, but he's already
Two
fired.
three
He's
side
given away his
पे.
position. No element of surprise.
In crossfire
Hoping
है.
to help out, but hasn't been the herd.
कद्दू
Aves
का
onto
crossfire
Proto,
है.
site thinning. More and more by the second. Tamazi won't get anything. His foothold now removed. And it's all onto
W.
Cloud with nothing to say. The fade on the other side. Aves
Bro,
with
I
another
downloaded the
big
game
round.
Chico on
And
Android.
that's put KC
Very
on the board
congratulations.
in
लेकिन
a
promotion का
very key
तरीका
moment.
थोड़ा casual सा है.
I think you witnessed some slight adaptation.
But very,
to this
very
round in general.
congratulations.
Firstly,
W,
Runner was
W.
playing
भाई
much
चाहिए
more
अपने को,
passive on
developers
C. He
चाहिए.
wasn't gambling on those early fights as he was in the first. But this is what happens when they
भाई
don't get
एक
caught
दो
on the rotation.
wedding
So
और wedding
to
बोल रहा हूँ यार.
gather up
मन में
together,
अभी भी
I think
गुवाहाटी.
even going back to last year, something
एक
we
दो
talked
gaming
about a lot
ideas
with
में दो
Hard
आप
Rock
develop
as a
करोगे
team that
यार.
was very good at
हाँ?
their set retakes. If you could disrupt them, I think Foot
मेरे
destroyed
पास
them once
ideas
by
बहुत है.
disrupting their retakes. It was
OP
tough.
games.
So when they can get into these scenarios, they've always been, I think it's an Eng thing. Always been a
बताओ
very
partnership.
good team.
मेरा ideas for
Now we can see
69%
how
of the
GX
shares.
adapt. Because again, that was what I loved about last map. A much more aggressive take once again, stuck in the mud, but not much to capitalize on. Although saying that, Sugetsu does find the opener.
Seeing this confident face, Sadik stepping up as well to double up and shut down the A push. Looking elsewhere, Elite knows he's got a fight brewing with Westside. Doesn't want to overcommit. If he goes down now, they lose all control. Not only on B, but even that little bit of extra info on C. Spotting that nobody's
Excuse
pushed
me,
through
Binks?
just yet with the wall in play. He doesn't want to give that up. Instead, backing off to the spawn, creating
कर रही है?
more of a barrier, more space between him and his opponent. And
इसने
Cloud
इतने majority
fakes
stakes आप लोग का idea मेरा है
out West side.
Intellectual
Almost
properties.
got a kill there. That would have made this round much more palatable. Instead, he's walkabouts and
ये main
quite
था.
quick enough on the trigger.
ये
Though, and
main
that's going to allow the side of
ये
GX to
GX जीता
regroup,
अभी.
get the plans, and in fact, I'm wrong.
2v3
don't
लेकिन ये
regroup,
GX जीता.
staying
लिख के रखो.
aggressive.
That's the thing, Cloud's
वो kill main था.
that Nightfall. Already the Reckoning is going to reveal the position, or not quite at least, no.
Yep.
Just about managed to dodge a big kill from Westside, putting things back into a 2v2, and just looking to try and keep the distance between these two defensive players.
लग गया.
Sugetsu's
यहाँ पे
battle
Cloud
versus
मारेगा
Cloud is
Sugetsu
everything.
को.
He takes this kill, and maybe there's a chance. Instead, he's TPing into the smoke, and the spray's not landed. He's still on that site, but the sprint is coming through from Elite to try and support. Sugetsu might not need it, but that time is still ticking. It's all Sugetsu. We thought the battle might go through on the other side of the map, but it turns out he will do it all in just about enough time to get it over the line.
What a big play. We've had Aves step it up, and now Sugetsu micro clutching. He's been around for a little while. Part of the first fight, rotating back in. To be honest, remarkable that he's made that much space. Even the shrouded step that he went for into his own smoke, they heard it. The spam was there, and it was so close to connecting, but off by a pixel, and that's all it took. A small opportunity, and KC blow this game wide open. 3 rounds in between them. Credits on the breadline for GX. This could be where KC take it from a foot in the door to a door off the hinges. It could be any
Idea बताओ game का.
Here we go again.
Game of Jinx.
Time not
पहला
caught by
idea
the
मेरा.
C's. And actually the rest of the team going
जो
much
ज़्यादा
more
jinx
direct.
करेगा,
This was something again on the last
उसको
map, just running
करोड़ों
down
रुपए
in these
मिलेंगे.
early stages of the round, and a little bit of luck that's gone a long way. Tamazi finds the opener.
It's a big pick. That's an even bigger one. Sadik put to bed.
क्या बोलते हैं?
B-side
एक दिन
open
में
for the
घर आएगा
plant
मेरा.
as well. Sugetsu having to take risks, and this is something GX are ready for with all these numbers still in play.
He's
West
caught.
side. Oh, he's been spotted. Oh, what a
Sugetsu
shot by
क्या चाटे
Sugetsu.
मार रहे हैं यार?
Beautiful correction. And the ult's used to reposition. He'll go to his teammate. Now
वैसे
look for
कैसे
this.
आएगा?
2
Developer
players
देगा.
on one angle and one coming in up top. It's not going to be the easiest
Spawn
because GX
करेगा.
have already taken this into group setup. Pushed in together. 4 players now on site. Big swings coming through, and trades not even
लग गया ना
needed.
किसी के?
A clean close to the round. GX just a couple steps away
लग गया
from
ना?
bringing us to fracture.
I like that. More proactive.
लगे ना किसी के?
In the retakes, you allow them to retake, you can end up in trouble.
Less
You
किस
continue
में
to be
गया है
proactive,
उसका
it becomes
बहुत
much
बड़ा
harder for
fan हूँ
KC to
because
get
he
in, and
will
that's exactly
always
what they
get
do here.
more from
Sure, they have
less.
the advantage anyway. That's always going to make it a little bit easier, but they don't allow Aves to do
और
anything.
मार्टिन
Then
का
they can
KD
isolate
हमेशा
that second
3 के
battle
होता है.
from one angle together, and they all swing it at once.
Insane.
Good round from them. 11-7. Lead extended again, and look at the economy already.
The ult economy as well, stacked up so heavily in GX's favor. They have all these safety
भाई
nets
क्या
to fall back
blind
in, and
मारा
they
बे
don't need
उसने.
any of them. Dominance.
क्या
in the opening
blind
fight,
मारा
a
हो
big
गया, अभी
stack
वो लोग
up
में
from
पैसे ही
KC in
नहीं है.
attempt to take the fight to GX.
क्या fight किया
Well, he took it to
भाई.
them, and then they gave it to them as well. As the round seems to be set in stone for 12-7 for 5 consecutive
over.
rounds for KC being the only chance to get back in. And look at their
Back three.
economy, Tom. It is in the bin. Elite wants to save this weapon.
I'll say as well, one major adaptation in this round was, you have to bear in mind, there isn't the same damage of the Raze nade. So you can't just seize nade, it has to be seize and someone peeks. They see the seize, they pre-fire Sugetsu on top of that wall. Like, he is dead within an instant second. I can only assume that is someone going, he killed me last time, he's not killing me again. So it kind of becomes a little bit more telegraphed when you don't have something as simplistic as, I'm going to nade that with a seize, which will get a kill if there's somebody there.
All liter and lots of stabs, but that spike's about to explode. Still, there are some players close enough. In fact,
Runner?
just about to round the corner. Runner's gonna get,
Okay.
पैसे नहीं है भाई, 4 अल्टी है लोग के पास.
The
कहाँ
other
से
three are close
जीतेगा?
enough. You know, maybe he opens the door and Elite slips away. Nope, just domes him in the head immediately.
This is what happens when
Binks
your team
by
is made
Bolo.
up of all ex-duelists.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's like Runner goes, yeah, I think I've done this before, and there you go. They are so prepared
Sunny
for that exact peak that, again, it kind of comes down to KC doing the same thing again, maybe hoping that someone else acts as a distraction, but you have to feel like I would be saying the opposite. If GX had died to that again, I would have gone, guys, come on, mate, you're dying to the same thing.
Well, this is a big problem now. Just look as we get into this round, before the barriers even go up, 4 ultimates in play for the side of GX. They only need 1 round, and a lot of big impact ones as well. This is something that KC are going to have to try to be ever vigilant, round in, round out.
Love you, chat.
Back into the favor of GX now. A slow approach to this attack. They have claimed Rubble successfully. KC not looking to get aggressive there. And the assumption from GX, and I like this, is that there'll be aggression elsewhere. They look for it on C. There it is. But Sugetsu's landing the shot and made it out. And yeah, 5 HP on West side.
That's actually, that's ridiculous. I was looking at it on the map like they might line up, but it's unusual. You see that much damage done from a single shot of a Sheriff. One of the only ways they were going to come back into this round was off individual brilliance. Aves having that ult, but there's still plenty to play with.
Love you, yaar. Sanidya bhai, match ke baad
Looking
padhai
at the
karna.
position of Sadak, this close corner, the judge, it could be deadly.
Oh, this could be massive, especially with the first player isolated by that wall. Here comes the step up, the walk through, and primed and ready. And Sadak, all 3, baby! Looking for the full house. There were plenty more to pick up, but okay, Cloud survives a moment longer. And that is all he gets. 12-8. KC not letting it slip just yet, but like we said, it is a long road to redemption. Starting out this way, though, doesn't look too bad.
It's just so nasty. One of those players desperately low already from the shot of Sugetsu. And then, yeah, if they go a little bit further, if he holds back, he gets 1, because the wall's going to block it. So he just plays a little bit more aggressive. I think it's also going to be way more frustrating. You look across the stage and you know that Sadak's going to be lost. Because he's always having fun,
a good time.
Then it's going to get worse. Same setup again. We've seen this many a time from the defense, but you don't see Sugetsu jumping up on that wall anymore. Instead, it's a slow wall.
Shout out the obs. Makes this chaotic situation look that little bit more tangible, understandable. Martin's already been spotted. In goes the paranoia, but no chance to capitalize on it. The nade forcing him out of position. Sugetsu lucky to survive that. Could have had his head ripped off with a bit of a shallow TP.
Shot,
nice
bे.
Bhai,
क्या करके मत जाना इतना अल्टे है. Hello.
125 that is, with 4 rounds left to go. An opening pick like that. This might force an ult out of GX to try to bridge the gap. Maybe the showstopper's on its way.
That's the thing, they've had them a while now. I've been waiting for the moment where they're finally going to be utilized. Maybe just used for the late round instead. Steel Garden, taken away the weapons. But Reckoning could be perfect here. Chance to clear out a lot of those backlines. Reveal every single player in their tracks. Exactly what he's going to do. But there is Purpo just trying to delay them while this ult is active.
Yeah, it's the crowd control from this showstopper. They can't push forward while the rocket hasn't been fired or until it fades away. Eventually, they decide to make a move. Steel Garden activated after runner's kill. Ready for the fight up close and delivering every step of the way. Elite at least recovers a single kill. And Sagetsu will group up with him. But the time is ticking and they need to move fast. It's already too late, especially with 3 players left. GX have bought themselves a big map. Elimination will come down to Fracture. I have to say, the delivery here, some of these plays seeing Cloud activated like this, it's not going to be an easy closer for KC.
Yeah, we haven't seen either of these play this matches yet, so it is a perfect way to connect on a third. Can't wait, we'll see after the break.
Right, इतना preference देता है ना players को, content creators को, लोगों को, इतना updates आता है. जितना updates आते रहेंगे मेरे हिसाब से popular रहेगा. जब भी ऐसा होगा कि एक update को लगेगा 2 साल, तब लग.
What do you mean don't get to come, bro? He needs that, bro. What do you mean, bro?
Yeah, now you're sorry.
I told you it's leak. कैसे? एने वॉच पड़ेगा यस वो भी गुड अपडेट ही होता स्ट्रीम स्नाइपर पंको मेरे को थोड़ा खाना मिल जाता तो
Red Bull gives you wings.
गाना तो है. एक गेम मार्वल का करके देखा, खाना ने गाया सुबह से. मार्वल्स मैंने.
Champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. Know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, win, win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I do left and I'm.
Then just got India आ रहा है, कौन सा मुझे मिलने आ रहा है? अब तक हो गया भाई.
A champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion.
आज बर्थडे मेरा. many happy returns of the day मेरी जान.
I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. Feel like a champion.
ठीक है, next match कभी है कल.
Yeah, the win been guaranteed. Snow, let's see about it.
Guess what happened next? मेरे को याद है.
If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tip.
तुझे मेरा music तो तेरा है यार. Prediction KC.
They gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet. I got a game on live. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done.
आपका गेम प्ले का आप दोपहर को मेंबर्स ओनली बड़े.
Put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion.
भाई कैसी स्ट्रांग है. ये वॉल अराउंड था विफ वाला. एक चाहिए कोच कैम, हाँ एक कोच कैम चाहिए परमा। गाली दिया इसलिए सब म्यूट किया।
It's nice to see Pipson have a good time. Was my ears working or did he laugh?
Yeah,
there was
he
some
actually
laughs
laughed.
and smiles.
Yeah, we should go back and take a look at that round. We need to see exactly what is that was making him so happy. But he had a lot of reasons to be so cheerful, especially after the way that we all know that first match ended.
Yeah, he looked pretty happy. I mean, you can't not be happy when your team's managing to put up that performance.
ज़्यादा ही
Yeah,
अच्छा
you
खेल
gotta be
रहे हैं
happy with your
लेकिन।
IGL as well. You know,
Absolutely.
we talk about these fragging IGLs. You know, we theorize whether IGLs need to frag in this state of the game. And the answer from Cloud is, yeah, he can do it. And it wasn't just the frags; it was the importance of his kills.
Yeah, exactly. Like the way that he was playing around the map, how
Hello,
he was
Buzba, I'm
guiding the team, how
sad.
they wanted
Love
to
your
show that
dad.
opposition against KC from the beginning of the round, even when they were executing onto sides, not leaving them the room that they needed to plant. I think that it's massive calling and massive performance from him.
Yeah, like Bea said, like he was just able
ये
to
क्या
clear out
shot
the
था
map
बे?
and help control the map both on attack and defense. And we talk about fragging IGLs and, you know, their capabilities of being able to lift the team spirits and yeah, pop off when they need to, and that's exactly what Cloud did in this match.
Yeah, and as Pipson would say, insane. Love the Leo Vandal Phantom even as well. I want to shout that out. But of course, this is the thing, right? They had a pretty horrific way to end map 1, and the fact that they're able to come out and mentally do this, Billy, I think is incredibly impressive, because this could have just easily been a 2-0 to KC.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't think that KC were doing anything particularly bad. I think that they kind of just didn't have an answer to what Giant X were doing. You know, the Giant X, like, I feel as though they really found the momentum in the last of that bind map. They were really starting to pick things up and just break through whatever KC was showing.
There were various similarities, right, in the way that they wanted to challenge them when they were on bind, and also what we were seeing in Lotus, for example, with the rubble control. We understand, and of course we were hearing from Pipson how having different compositions is going to affect the way that you have a control over that part of the map. And what we saw Giant X doing time after time was Cloud actually just using that, and as I'm saying, put in all the utility to make sure that this was going to be advantageous for them. Did they win every single time? No, but they have their various different ideas that gave them some very good wins in different times of the round, understanding the different ways that KC were using.
Yeah, and I think something that I was complaining about in the last map was the fact that they had so many hero plays, but in that A rubble, like you say, you were really actually seeing the synergy come through from the team, which was nice.
And Tomazi, the spy, against his old team. I bet it felt really nice for him to hit the final shot. We won't talk about the other like 12.
I just want to say it again. I'm so happy because this didn't make the replay, so we cut it for you guys because
no.
The best on the other side.
Wait, my monitor's gone off. I don't know what's happening. I can't see this. I'm not watching. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna feel nice though. It's gonna feel nice. The side swap and
ये मैप में जो भी हार्बर लेगा सारे इंडियन है ना?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that from the beginning, when they were able to not allow KC to convert that pistol round, you win that second one. We understand that he's so happy because that means we're most likely going to be going to fracture, as you're saying. It helps continue that momentum.
Here's the thing though, for KC, they're used to this.
Your dream team to coach
even last year, they love an overtime. They love being in the studio for as long as humanly possible. So this is not new for them. If anything, I feel like.
What do you think about Valor Mobile future in India? I think very bright.
Some of these players,
love you too, Vishal. Bye.
I mean, we saw it last week. It didn't end up going their way.
उस logic से Binks from Brazil race की वजह से.
And of course, even though they won that Lotus, I think it's very difficult to let go of your mind how close you were to closing that bind. This could have been a 2-0, but you know, do not think about that. It doesn't matter. Fracture is fresh. It is new. Even though KC has played a lot, we still have not seen what they have cooked for this map. Same goes, for GX. So you know, anything we would like to see.
Real quick, I need Tomazi to chill out. Like, my girlfriend watches this stream, all right? You need to relax. You need to relax.
Excuse me?
But Billy, what do you think about Fracture? Because can I convince you a cheeky little Sadak raise, perhaps?
Sadak raise? Yeah. You know, I've been complaining at him playing the harbor the whole time, so I'm not going to complain if we get to see a Sadak on the raise. I'd be pleasantly yeah, I'd be happy to watch that.
Yeah, I remember watching it in Brazil. It was not the best, but it was fun. Yeah.
I want to see some chamber. Like, I feel like we're missing some chamber action on Fracture. I want to see if both the teams are going to continue playing with that Vice. Maybe we're going to see some Deco. We still haven't seen it today. We still, you know, I'm down for some surprises here.
I think we're about to find out whether we are going to get those surprises.
Oh,
we're going to get the Tejo. There you go.
Oh, we're not going to get the chamber, but you know, I'm going to take this. Martin, who is
that
on that almost like permanently now. Elite move into something that he has to be very, very comfortable with on that cypher.
Yeah, I mean, we've not seen Martin on any other duelist so far, so that's interesting that he's just filling the boots of doing a Yoru. But looking over at Giant X, I really like the crunch potential of the composition that they've got. You've got that Fade, that Breach that you can pair up with that Raze utility, and I think if they continue on in the way that they've been playing with that aggressive sort of play style, I think this could genuinely work for them.
Two things really quickly. Westside, unsung hero from last map, I think he can have a
lot
of
impact. Thank you for the
massive potential on the side of KC.
About west side, how about I give you north side and south side? It's Fracture. I'm so sorry, Mitch and Tom. Feel free to steal that one if you wanna.
You're definitely south side because you're nice and low.
Would you steal it, Tom?
That?
Yeah. Fnatic 2-0.
No, okay. We'll leave that one on the shelf.
Thankfully not. Yeah, I actually prefer the one from yesterday.
Right,
I think you should bring that one back.
Yeah, I look forward to it.
I think it went really well. But moving swiftly on. In fact, we're going to be getting into Fracture. I love this map. I'm excited to see the sort of different ideas. I'm looking at the sort of, I would say, more comfort picks for the side of GX, and then what is likely to be a fairly wacky sort of
it is over for Giant X.
Disgusting comp potential for KC.
Teo Breach.
But I want to see how proactive they're going to be with that Teo. I think that was the main takeaway. For now, Martin, hello.
He snuck himself into a nice spot, and he's out scot-free. Flash to try and re-engage by the looks of things, and that's exactly what Martin does. A confident start to the game. And for KC, their game plan is going to be something that we study as these rounds go on. Problem is, it's anti-strat them on a lot of other maps, Tom. When it comes to Fracture, you're showing what Aang's been cooking behind the scenes, and with a Tejo already on the board, I'm terrified for what GX are going to be coming up against, because they were already on blind. They knew what they were going to be facing. They had adaptations, a little bit more difficult to do when you come in blind. Nice kill by Tamazi though. Pistol's not gone just yet.
And
definitely had high impact rounds. This won't be one of them though. Immediately reduced to ashes, trying to be proactive of those remaining players, and they are being picked apart all onto Runner, and he is stuck on the site with utility coming his way. It will be a round again. I kind of want to touch on what you were saying, because I think that when you look at where KC thrived last year, again, going back to a team that had a lot of similar traits. Okay, maybe you had a much newer IGL, but you had a lot of young blood, some exciting transfers, people being brought in. When it came to kickoff, well, in case you forgot, they won the entire thing pretty well, and that was because there was a lot of time for Eng and Zayt to build what they had prepared. Now throw Sadak into the mix, you have some of the biggest brains in all of Valorant working together, and they had the time to do so. Now, obviously, that could change if they make it to the first event. Maybe things are looking a little bit different. But as you said, like going into a map with no data, you have to adapt on the fly. Credit where it's due, though. GX were able to do that in both maps. So I'm not going to count them out just because compositionally it looks like KC have come up with something that will be hard to play against.
Well, that's it. It is just that we have this automatic faith. When you look at a KC lineup, you look at a team led by Aang, they bring out a new comp, a new agent that's on the board. You just immediately, you don't think, will it work? You go, how will it work? Because it will work in some way, shape, or form. And it's GX's obligation, I suppose, to put a wrench in those plans. Make a couple bumps in the road. Looks like for now, the orbs will be taken in the early round. No real rush to dive in with these lighter pistols, but when they do come to trading blows, Sheriff's west side on the Ghost as well, it's going to give them a couple chances to at least take weapons out of the hands of KC. Again though, KC have 2 pistols, so you really need a lot of damage before it starts to add up.
Stun connects onto one. Elite just wanting to try and hold on to the tower as they look to pressure. Again, plant looking inevitable, but anything else seemingly unlikely. post plant utility doesn't really exist, but the shots are connecting. 2 kills, honestly not bad. A third as well. Purpo's found one more. This is starting to get a little bit dangerous, but he has to get in onto that spike, look to try and deny, and he will not be able to. Still, an incredibly costly round for the side of KC. Only one man standing.
Yeah, well, we came into that talking about setting the expectation that it wouldn't be very easy to do that damage, but 1 player left alive, 2 rifles, all the shields stripped off these players as well, and what was a real chance to take this across the line. That's got to be a round that GX are over the moon about. And now it comes down to capitalizing on it. Their bonus round, where we've seen KC come into these rounds with 4 Vandals and a Bulldog, well, instead, they have 3 pistols.
They're fighting for the orb in more ways than one. If they can get it, great. If not, if Martin can get a kill, that is the dimensional drift online, and that could be one of the ways that they manage to pad the gap in this round. Also, we're seeing that sort of top side push at the same time to at least garner a little bit of extra control while being pressured. But I like the fact that GX have sort of grouped up. They're taking it nice and slow. You know that there's some weaknesses here, so you don't want to get too over-aggressive.
Sadak, there's a chance there. The player in the air, a little too hard to pick out. The 2 rifles rotating in, caught behind the smokes for now, or 1 caught down below. It is going to be a slower approach. In goes the decoy. In goes the flash. Westside's pushed back. Rifle is the one leading the charge here. It's Martin up close, but he's caught. Tamazi had a perfect spot. That rifle down in the open, no longer a concern. And the only man who was armed to the teeth, other than Martin, was Elite. He's not quite in the fight, and at this point, he's thinking about not joining it at all, bailing out and saving this weapon for the next round.
Very nice, yeah, very nice.
Obviously, mass weaknesses for KC, but I think they had that realization, like, okay, we did so much damage that we've got to make sure that we're patient for any sort of early aggression, and then from that point onwards, we just capitalize off trading and making sure that we're in the right place. Good round from them. But this is sort of where we expect this game to get going a little bit.
Well, exactly. This is where the pace picks up. We get back into things. I like the ideas, though. Still some dual possibilities for KC. No connection. Ult online for Martin. More direct approach is definitely possible for this defensive side early in clearing out a lot of this control. Maybe spotting where these fights are coming in. And I'm assuming that's what we're going to see. This is a full buy round. And just take a look over at this A site. They're all stacked up. It's only 1 man that's left on the other side of the map. Probably going to be just popping this Yoru ult and looking for some control early on, for some information. Not even needed. They're coming straight to him with early presence.
Yeah, this is now more of a problem. If they decide to go direct in and not just fight for the orb, this could be a troublesome round. But you can already see hightailing it all the way back from the other side of the map, in the middle right now, is going to be that defensive side. A wrap around to the other, as they have that Rolling Thunder equipped. The question will be, is it immediate TP out? I wonder if it might be. Oh, not quick enough. Martin thought he could get ahead of it. He did have a gate crash, but it doesn't matter now.
They've rotated so quickly because of this Cypher setup over on the A side. Has full control. 4 players there early. It's a good job they got that util down because they're still present on this side of the map. Oh, Purple, lucky to be alive, 15 HP, recovered the spike, but he's back out in the south side. He's in B main now, so there's no way to get on site, there's no way to plant it, and this guy doesn't want to go dry swinging, no utility, and just hope that one stray bullet doesn't take him down. But instead, he's sending it in the other direction, where he'll either have to open the door, alerting them early, walk through the tripwire, which could even lead to his death. He's walked straight into it, or at least destroyed it. The player on top, caught off guard, they didn't go all the way. 2 quick picks for GX, and all of a sudden, this difficult round is looking beyond doable with Purpo so low. If Sadak can get him taken down, there is a real chance, but Purpo's not giving him an opportunity. Just hiding, waiting for Cloud's contact. Perfectly played so far, and it's Sadak who needs to force the issue. Finds a rocket to the face. That's an insurance policy that GX were keen to cash in.
I don't know what happened with that kill from Cloud. Like, it looked like, because we cut away just at the moment that the swing came in to sort of check things. I don't know how he didn't see Cloud. Maybe he just paused at the exact right moment not to get seen around that corner. Yeah, like that's what I mean. It looks like he should have seen something, right? Or maybe that's just like
peeking as well. Maybe he was a little closer to the wall. Yeah. I don't think so, though.
That was just weird. It's almost like I can't see him, he can't see me. So I'm like, nope, you are not here. I'm now facing the other way. But that's a blunder that has massively cost them, especially with the player on site being so low. Back to pistols. Again, that solitary rifle for Elite. Whoever's stacking in the right place at the right time. But Purpo, I was about to say, he's very good at getting entry kills.
Yeah, it's not like they're up against a massive buy. The only one, again, with the rifle in play is going to be Elite, but still a clean shot nonetheless. That also gets added to that tally. Sadek dropped. We see less and less opportunity for KC to overwhelm GX. The numbers heavily favoring the other side, and really the question is, can Elite make this costly? He drops one, but that's not quite going to do it. So we're left to Martin, 1v4. See how many he could drop. The answer is none. And this is a dominant resurgence from the side of GX. They get to build a huge advantage coming out of this one.
That's the thing. The previous map, although a lot of the buy rounds were incredibly close, the anti-ecos GX were fantastic. Like, I think most rounds they probably had 3-4 players surviving in them. So when they do lose a round, they always had a repurchase. I don't think that was necessarily the case. You see him and it was just like a blip. Like, it didn't
lapse in judgment.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the replay, but yeah, it just proves almost.
It's one of those things where he's cleared most of it, probably glances at the mini-map real quick.
He probably has, like, I don't know, someone in his ear going, oh, we need your util in it.
It's just the chaos of a live game.
Mara kya ho?
I like this idea. A lot of these players stuck. The nade's gone through, but
that's denied the orbital strike as well. Like, that was just used to try and clear deep control, and they can't capitalize on it because of the
Astra को मारने के लिए गया था वो stun और वो combo.
लेकिन हुआ नहीं. It's kept them way back. Lots of time. They re-clear it with the stealth drone, knowing A main is still occupied. No need to move. Trap covering north side as well. Satellite unapproachable at the moment. For GX. Well, this is one of those rounds where, I mean, look, we're going to look at West Side. If he can break that trap, draw their eyes up there, that's going to thin them out. But then it's the fight, probably onto Martin from deep down. If he can land that, they go sand. They actually have a position to fight from. But with 4 players on A, they need picks on the side of GX.
Salvo came back on. Already early trades, and well, Avez maybe caught in no man's land. There's been a couple of moments where I wonder if his own kit is becoming a burden. Sugetsu so close to hitting all of the shots, and Elite is coming in from behind as well. That's the spike down on the deck. Now Tomazi left with just 7 HP. Info of where he is, and he has to go sprinting. He's trying to bait. He's going towards the other side of the map, but with 15 seconds left, he would almost have to try and catch out Sadek, who's just waiting with the Rolling Thunder. His only goal to delay, and that's exactly what he does. The kill to close. KC level things up.
Heavy wo?
Neck and neck to start things out again. As the game goes on, I'm always going to be worried about what KC bring, attack side, what Aang's been cooking. But GX, those 3 rounds in a row, they start to look more and more dominant as it goes on. Early aggro.
Something I've noticed is our setup of calling it north side and south side is utterly perfect until there's a player called west side, and then it because for a second
very true.
You said west side. I was like, oh,
ये लोग रिस्क में लेते हैं और अल्टी से कंफर्म होता है ना राउंड.
He's ruined it.
तो लोग यूज करते हैं.
A couple of years of being able to do
हर बार देखे.
Where is east side? Let's just.
Well, that's the A side, Tom. Obviously. Well. Yeah, that's a fair call. Luckily, it's not a player called Northside. Then we really have some trouble brewing for us. KC, 3-3 operator in the hands of Martin, and well, he's gonna have the gate crash out. Leaves him up close on the site, and the shorty is deployed. They weren't ready for the op to be right down below them, and he stepped through the smoke for more. Now that's a bridge too far, and he is punished. Putting it back to an even scenario. Purpo looks for more, isolating the fights. It's getting a little bit spooky, but the Cosmic Divide will stop them. And with the spike on the other side, it's GX that have to push through that.
Can't use that yet.
Hand लेना पड़ेगा ना ये लोग को. ले रहे.
May opt to try and reclaim a little bit of control, but the worry as well is that he's just lost his haunt. It's just been utilized. Doesn't have any prowlers, so it just had to be this swing. door open. Purpo's been given the space to take the peek, and actually Cloud ends up winning it. And then Sugetsu facing the wrong way goes down. Onto the leader himself, but with 8
winning condition था Sands.
Purpo is hitting today. Another triple to add to his growing collection, and another round for GX.
Well, that's going to be 4 out of the last 5. You wonder when to
Why you don't stream on Twitch?
12-3 start
time.
for
Chat
Purple, like
can
you say,
be
Tom.
combined in
He
that
is lights
case.
out at the
Others
moment.
why?
And thinking back on the last map as
Same
well,
content
one of the
आपको
big
दो
factors
चीज
in
में
a lot of those round wins
दो
was this guy stepping
जगह
up.
दिखाई
And
देगा.
opening jewels. His opening
तो
jewels
उसका
were
क्या
nuts,
फायदा
right?
था?
We were looking at them earlier, and even going back to Bind, he was 9-4 in opening duels there. Raze was certainly working out. Last map, it wasn't as bad. It was 3-2. Wasn't as strong a statement. Tamazi. Well, he's got something to recover from because Westside's been taken down immediately. The rifle's
Why are
been
you not
recovered as well.
watchpartying Visit Pacific?
So KC man advantage. They are up against an op. They are up against a
I have
showstopper.
an issue.
So they're
Brim
massive.
op.
Specific
Up with the
issue.
brim op. This is something, again, that seems to work better when you just have a duelist in every single position. You can have the brim op. Or if you're both,
Quality अच्छी है
then
उधर.
you can do it too.
Quality
He's a
अच्छी तो मैं
duelist.
क्या?
Nonetheless, still the advantage.
मैंने streaming YT से चालू
The
किया था.
Ultimate Online
मेरा
as well
loyalty
for-
है इधर.
Teo, potential to just nuke the site completely. They tried to combine it with a stun and with the salvo. Hasn't done too much damage, and again, they've missed the boat on Purpo. They keep missing players in sand.
Yeah, it's a blind side, and it has come back to haunt them. Still, those 2 rifles are alive and putting in the
God
work.
बे.
Martine doubles up on the impact of
भाई यही
Purpo's
जिताएगा लग रहा है.
ultimate.
KC
2
को.
kills, and the site cleared. Both players spotted. Massive information to play with. Decoy ready, fired out, but they know he's still in the zone, waiting for him to make the play. He's up top. He's being spotted. Cloud's looking for the kill, but this player's on their way straight forward. That runner is concerned with Cloud picking up the top player. Leaves Sugetsu alone. This was looking winnable. They had the info, they had the numbers, but they will not find the kills as time ticks away. Sugetsu is just caught spinning back and forth between the angles, hoping to catch a kill, and it's a classic that takes him down in the end. Another wonderful round from the side of GX.
Yeah, I think they do really well, or at least they have done in this match with some of the synergy. I remember thinking back to their first game, and it was a lot more messy. I do think a lot of that was the... Well, Loon is a madman, so to have crossfires where Loon was attacking you kind of wasn't possible, and it became a little bit tougher for them. But I think, like, you look at the interplay between Runner and Cloud there, you have the Aftershock, there's only one gap where the player can be, Prowler's in it, immediately. And they managed to make that work after, again, what was some decent early round play from KC.
अब कंसोल में
Now,
ट्राई करो वैलो.
throughout this match is
इंस्टॉल
proactive
करके
pauses.
जमा ना हो
This
गया.
is not a proactive pause. This is a reactive pause. You have lost 5 of the last 6 rounds. Things are starting to look dangerous. And we could be seeing a team, or an org more so, go from kickoff champions one year to out first the next.
First place to first out. It's a tough reality check. Again, so many teams have been caught off by the level increase across the board. It used to be you go into kickoff, you see a close game to start it out, and you go, well,
first होना
that
important
team
है.
probably going to struggle as time goes on, unless they were the Goliaths, the big boys. But now, it's not even like
कंसोल
upset
गेम स्ट्रीम्स का भी
that
होगी.
we're
सारे
calling.
वॉच पार्टी की
We're
बात है
just
यार.
seeing
अभी
close
चैम्प्स का
games,
कोई
good
प्लान नहीं है
games.
मेरा.
From the side of GX.
चैम्प्स
They're
तक में एकदम
surprisingly
वैलो
good
को
today.
14 मतलब
Me,
एकदम
KC,
14
Ang,
21
And
सब.
again, looking back
बीच
at last
में
year, like
इधर
you
उधर
said, Tom, the
delta
whole
बस.
point of they've had so much time to cook this as a map.
But
they haven't
heavy
shown
भाई,
yet as
Valo-
well. That is where KC
ये टाइम पे
are at
गलत
their
लेवल का ग्रोथ है
strongest.
भाई. तुम लोग देखो अभी कितने लोग रैंक पुश कर रहे हैं, कितने लोग वॉच पार्टी
As
कर
you
रहे
said,
हैं.
2 rounds doesn't seem like that much, but 5 out of the last 6, now that's a big deal.
ये प्राइम टाइम है वालों को. प्राइम टाइम.
Credits in a good spot. Again, they seem fairly confident in taking that A-side control. A lot of stars placed to try and slow things down, and
बस थोड़ा
Abbas
यार
holding as
एक्सपीरियंस
well
है.
to
मुझे नहीं करना है.
potentially do more. But look how far they've pushed up
Which will know about
already.
Indian
They're going
streamer.
to force him
हाँ,
back
मराने का.
into position, but he still hits the shot.
That's against Purpo as well. He
YouTube
was
से देख
14
के आए.
and 4, now 14 and 5. Extra death to the tally. Lockdown comes in.
तेरे को क्या लगता है
Twitch
वाले
too
कैसे
much pressure on.
Twitch
They
ही
have to
देखते
try
क्या?
to back out.
Twitch को अंदर से वही दिखता रहेगा
in the
दिन भर
process, and a couple more get
YouTube देखता ही नहीं रहेगा क्या?
detained. 3. In fact, the push is on. It's only Abez to defend. If he went down this round, was
मैं
done.
सेम कंटेंट कभी
Could be a chance.
दो जगह पे नहीं करूँ अगर लाइफ
That could
में
be
कभी
their
ट्विच
undoing.
करूंगा तो
The
अलग
fact that
से
Tomazi doesn't find anything here, and that this
एक
could be
साथ
too
कभी
late. No, only the one spotted, but the stun goes through nonetheless. Cloud holding the line, and the trades go in their favor. Keeps them even for now.
Low Aves is the guided salvo is good, but Runner hasn't moved. He already had that ideal position. Beautiful stance, great execution. Despite a good try by Martin, even if he hits that shot. Time there for Runner, the swing as well.
फिर अपने सहन
Could've
करेगा
closed
नहीं
it
रे
out. 6 on the board for GX. 6 out
इस
of the
टाइम को अभी तो
last
टाइम ही नहीं है
7.
मेरे पास
This
करने
is
का
KC running out of answers. We'll need to see a solution very, very soon.
Yeah, I love the initial setup. Like, even though it didn't work, the role
मेरे को लगा था वो
the
ऑफ शॉट
player out,
लगेगा
maybe it's the
लेकिन
players coming through from Dish.
Close
It's
था वो।
beautiful, but then they also have the
हाँ,
second layer.
close था
Okay, if
बे।
we can then get Dish,
ये
I
क्लोज
can now put
था
my lockdown into play, and it covers so much of the site. We've already cleared the
भाई
one
कैसे
angle they
कैसे
can
हार
fall
रहा
back
है
into. Just a
रोटर
nice
टाइम पे भी
setup
नहीं
off
किया
the
था
back of ultimates, and
लोगों के टाइम
especially
पे भी
after
नहीं
your
किया था
opponent's
रोटर के
just
टाइम पे
taken
भी
a
नहीं
pause,
किया था
just
मैं
got a
कभी नहीं
buyback on the board. That's the perfect round to go, okay, let's throw 2 ults in and just guarantee a round for us.
They knew the ults they were up against. It was going to be a difficult round. This one here, just pistols that they're left to. It's sheriffs across the board. One we don't expect to have much to say about, but it started out with KC's opening pick. The rifle was even retrieved by Martin, who now stands as the sole A-site defender. Spikes outside. It can go either way for GX. Right now, they're looking for somebody to make a mistake.
वैसे कर सकता हूँ मालूम है मेरे को भी लेकिन मुझे नहीं करता ना वो मेरा चीज है मेरे को नहीं करता
Definitely a patient stance from GX, not wanting to overplay their hand, and all online in the form of Cloud.
दो दिखे
One very, very close for Tomazi. They won't want to use them in a round like this, but if it
ये
keeps
ट्रिप
them
थोड़ी सी कैजुअल है
extending
लेकिन
their lead, could be everything. Now
ये
they
सीधा
completely abandoned
पीक
this
करके
ace side,
स्टन रहेगा तो
almost
भी
just
मार
looking to play that retake, and well, Cloud has more than capitalized. He's walked all the way up into
30
the site.
seconds left.
Well, that plan's been heard. They know they're on
भाई
site.
प्लीज दरवाजा खोल के ले लो
Spike
मैन
planted.
प्लीज
As a friend with him, Sadik, one
दरवाजा खोलो
flash,
प्लीज
ready to be deployed. They've lost Aves. The op now spotted.
नाइस
Flash. It's gone through. Sadik's fired. A big swing comes in, but Sadik is caught off. The flash not enough to get past that orbital strike. Later on, Martin steps in. His HP slowly coming back to him. Good damage done. But they need that little bit more. The low HP player slips away. In fact, both do. Reset it. They have all the time in the world. There's no way that KC can get on that spike in time, not without major misplays. They've made that read. Martin
नहीं चाहिए मैडम कदम आप वो करो रैविस चलो
goes out to look for the punish and gets it.
तुमने मेरा पेट भर गया इधर गेम पे देख के
While his teammates
टूट
go
गया
down the spike.
मजाक कर रहा था साढ़े
All in all, it's not an awful round for KC. Like,
लगा
you look at
इधर
the scoreline, you look at how the way it's
पति
going,
देख
you
में
go,
खाए
okay,
नहीं
they're going to
सिर्फ
get a little bit more from that, but you bait out
भाई
the
डरना
ball, you
इम्पोर्टेंट
take
है
down 2 players.
मैंने तेरे को
When you only
पूछा
have
था मैं
pistols, it's
खा
really
रही
not
तूने
bad.
बोला नहीं
It
रात
sets them
को
up nicely going
तो हो
forward.
गया ना रात
खत्म होने के
Zero
बाद
ultimates,
तो तभी भी
they're
रात ही
already
था
close.
शाम
देखा,
नहीं
Side
था
of GX and
पिंकी
yours are all
आते ही
starting to
उसने
build up
बोला
online.
फेस और फियर
The problem though is just that scoreline. 7-3 in the lead. We've seen much
W.
closer
Stream
half
snap कर रहा है Valo
throughout the
मुझे।
majority of this game. And if GX
Face
comes
और
to the
fear बोल
9-3
दिया।
half, I am definitely fearful that KC are going to be able to do it on the attack.
Well, 7 rounds so far. GX looking to add
Guys,
to that tally. Operator in play for Purple was a backup. That's how much credit the side of
बहुत
GX
नंबर
has.
क्या
They've swapped it back over as now he'll look to entry with the rifle.
नींबू डालूं
नहीं चाहिए नींबू भी बहुत है इसमें
Cage will be destroyed. No one's there to capitalize on it, having to give up all control over the site. GX are 1 man down with West Side out of the round, but they have claimed the A site. As a result, their hard labor.
Yeah.
KC going to be a little late as well with Martin coming to dish. He has the ult to re-clear this, and I think he's going to use it.
That's the thing. There is very, very little control currently available for GX. They almost feel like they have to go proactive, and they already should have an idea what. It's eventually that spin to take down the close man, Amor Tomazi. He might want to try and take this one off his opponents, but it would have to be an utter miracle. In fact, he is completely trapped with the entirety of KC on that site. there is that resurgence, there is that response. Can they bring this back to just 2-round difference?
That great ultimate from Martin calls for fantastic as well. After opening pick, no need to overextend or give them picks back. We've seen that happen. In so many of the last rounds where often they had a disadvantage and people were overextending. Not going to happen here in the buy round. And then once the ult goes in, guided salvo causing problems. There was already a flash down. It's just a disaster if you're sat on that side being surrounded and overwhelmed by that utility. The kills that come in. The round that's in it, Sadik ends up coming out with a Rolling Thunder. Last round as well. So you'd expect to see that ult put to good use.
There's a chance maybe you get the Armageddon.
GHAR अलग होता है, French beans अलग होता है.
Is the
FNC है.
Binks is healthy to रात को burger
I've seen
मंगाऊंगा ना.
Westside, his attempts at lurking, I think have failed fairly miserably. A lot of what he has to do is try and hold on to one point after what has been a hit.
खाने को भी नहीं बोलते ऐसा. नसीब में खाना कितने लोगों के नहीं है.
ऐसा कर रहा था मैं tasty कर
Big rotation from KC. Aves used his stealth drone to clear Aimee. Now he's here, ready to help out with the B hit. And it's a good thing too, because it starts with Elite going down. Aves though, the extra numbers not quite expected. He's going up into heavy traffic. They're stunned up, but he's the one that's gunned up. Yeah, well, the shorty doesn't quite need accuracy, Tom. Especially when there's two of them up that close. Sadik and Martin. Sadik make that. All by his lonesome. 3 players to drop.
यार मेरे को लेसून चाहिए और.
No chance to take them down on the way across. Rolling Thunder already
I love
used.
लेसून.
From this point, it is looking a bit unwinnable. It's looking like an 8-4 half. Not a death sentence for KC.
It's so passive. How do you even get past this corner? And okay, Tamazi with the ego peak to close things out. A fantastic end to what has been a great half for GX. Lose pistol, come out 8-4. You're not going to shake your head at that one.
Absolutely a streak of rounds for them. We'll see how half 2 fares after the break.
भाई कैसे हो पहले टीम बाहर हो सकते कैसी? हाँ?
कैसे कैसे हो सकती है? कैसे है?
जाओ. हो गया ना, केमी हो गया ना, जाओ राइवल्स करो जाओ.
Red Bull gives you wings.
और हारे गया.
अरे थैंक यू यार. यही चाहिए. थैंक यू. Guys, if you know, you know.
जय सुदर्शन. That we are close to 6K लाइक. जिसने लाइक नहीं किया जल्दी से लाइक कर दो. इसके बाद है फेनेटिक वर्सेस नावी, जहाँ पे फेनेटिक 2-0 जीतने वाला है और नावी सीधा फ्लाइट पकड़ के आएगा नावी मुंबई में. लेट्स गो.
Welcome back, folks. 8-4 to GX. When we get back into things, we're going to see this final half of the series. We've already been through Bind and Lotus. Bind, quite a close affair, and it could have already been 2-0. No doubt. That's what GX were thinking coming into this map. But now, with 8 rounds on the board coming into the next half, Tom, it's fair to say, KC, they're going to need that second pistol round if we're going to have hope.
जब मिलेगा तब उनको पूछना कैसे बनता है.
I would say more so, let's hope that this was built for the attack.
जो भी वो लोग reply देंगे
otherwise they really are in trouble. Because a lot of what we've seen so far is, you'd think back to the likes of Foot and the way Mr. Farland was using it fantastically on defensive setups and delay and denial. We didn't really see too much of that. No. And now coming in with a comp that has a real chance to make things awkward on takes, it needs to be exactly that.
Oh, Tamazi's got a little gap. They think it's clear because of the guided salvo, and now they've found out a little bit more occupied than they thought. Down go the smokes either side, and the spike in the open. Flank underway, big north side push. I think it might have been spotted just seconds ago. Sagetsu went in for the peek, and indeed, they've got the info. The execution not quite there though. Cloud maintains north side control. Spike still down.
2v2 है.
2v2.
लेकिन एक का HP दिख नहीं रहा है
is there to try and hold on to some sort of semblance of control. Has Cloud alongside him. These were the two that had that interplay a few rounds ago to close out another for this squad. On the other side, Martin, he definitely has been the sort of pinnacle for this squad so far. 45 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time to play with, but it's about isolating one of those duels, and Elite is clean with it. Always good for a headshot, but the man they face off against was the superstar of the last map. Cloud, the IGL, trying to hold that line, trying to force him into an awkward battle.
30 seconds left.
Well, it might become a little bit more awkward because they've stolen the spike.
Gate crash from Martin brings him straight to the site for a quick attempt at a plant. It's a fake. They want the fight, but in fact, eventually it's stuck and they swing to a 2v1 after. Couldn't have worked out much better. 8-5. And with the side of KC picking up that pistol, faith may be restored. And as you said, Tom, it's not just about that early injection of rounds, because hell, they had that in the first half. They went up 2-0 and at the half time. So there's plenty more to be done. But like you said, like we were talking about earlier, you have to think KC with plenty of time to craft how this map was going to look. To me, their attack side is where they will be scariest. As you said, you certainly have to hope so.
Well, that is now every single pistol bar one that has gone the way of KC, which if you look at the series as a whole, really does show GX have been better in the buy rounds. Obviously, they lost the second round in one of those, but the point still stands.
Okay.
An aggressive pinch attempted, but a quick retreat from the side of KC, not wanting to get caught by that aggression, will now look to wrap back around. They do have to be a little bit careful. I'm looking at Tomazi with that shorty up close. But it seems like maybe they're going to think better of it. It looks like they have a solid idea that somebody is up there, and now they're running back the other way.
Yeah, this was all just a noise being made so that the rotation could find a much more open site. In these rounds, typically on that defense with classics, you're going to be much more willing to rotate early off minimal information. So they just killed Martin and took a rifle. This does get a little bit more spooky. Sugetsu misses the shot. He's got one bullet left. He's stunned up and on his way back to site. That outlaw not going to be as dangerous from those close corners. Classic thankfully shut down. If Cloud finds that kill, this round unravels very quickly. Instead, all they have to be cautious of is the heaven play. Flash is even a little early, and a lot of the players aren't blinded by it, so easy cleanup. Yeah.
From a very dangerous scenario to one where they get their guns back, only lose a pistol, that's absolutely fine for the side of KC. So they've got their conversion. That's now both pistols, both conversions, and they're currently sat on 6 rounds. This is where we see if that attack is something that we should be excited for, or if GX might just be, again, just looking better at this point.
Well, that's it. Like you said, the rifle rounds they've been picking up. You look back, even the pistol round in the second map of Lotus, we opened up. KC win, it's an immediate fight back. GX have just looked like such a brawly team so far. Now KC, 2 rounds behind, rifles in hand.
7-8
trying to make this one work. It is a bonus, but
Mera prediction.
effectively just a buy round with a fallback and another buy coming right afterwards. Decoy's going to be destroyed, but Cloud stays close. Martin, though.
भाई मार्टिन नहीं मान रहा
for Martin, the A side
मार्टिन नहीं मान रहा
भाई जीत गए leading the charge.
Well, he's got those regenerating shields, maybe expecting to take some damage, but
एक साथ 6 बंदे जा रहे
they just went sprinting into the site. Decoy sent through, and the second man that came out was Martin.
All thanks
and
to Teho Breach.
Quick as you like, round already over. And that's the thing, I think that this composition does have opportunities to sort of make some of those battles, for A especially, a bit more awkward. Like, you're either going to have the stun put through to force you off angles, you could have the same with like an aftershock or a stun or whatever you like in terms of Sugetsu's utility, but the main thing is you could just put that guided salvo in and force anybody out of those positions. And when you pick up the pace like they just did, you could tell the players on site were not ready for it.
Oh, absolutely not. This man was a little bit too aggressive for their liking. Round falls to KC as a result. Those 2 rifles still will be brought through, at least for GX. But like we said, this right here was a bonus round, if you want to call it that. It's one where they still came in with plenty of ability to fight. But it wasn't needed. Just this one guy. decoy, flash out of the smoke, and then
Nice, Bobby!
frankly, just blind fire.
This
He
is my
heard
Bobby.
bullets. Yeah, you heard the bullets fired right back, and it was wonderfully connected. Now, as these barriers go up one more time, Tom, GX, they still have a bye, but if they lose this one, it's 8-8 with economy in the bin.
Cutting through.
Oh, well, that's one hell of a spot.
My Potter broke.
3 players already seen pushing that south side of the
Excuse
map.
me?
As you mentioned, this is an investment for GX. There's a couple of guns held through, but they've completely lost the B side of the map, and Afterplant guaranteed
कौन
with so
attacker से
many
भाई?
deep positions already being held. This could be a tough one.
For a 5v5, seeing this many players in B main and their defenders, it's a very weird flavor of the round. Sadaka stayed on site, and he's going to have a bit of a crossfire with Martin, who's just swung out wide. He hasn't hit his shots this time. It's Sagetsu who's picking up the pieces. That's 3 already. He'll be put to bed, but damage done to Cloud, and Aves and Elite have got time. Guided Salvo's online as well, and there it goes, buying even more for this squad. And with 5 health and a 1v2, there is no way for Cloud to pull this across the line. It confirmed he's not defusing. They've confirmed he won't be defusing anymore. 8-8, GX's economy in the bin.
And that one does just feel like maybe Westside was a little bit too late to the party. Like, you had the full team making their move back through B main.
and
he
throw
sort of sat there almost waiting to get the response. But
भी 8-4 lead
if
था,
you've lost
ये
half
भी
your
गया.
team, that response is no longer valued.
हैं? छोटा काम.
Is that Khan?
Not sure who he was imitating. Yeah.
भाई तू स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करना बंद कर हाँ?
We've got Khan at home.
Again, guided salvo to claim the space, but Sagetsu's the one to claim the kill. This is a very light investment from GX, so that Outlaw just needs to connect one bullet onto anybody on the defensive side.
What team support KC बड़ी?
GX. Yeah, they get aggressive and then pump the
अरे
brakes.
कौन
Move
चिल्लाया
back
वहाँ
in the other direction and gamble. I like this play. We saw it a couple times not work.
बहुत grunts तो गिरा
First
सकते हैं
half
ना?
in the previous map, but
भाई रीड तो
Made
अच्छा
the
है
right
Giant
call.
का. रीड तो.
I think as Casey have been very happy to go back and forth across
मेरे
the
को लग
map
रहा है ये
if
लोग
they
info
run
लेके
into too
फिर
much
से जा
resistance.
सकते.
I also wonder if maybe Sugetsu's Cosmic Divide will be used to just section off a lot of this cross, make things a little bit safer as they look to get into the site. Said tower is cleared by the salvo. Pressure put onto Westside. You have to feel like he's in a little bit of trouble here, but yet to really have that proper move onto him with all the utility just spamming him out. And while it is an in-zone flawless in the end, what looked like it could be dangerous turns out to be incredibly easy for KC.
Big kills for Sadek as well, just 2 away from Rolling Thunder being online. KC have claimed the lead back after oh so long being in the dust of GX. 5 rounds in a row. Confidence has to be sky high, and for GX, you've got to start to feel a bit deflated. Not because of this round, they didn't have much invested.
लाइफ में साइड मिलने के लिए इसका आखिरी राउंड था.
It's how we've ended up here. It's the lead slipping out of your hands, and it's Zeiss sitting up in his chair again. He's not lying down. He's not reclined, and that's how you know the game plan starting to look a little sharper.
I genuinely think you could make a graph of KC's success just with where he sat in the chair. Like, the further up he sits,
angle of success.
How higher his hands on his head. That's how frustrated.
आप सारे मेन स्ट्रीम बिग टीम्स ही फॉलो करते. नेवर सीन यू सपोर्ट स्मॉल टीम लाइक ट्रिक्स और जिक्स और बीबेल. मेरी बात सुन बीकेन. प्रेस का तो मैंने देखा ही नहीं एक भी मैच, क्योंकि अपने रीजन का है ही नहीं. पॉइंट नंबर 1 माय लॉर्ड. पॉइंट नंबर 2, जो मैं कब से बोल रहा हूँ, जायंटेक्स अच्छा खेला, जायंटेक्स अच्छा खेला. कान में अपने लुल्ली बसाया था. हाँ नहीं, अभी मैं किसी का फैन हूं तो मैं क्या करूं बताओ. बीबीएल वर्सेस आरआर क्यों होएगा तो मैं क्यों बीबीएल को सपोर्ट करूं जबकि सामने आरआर क्यों है? क्यों बता बीकेन.
Goes into B, dies, immediately Sagetsu's there with a triple. We've got a deep talent pool here for KC. The A plant, the B plant, the C plant. GX need to break it all. And they're running out of time to do it. The lead now in their opponent's hand. The defense tested some utility, but a slow approach from KC as they farm orbs.
This is orbs, yeah. Just taking that early control, using the stuns, using the salvo. Like, these are all things they're going to get back. So they basically commit something that costs them nothing. They then get it back later in the round, and they have an orb for it. And if Sadak can get another one, that's going to be the Rolling Thunder available to him. Still, presence is held on that side of the map. And GX do have the majority of players there, with nothing else really being spotted elsewhere to drag them away.
Sadak currently spike holder. We're looking at a likely place of the A side through this heavy traffic, and then the Rolling Thunder online afterwards for the post play. They need to get there first. 5 rounds in a row. GX have had time to sit back and find a solution, a much more passive play. No picks being given away. 35 seconds when KC make their intentions known, and it's towards the site that's stacked up. Cloud still here up top, west side, under threat, drop. Cloud gets 2 though. Martin taken down by Runner. Cloud gets a bit more time to reset, to take another fight, and to win it. Well, you can't understate the impact he had in that bit of covering fire. A beautiful defense of the site, and neck and neck is a result.
United में खेलता है Rivals से City का.
And that's the thing. Like, you always look at this man to be able to take into his own hands. They do well to clear the bottom of the site with the salvo, but he's able to just stay alive on top. Maybe a little bit of an oversight as the rest of the team are able to rotate in, especially with how isolated they were. A little bit troublesome.
But it's just the fact that Runner took this crazy risk.
मेरे को ना बहुत टाइम तक लगता था रोनाल्डो बाय और रोनाल्डिनो बाय सेम है करके. सेम ही है क्या? ऐसे कुछ तो अलग अलग है क्या? मैं भूल गया. ऐसा कुछ तो मेरे को कंफ्यूजन होता था पहले. सेम है अलग अलग है करके. कुछ तो मेरे को कंफ्यूजन होता था 10 इयर्स तक. अभी भी वही कंफ्यूजन है. हाँ सेम ही है दोनों, एकदम सेम. ये तो मुझे भी पता है. 2 रोनाल्डो है, एक रोनाल्डिनो है. वही मेरे को लगता था उसका पेट नेम है करके रोनाल्डो. ऐसा रोनाल्डो को रोनाल्डिनो बुलाते पेट नेम में, ऐसा लगता था. समझ रहे हो? लगता है पेट नेम है पैच.
Side of GX.
This is it, the momentum. Very much swap over to the other side. KC putting the pressure on. Rolling Thunder comes through on B, but this is the round that GX have pushed main. So they avoid the Rolling Thunder, even pick up a lead, and now have that rotation from the A main push. This was a full south side push. The perfect round for KC to try something like this, at least from the GX perspective. And with late flank coming in from Cloud, way up north side, they seem to have this one tied up in a bow. KC need to find some space of their own. That's what the Armageddon comes through to do. Not going to land much, but they're hoping for the main fight. Still a little staggered. And when GX emerge, it's Martin to fall. It's everyone to fall, in fact. 3 for Tamazi. The op showing up, and everyone on GX.
What a big round from them, and it seemed like from start to finish, all the way to the end zone flawless, this squad was on top. Like, they had the read of the Rolling Thunder. That's also the thing I'll say, the pauses that are coming through for KC. You get the chance to pick what you want to do in the round, and Pipson, I think, is also sat there going, well, now I get a chance to think of what you're going to do. They avoid the Rolling Thunder, they push, they clear one player, and you can see the reaction is, okay, we need to take control of the middle of the map. There's 3 players, or no, 4 players, 1 north side, 3 south side. It's only Purple that's under pressure. He tucks in, plays it safe, and makes sure that there's nothing they can do from that point onwards. Great reactive play from the side of GX. Perfect read, and again, now the ultimate economy is in their favor. Last round was sort of the last point, at least for a round or 2, where it's going to be the other way around.
Well, Armageddon put in by Aves as well, right? You know,
and Rolling Thunder.
Sadak at the start of the round, Rolling Thunder that doesn't hit, that's always a gamble, but usually one you'll find at least some reward for.
They use Rolling Thunder and the defense got a kill.
Immediately. Before the Thunder was even finished roaring and rolling.
Easy retake.
For KC. they have quite a lot to contend with. You can see that with
भाई ये लोग बहुत slow करेगा तो ये अब भी मार सकते
keen
हैं
to
क्या बोल
fire
रहे
out these ultimates. Sees
Focus on the
contact and
aim.
he's immediately on it.
He's a duelist.
It is
Quickly flick it on the map. We'll see if he can
40
manage
सेकंड
this
पे
one.
मारना 40 सेकंड पे
As soon as they see that north side play, that orbital strike seems to be coming down.
Martin
बस मार अभी किल जो
was on orb collection duty, gone all
यहाँ
across
पे
the
अल्ट
map to get
सीधा
this
एस
one
टैग
online.
कम ऑन
Stun through to give him
मार
the
अल्ट
opportunity, and while that is Cloud completely
मार
unprotected,
अल्ट किल
so he's just going to die to it. He didn't want to peek back in. He knew that they'd be watching. And now the lockdown is going to make things really awkward. 30 seconds left. They can plant just at the back of that site. Well, in fact, it's going to be denied anyway. Sadak has just come up with 2 huge kills. This is starting to fall apart a little bit for the side of GX as the IGL looks to do it all. He has done it by himself.
Well, to say that's an unexpected conclusion is an understatement. 4 kills? He was walking around that site on his own. And a little bit of cover and fire from here, there, and everywhere, but Martin, I think he might have been hit by a stun as well. Here's Sadak, one up close. Flash up behind. Big swing for more. He's in a death match.
भाई क्या शॉट था वो
He had the stun initially.
क्या शॉट था वो
Get to hear what he said. He had the stun initially to set up Martin. Martin dies and he goes, I am the duelist now.
जीतेगा 11-10 फिर 12-10 13-10 मेरा prediction
Now this is an annoying
13-10 मेरा prediction
okay, good damage. Oh, it was Purple. Yeah, it was Runner that took down Aves. Although I think that off shot was on him anyways. Runner for another. That's Sadak shut down.
Finally.
This is it. Not only shutting down Sadak, but for Runner, he's had a couple of rounds. Quiet, silent hero. This time it's more direct, and it gets the Rolling Thunder online and ready. KC do manage to set foot on that site. Might be the beginning of the end for them.
Land tap तो करना पड़ेगा
So much reliance here on Martin. He's trying to find a safe spot. Stun will go in.
Spike planted.
It's not anything to do with denying that plant. And now the Rolling
वो
Thunder.
पाएगा
Yeah, it seems almost a little bit irrelevant when you don't know where these players currently are.
Right side
trying
पे
to force them back off the site, but they are already off the site.
Yeah, the gate crash got them that quick reposition, but Elite has been caught. The speedy approach working out with Runner's triple on the board. It's Sagetsu who has to clutch it out again. The defuse underway, and too many players between him and the diffuser. It's 11 for the defensive side as GX claim the lead back. Very close to the finish line.
That's the thing. It almost feels harsh that one of these teams has to go home. We've had a back and forth throughout this series. The minds behind the scenes working wonders with the pauses. The minds in the game making on the fly adaptations, and then so many big individual plays.
हमारी कभी ability आएगी समझने को कि observer है वो.
Completely different ideas. The fact is though, one of these teams goes marching on in the hunt for masters.
छोड़ दो एक नहीं मार रहे हो
Even just the hunt for points.
छोड़ दो आप काहे कर रहे हो
उसका
टॉप और ये सब
Yeah, more time to work on stage 1, I suppose.
कैमरा थोड़ा
An upside. Yeah. There'll be a few meta shifts before then, perhaps. This is change. You look at how things have gone for GX currently in the lead, and they have to feel a bit salty. The opening matchup against BBL, a slightly easier matchup than what they ended up facing.
11-11.
So for GX, they kind of feel like they don't deserve to be here. Maybe they could have done better against some of the other teams. For KC, well, they've had some closer games. And that Vitality one ran the distance.
This one looking like it's going to do the same.
W.
It is. It is.
चलो
And for
A पे तो
KC
भाग
being
के
the
जाओगे
former
नहीं इधर ही वर्ल्ड
champions of kickoff, they took top spot. They don't want to go out in the bottom.
मार
They might be in trouble here. Rolling Thunder this time. He is not in the right place at the right time. So much utility put in, completely stunned up on the site, just trying to hold on with the shorty, but they haven't been able to get towards him.
Using him with smoke. He's safe. Inside his teammates smoke. They don't know what's going on. They're going to step into this unaware that the shorty is waiting. And they certainly don't know he's got an up to back it up. Beautiful play from GX. Purple was under such heavy threat. And Tamazi, he was quick with the orbital strike, quicker with the smoke. And that may just have gotten them the round. 12 on the board for GX. Purple with a big triple. And now KC, 2 in a row to bring us to overtime. A third map OT, something they're more than familiar with, and failing that. Last year's first will be this year's first out.
That's the thing. You mentioned Tomazi, the man who started in Tier 2 as a duelist, played some Sentinel for a bit, has now gone over to the smokes, and it seems like there is no role this young man can't play. 19 and 14 on the perimeter. But as you said, that round was not about the kills, it was about the support that he laid down. 12 to 10.
40, come on.
Sadak stunned. There isn't going to be any pressure put off.
Blind with fear मतलब उसको पता है कि एक ही बंदा है, कोई तोड़ा ही नहीं उसका सामान.
Hold in this round from the side of KC, waiting to see if there is any level of aggression. Ultimates in this round may not even play a part. Martin pretty close. Purpo the closest for his squad. But none of them actually ready. And that's the thing. I feel like a lot of the time we've seen ults used to pad the gap and it hasn't worked. It's been the other team's adaptations that have taken them home.
और Binks by
pick
go
their poison.
में है
The A
करना,
side,
ठीक है?
west side. The player.
Orb plant, come on!
Is where they are going to play.
Orb plant. Orb play. Orb.
Pressure is most certainly on.
Orb.
Not so much for the defensive players. They have 2 chances.
Martin!
They have to be flawless. Pace change, 40 seconds left. And they're making the push blind. That TP hasn't worked out. Martin, big player for the side. Someone else has to step it up to keep KC's dreams alive. And it's a nightmare for this attacking side. Sagetsu and Elite left alone. West side falls. Damage on Cloud. Damage on Tomazi. But the spike is in the open. They have 20 seconds left to get onto that site. And the gamble, the dice need to be rolled now. The drop down from Sagetsu. The star is there. 10 seconds left. Elite's gone. And with him, the hopes of this round have fallen. 13 to 10. 2 to 1. GX carry on in the lower bracket. KC, they started at the top and now they're here. Tomazi sending his former team out.
The man at the beginning of the day who said, you know, I don't know if there's much when it comes to playing against KC. No bad blood, no looking to try and take them down. That reaction says
technically
he was dropped at the beginning of this year, or I guess the end of last year, picked back up by GX, and he is one of the main reasons, top of the board, as to why they are sent out of this competition. It is a rough one for the side of Carmine Corp, a team with high expectations, a team with a lot of experience, but there were definitely positives. They took a win home earlier in the tournament. They went toe-to-toe with a GX super team, and they have proven themselves fighting tooth and nail. Kickoff is always brutal. There is always casualties. But I'm excited for this team.
Language, Vasudev, कल का दिन अच्छा जाएगा तेरा.
Ends early for
Love
KC,
you.
and it's a tragic sight, but someone like GX showing us the improvements that they've made. This roster looking promising. Sure, Tomazi, top of the scoreboard, a big factor in this. You have to look across the stage. Someone like Martin, big numbers put through, big plays. We like what we've seen from KC. But it wasn't enough this time.
डॉन है भाई, यार मेरे फोरवर्ड के बारे में बोलना नहीं.
Still smiles. I think they know that although this is a first falter, there is still a long way to go in this year. But this is the team that have taken them down. A rough start in this tournament. But we see the response.
से मैं चाय लेके आया, अभी फैनेटिक चालू होगा. क्या जो भी लोग देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो फट से.
Is the fact
I am
that
a
at times they've gone down, at times like I think they lost 5 out of 6 pistols in this game. There's always been responses, reactions, adaptations, and they are looking like a force to be reckoned with. And honestly, they are now another hat thrown into the ring. I don't know who is going to come out on top at kickoff. And with that victory, and with KC going out, I think Giant X is starting to make a name for themselves.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's going to be a long run for them to make it back up to the top of the teams. They're down in that lower bracket. It's a grueling run.
It's just a long run.
Yeah, with teams being very close to each other in terms of level of what's brought to this stage. But defeating a squad like KC, especially on that final map, something they hadn't shown before with Aang leading the charge. It's an impressive feat, and one that no doubt a player like Tomazi is happy to have claimed. It seems we've got Tomazi standing by down on the stage with Yinsu. Let's get his thoughts.
Thank you very much. That is right. I am now joined by Tomazi from GX. Now, Tomazi, there is something about this kickoff tournament. You're always good individually here. We saw you last year as well. I got to ask, it's got to feel very, very good to beat your former team, right?
I mean, first of all, I feel really happy because I think we showed how we play in scrims for the first time. And I think we showed that we have a lot of potential and value in our team. And I will not lie, of course, I'm happy to beating KC because, I mean, they didn't want me for next season and of course means a lot for me. But I don't really care because when I was playing, I was not thinking about that. I just want to win with my team because I really love them. And yeah, let's see what will happen now.
Yeah, you deserve it, you know. You guys have worked really hard. You deserve it. Now, it does feel like when you first came into Tier 1, we thought maybe we see the duelist side of Tomazi. Obviously, that...
Hello, Boaster. 2-0 जीत गए. W. ठीक है. तो फिर मैं NA वाला करता हूँ भाई. ठीक है. बस चाय लेके आ रहा हूँ. ठीक है भाई, फोन रख तो गैस होने पे आज. ठीक है, love you.
How to play all roles in the game, and for me, I started playing with Giants as smoker. In the beginning, literally like first 2 days, it was kind of weird for me, but then it was like I love this role. I want to play this role because I really feel comfortable. So yeah, I think I will keep to playing this role.
You got a particular smoker agent that you like the most?
I think I'll say I really like Omen because I can show my aggressive part a lot. So I think I'll say Omen. Yeah.
I don't want to traumatize you, but I want to ask you about Bind because this could have been a 2-0, right? There was a world, this was a 2-0. So in that last round before we went to overtime, you know, it felt like maybe you were fighting for a Cloud's ultimate in Bath. Was that the plan? Is that something that threw you off? And why did you think that you lost that map?
I mean, I think we lost that map because we couldn't close the game, of course. But the last round, I remember we wanted to kind of bait them to take TP and fight them because they did like 5 rounds ago that they took TP and fight them. And I think I was kind of too far away. I couldn't help my team. And they just died on showers, and then yeah, it was like 4v2. It was kind of unwinnable. But yeah, we're just trying to bait TP and fight them, but they fight only from showers. So yeah, it doesn't like it.
And of course, you know, sometimes when you're on this stage, sometimes it's very quick, it's a 2-0. Sometimes you have to be here for a long time. It felt like you did that on KC as well. You had a lot of experience of playing overtimes. Do you think maybe that, alongside, you know, players like Purple and Cloud, helps your team that you can grind the games out? You know what to do when it goes to map 3.
I mean, I think, for example, we fought me, Runner, Purple and Cloud. I think we played a lot of overtimes already here in this stage. So I think it's fine. And when you come back to overtime, it's even better feeling. But I think, yeah, I think real Cloud, it's a really good leader, and he can pass the experience, for example, to West Side and for everyone, and I'm really happy about that. So yeah, I think he helps a lot.
And very last question, I believe you played the winner of Apex versus Liquid next, and I've heard you say some pretty nice things about Floor in the past. You've never played against her before, so if you do end up facing Apex, what do you think about potentially playing against Floor?
My honest opinion about Florcent is I think she can be easily one of the highest ratings because I saw like the way she shoots in like highlights in ranks, and I played like some pracs against her, and I think she's really good individually, so I actually want to play against her, so let's see.
Oh, I love that answer. Thank you very much, Tomazi. Congratulations, enjoy it. We'll see you back here next week. But that is not all the Valorant we're going to see today. There is another elimination coming out right after this, and it is between NAVI and Fnatic. We'll see you in a bit.
Runner, my goal! Bro, I'm dancing around the side, bro. Bro, Gunner, I swear, bro, if I could, I will literally slap your ass, bro, right now.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby,
You and I in the
Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be
concert
good.
करूँ
Don't
क्या?
always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? This is where we come alive. Do you feel
30 रेड Fnatic फैंस रहते भाई.
lost or just you?
एक ने सुपर रेड नहीं किया भाई. कोई फैंस नहीं है बस.
Can't believe it took so long to reach.
ट्वीट करो क्या चैट.
This is where we come alive.
डायरेक्ट नावी किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? शर्म आता है पूछने में.
Just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm.
भाई बोस्टर वर्सेस हीरो होने वाला है. याद रखना हीरो भाई फेनेटिक में थे. याद रखना रूट्स. हाँ थ्रो बनता है. Excuse me, friends.
With me, and we're joined by the IGL of Giant X. It is Cloud. Now, Cloud, massive congratulations. That was a crazy game out there. And I just had a chat with your teammate Tomazi on stage, and he gave a lot of credit to you. He said you're a great leader, being able to help your team through times like this. And of course, you've been in a lot of overtimes. This is not new for you. You've been in a lot of
Cloud अगर Cloud9 में जाएगा तो क्या वो Cloud9 होएगा या Cloud9 Cloud होएगा या Cloud9 Cloud hoega?
Yeah, first of all, thank you. But yeah, actually, like the more official you play, the more experience you grow, and yeah, that's it. I'm just thankful that I have great teammates that they're working even harder when they are losing, and they're not giving up. And that's it.
We also saw Pipson laugh a lot today, like in a nice way. Usually, you know, we see him on the camera, he's quite stressed. He was really chill today. He was laughing, he was smiling. Was he like that behind the stage?
I mean, we had problems with playing the same as Prax on officials. So, and that's why Pipson was like a lot of times stressed because of that. And we had a talk after last game. And I think this talk actually helped us a lot, going through the like emotions and mental part. Mental part that we couldn't like cross this border on officials, you know. And today we actually crossed it, and it was great, I think.
Yeah. You look great. You look great. I don't want to again like bring up any old wounds because it just happened. But on Bind, could have been a 2-0 today. It feels like. And yeah, Tomazi kind of tried to explain a little bit on stage already, some context. But I want to hear from you, considering it felt like your team was trying to get you the orb in showers towards the end of that map, and then it ended up going overtime because you got bombarded and completely destroyed by all the util, the gecko molly, and then the deadlock grab. And then it ended up being overtime. What was the plan in that round? Was the goal to just get you ult?
Yeah, it was planned like to get a shower, but it was pretty safe because we started 4 and it was like against TP and stuff. So basically, I think we didn't spend util how we should spend them, like in showers, because they broke our flash, and I think our people just didn't expect that they're gonna actually commit till the end to the fight, and that's it.
They did it a couple of times. I felt like they were kind of
They did it once.
Stuff in there.
Yeah, they did it once on our first buy round. Actually, game was close, but they won
So
both which is like so I think in that case, I can say like we kind of dominated buy rounds from them, and that's it.
I mean, once you watch it back as well, I'm sure you're gonna, you know, have a lot of things. But it was a great match. We were very, very entertained. The next game is also gonna be an elimination match, and this one is between NAVI and Fnatic. Now, Cloud, I'm sure you've watched a lot of NAVI versus Fnatic. I feel like this is a mainstay in Valorant in general. But the interesting thing is, this game usually happens a bit later. You know, like maybe a lower final, maybe a semi or some point, and this is the first time ever we're going to see these two teams actually try and eliminate each other in round 1. I'm going to ask you the $1 million question, Cloud. Why do you think we're seeing them so early on? Why do you think they were both kind of not doing great on their opening games?
I think like for Navi it's mostly like they have a couple of
कब होगा मैच चालू
for
अभी
the first time on
bro
the
you should change the poll that's
they
a good
couldn't
one
show themselves. But for Fnatic,
एक बार वोट देखो और एक बार लाइक देखो
I think for Fnatic it's just teams that
Fnatic को बुलाना
are
पड़ेगा
surprising a lot and actually a lot of good pickups from tier 2 that players are skilled. They're just going no strats, no util, you can just go kill 3 and you won the round. You know, in the end of the day, it's a game about mechanics, you know, and if you're not shooting good, you lost. No matter which strat you have.
The cracked aimers, you feel like.
Yeah.
You think maybe Fnatic don't have enough aimers right now?
Right now, maybe.
Oh,
I mean, yeah, you have to think back to you guys got put down to the lower bracket by BBL, and it's the same situation for Fnatic as well. So I hear you when you're saying it is just cracked aimers at that point.
Yeah, there's no scenario where Bosa should be top fragging. Let's be honest. Like, I'm just gonna say it.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it how it is.
ATP by hater हो हाँ
earlier, I did actually get a chance to talk to one of the
देखिए
newer
किसी को अगर
members
मिल गई
of
शांति
NAVI.
यार मैंने
Here's
क्या
Hero.
किया
Take a
यार
look at this. I'm now joined by a returning face here at VCT EMEA. It's Hero from NAVI. Now, the last time we saw you in this arena, as in before this tournament started, of course, you were a winner.
Hero को
You
बोला
lifted a trophy on the stage. So tell me what's been different since, you know, what's it been like in the off-season and also joining NAVI as well?
I mean, it was a good feeling, like winning trophies, obviously. It makes me happy. Like, how has it been? Like, off-season was, like, relaxing, I would say. Just, like, taking a break, like, focusing on, like, other things, like hanging out with family. And then coming back, it's like, I mean, the first game was, like, a little bit of, like, a reality check, I would say. Like, learning phase, I would say. It, like, set, like, the standards of, like, what we need to do and like what is like actually expected and like what is expected from us.
I mean, of course, you just came in here and started playing Omen and Vice. So is it true what they say that when you join NAVI, you know, under an IGL like Angel, you're expected to just do new things?
Yeah, I mean, a few things. Like, other than that, like, mostly the same, I would say. But a few things that will be, like, new.
Has it been a challenge for you at all? Or you just feel comfortable?
Comfortable.
It's been a little bit of a challenge. Like, I think it was the first time I played Omen, like, in general. Like, I played it in, like, ranked, obviously, but in, like, scrims and, like, officials, like, it was my first time, so it was a little bit of a challenge, but it went well.
Yeah, and how does this team, I guess, compare to what it was like on Fnatic?
Hey,
because
Binks,
I'm not sure if you've seen, Alpha said in a tier list, he was like, I got to put Navi a bit higher because, you know, my ex-teammate plays on Navi, and it feels like they still think of you very fondly. So, yeah, well, how different are the vibes?
I mean, the vibes are, I would say, like, similar. Like, there's definitely, like, similarities between the vibes, and, like, I'd say, like, both teams are, like good teams. Like, they have good energy. Like, you learn a lot from them. Like, in Fnatic, I had, like, Boaster, like, Chronicle, Alpha, like, Derka, all those people to, like, learn from. Now I have, like, my coach, like, Happy, like, Angel, like, Shaw, all these, like, experienced people again to, like, learn from. And, I mean, it's a good feeling.
You're just currently surrounded by great people, I feel like. And very quick, lastly, I mean, you want to win today, right? It is still your old team. But it's a friendly. Is it friendly? It's not like a super toxic rivalry, right? It's like a nice, wholesome one.
It's a wholesome one.
That's how you feel? Okay, I can't wait to see some wholesomeness on stage, and good luck in your game.
Thank you.
I mean, we just saw Tom Mazzy take down his former team, so maybe a bit of a theme when it comes to Hero. But yeah, as we remember, Hero, he came to Fnatic as a sub, and then instantly Billy just win the trophy here in EMEA. I think some people might even be confused as to why they didn't keep him.
Debut on Fnatic, debut on NAVI. He has a lot to be proud of, right? He was only playing in Challengers up until 2023, and then joined Fnatic as a stand-in, but was such a main pinnacle point of their road to champs, right? Like, we can't forget about that. So yeah, I think given the fact that he's only 18 as well, he has so many accomplishments to be proud of.
भाई कभी-कभी मन ही नहीं करता वॉच पार्टी करने का, पता है?
I mean, when you are running the best team back then, of course you're gonna.
भाई अपने आके 18 वाले, भाई चैट में कोई है 18 वाले? चैट में कोई 18 साल का है? गांड मरवा रहे हो यार? हाँ? उधर सारे लोग जो वीसीटी खेल रहे, चैम्प्स खेल रहे, कोई भी नया बंदा था, कितने का है? 18, कितना है? 18, कितना 18? अपने 18 वाले कौन, किधर है? 20 वाले नहीं चाहिए, 18 वाले कर रहे हो, रैंक पुश कर रहे हो कि नहीं कर रहे हो? गांड मरवा रहे हो। एग्जाम्स नहीं रखे, ये बात ठीक है। 19 नहीं चाहिए। 18 वाले लोग का सक्सेस रेट बहुत ज्यादा है VCT में। घर बेच के पीसी लेना पड़ेगा, कर सकते। मैं अगले साल 18 का होऊंगा ना, मैं जाऊंगा VCT भाई।
gaps in Fnatic's defense, which allowed them to get kind of back into that split map. It was just, I mean, that closing round as well, it was kind of poetic for Vax to kind of be the stand-in to end up closing out. So yeah, tough one for Fnatic.
Yeah, and Vag, for me that day, probably the best player on the server. He had a great performance too. Let's talk about Navi on this other side. We also saw some stuff from them as well. You're familiar with Lotus. If you want to turn around super quick, what do you make of this, Cloud? Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I have like so many different thoughts about their comp because mostly on this map you want to fight for the area and their comp is pretty weak for the fighting. So I don't like. Me personally, I don't like this comp, but however, they have some good ideas which they want to execute, and it's needed to be.
You would expect a team like Fnatic to be able to exploit this, right? If they see this, they might have some ideas.
Yeah, of course. If Navi, for example, will keep the comp, I think they will find something for sure.
Okay, for me, I just feel like when it comes to the comms, we'll talk about it a little bit later with Map Eaters, is that it'll be the first time the Navi don't have that ascent. Historically, whenever Fnatic play Navi, the ascent just always goes to Navi. They have a nice time. They can actually be able to push it to map 3. They win. I think they won every single one of their ascents. That's not in the pool today, so it'll be very interesting to see what maps we're going to get out of them. But also there's two, of course, new duelists in this head-to-head. We've seen so many crazy duelists on both of these teams in the past, and we're currently living in the Koala versus Kayak era. Cloud, what do you make of this head-to-head?
To be honest, both great players, but I've seen how Koala Noob played, and he's kind of from the first game. I really like how he played. He performed good. He didn't feel like a lot of pressure on him, and I see from him insane potential in the future, to be honest. So I'll give my point to him, to be honest. From the other side, I don't see Kayak like doing the same great things which he did in Tier 2, for example. Like, I think he has some pressure on him right now, and he cannot unleash himself.
Also, you're filling in Dirk's shoes, right? Yeah. Like, that's the hardest job in the world. Hardest job in the world.
Because Dirk as a player, I think he's like doing a massive job for his team, you know? He's doing a lot of things. So losing player as a Derke, it's pretty hard to replace him.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I think that the Kayak that we've seen in Challengers last year, I mean, granted it was Apex, they were dominating absolutely everyone. Yeah, we've just not really seen him come alive just yet, and he is that player that is known to have landers. We've seen it at Ascension Grand Finals against Pacific. We're seeing it now in his VCT debut, and I just really hope that he can warm up to the stage. As for Koala Noob, get him off the stage, please, for the love of God. Get my guy off the stage. I want to see him on Julius. I want to see him running it down. He was so explosive.
Yeah, one thing that we won't see him on, which is the Tejo, because Angel has, decided that he will be the one playing it, which is not super surprised, given what Shao was doing as well. And Alpha on the other side, it's not Chronicle or Crash who's playing. So, Cloud, do you think this is a good idea? You think this is the right players to play Tejo on their teams?
To be honest, yeah, I think for Angel it's good. He just throw missiles, throw drone, and go in. For him it's pretty simple. For Fnatic, I don't remember who played.
Alpha.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, that's weird for me because I'm pretty sure like Chronicle or Crashes could play like super good, and Alpha just play duelist.
Yeah, I agree.
I want to also agree with that. I think the way in which Alpha was using Teal, don't get me wrong, it was good. He was able to kind of delay plants that the other team were trying to put down, but I just think that like he's not able to follow up off the back of Teal's utility, right? So like he's not being able to go in and take those aim duels, which is what we know Alpha for, his aim duels.
Yeah, I can't believe it's been a week and we haven't seen him play ISO. Out of all the things Fnatic should be doing, I think I'm with you too here. But this is the thing, just like the first match we saw, elimination is on the line here. If they want to make it to Masters Bangkok, they gotta survive another day. So let's bring the teams out onto stage. Here is Navi and Fnatic.
Walk in.
With me.
पहला आया पहले ही जाएंगे लोग। चलो 18 साल का है वो, 18 साल का वो जैसा स्ट्रीम करता रैंक को एज वेल। प्लीज सपोर्ट भाई। किस खुशी में सपोर्ट चाहिए भाई करो। रेजर एक्स भाई आपके जैसे और कितने लोग ऐसे कर रहे पता है क्या अलग है आपको इसकी सपोर्ट चाहिए। बिंग भाई सिंगापुर रेडिएंट के लिए नेट इश्यू बहुत है। मुंबई रेडिएंट को कोई सीरियसली नहीं ले पाता।
It is the 11th time in the history of Valorant that we're getting treated to a NAVI versus Fnatic. If you won there for the first 10 times,
नेट इश्यू है तो
what were
नेट
you
चेंज
doing?
करो।
But you're here for the 11th, and let's take a look at the map vetoes and see what these teams want to ban and take away and select. Because, like I said, these teams have played against each other a lot of times, so we've pretty much seen them play every single
में
map
डेडिकेशन है
in the
लेकिन
pool at this point. And Billy, Fnatic,
उसको दूसरा गेम दिखता है पट से चला जाता है।
Yeah, I mean, obviously
एक गेम
not
खेलते खेलते
too happy
वो वाला
with the
गेम अच्छा है
performance
उसमें
against
ग्राइंड
BBL the other day.
वो वाला अच्छा
Perhaps it
उसमें
is Alpha being
ग्राइंड
on
वो वाला
that
अच्छा
table
चलो ये कर
and not being able to set Kai up in the way in which they
बिगेस्ट
want.
ग्राइंडर
That they're
स्काउट
just
भाई
going to
है
decide to
बिगेस्ट
completely take that out the pool.
लेकिन
Fracture
बंदा एक
picking
टाइम
into
पे
that one is
20
no
गेम ग्राइंड
surprise
करता
for me,
था।
but Haven leaving that as a decider, that could get tasty if we do get to that point.
I am absolutely
Fnatic में था ना, हाँ।
floored that Navi has given Fnatic both Fracture and Haven. 'Cause surely, Cloud, you ban one,
All good,
right?
all
And then you
good,
give him the
okay.
other. You don't give them both.
दिल्ली से सिंगापुर मिनिमम 78 पिंग कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। 78
Oh,
पिंग
okay,
में मार
explain.
सकते
Why?
हैं 120 पिंग में भी मार सकते हैं।
Navi have been pretty good on fracture.
डिले में मरेंगे
They were playing
वो भी
they were
एक
playing
सेकंड
pretty
के
good,
डिले
and so I do believe that they are
लेकिन
still
मार तो
understanding how the map
पैकेट लॉस आएगा तो बात अलग।
Pearl for Navi I think is pretty good
Yeah.
because Kalanoop is gonna unleash his off.
पिंग पे आज नो
Finally, and
सपोर्ट
then
यार भूल गया।
Haven, yeah, it's debatable, but I still do believe that. I mean, it's 50-50. Let's say like, decider map is 50-50.
I agree with you on Pearl. I think Pearl, fantastic pick from Navi. I think Fnatic should anticipate that if they ban Abyss, a team like Navi is going to pick Pearl. Give you a bit of stat. Navi has never beaten Fnatic on Fracture. So that's why I feel like it's a little
अबे
bit
तुम
scary.
लोग
I like
Yeah.
it, but I feel as though the Fracture that
भाई तुम लोग इतना बोल रहे हो मॉम डैड एग्जाम्स पढ़ाई एंड स्टेज में बंदा खेलता था मिनीबू जाके एग्जाम दे के रिटर्न आया भाई। हाँ टॉप करके क्या वो लोग कुछ अलग बने? हाँ वो लोग की खून में शक्कर ज्यादा है। एक लेवल का डेडिकेशन होना मांगता भाई लाइफ में। क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है रीजंस देने से कुछ नहीं होगा। कभी मॉम डैड को ब्लेम करोगे, कभी खुद के पढ़ाई को करोगे, कभी टीचर्स को करोगे। हाँ ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता भाई। क्या करोगे ब्लेम करके? पास रिजल्ट्स इंपॉर्टेंट है। रिजल्ट्स समझ रहे हो? बिना रिजल्ट्स का कुछ नहीं। लव यू बंक्स बाय क्षितिज बाय लव यू टू मेरी जान के टोटे। वो लोग आउटडोर फोन ओटीटी की जगह ग्राइंड करते। हाँ नहीं इधर बिग बॉस देखने का लोग टाइम मैनेज भी करना आना चाहिए। सब कुछ आना चाहिए यार। लाइफ में इजी नहीं है भाई। हमारा पॉपुलेशन कितना है? 100 करोड़ मिलियन ट्रिलियन लोग हैं। उसमें से तेरे को स्टैंड आउट करना है तो कुछ तो अलग करना पड़ेगा ना। समझ रहे हो?
Best in the world at it. Let's not beat around the bush. Fracture's been a historically amazing match for them, so Navi need to prove to us that they've.
Why minute Fnatic पता नहीं मेरे को कॉल नहीं किया उसने।
Fnatic today.
Neither team can be happy about how things started. Obviously, Fnatic against BBL and
ये
Navi
बहुत
against
मारता है।
Carmine Core, but time to pick up the pieces.
Kayat
Right, these
बहुत
two
मारता है।
teams came into this year with high hopes, big roster changes, and new looks. Now they got to stick the landing. Fnatic, of course, on the attacking side. Navi on the defense. We are seeing that agent swap coming in as well. The addition of Teho. Got to see how that looks. I'll be touching base with you and your thoughts towards it. Seeing Alpha in that sort of role.
Seen a very scripted pistol round from.
सब जगह लड़ रहे हैं
kind of special. We got some pressure towards B and then some pressure towards A. I'm not sure where the eventual end is coming from. Looks like it's going to be a B split.
W
Which is not
round,
bad on the
W
pistol
round.
rank going through that tiny choke point. You don't get sprayed down.
Short
Big
पे
kill for
Chronicle.
Chronicle.
Yeah,
Traded.
lovely. Chronicle's been a bit of a star as well as of late.
Sword and a hero.
Yeah,
Baap
he's
re.
there's not much you can do. You're
Baap
hoping for
re.
silver linings at the best. But Plant's going to be in. Down to 3, make it 2. Koala Noob and Shao going to have to try and suffer through this. Can they cause some problems? Or is this post-plant simply too strong? We've talked about post-plant utility. It's deadly here, especially with Tejo coming in. Everything else on top. That's not even mentioning Crashy's involved into this. Boaster involved. You can just leave, you know, your Yoru just kind of posted forward, take a bit of contact, kind of play off the back of it, and they have no idea, really. They have to get past the first hurdle. They're trying to eye up the second or the third, but yeah, this is looking clean from Fnatic, looking prepared here. And Shao, well, he can make a go of it, but you can already see the stall is there. Shao's options, after getting 2 kills, looking 0 to none. Gets a third for himself, so not bad, but Fnatic with the first.
Yeah, that post plant, I know he's in the crowd today, Mr. Durka. They reminded me of a Durka style post plant where we'd always leave him
here
deep
only
into
for
a site,
Yunsu.
and then everyone else just
सारे
let
Fnatic fans
Durka
ही
do what he wants, and then we just play for post plant. So shout out to Mr. Durka for that one.
Go one game without mentioning Durka. Impossible.
भाई सारे लोग यही smoke करते हैं ना अभी heaven smoke नहीं होता है
It is true.
heaven
It
plus
was a
city
good pistol
smoke
though.
होता
I
है
liked the layers coming in from.
Sorry.
Leave that one.
Even the crowd's jeering at it. Right.
It's gonna start a riot.
Yeah, they're getting a little bit rowdy. Bloody hell, Tech pause this early. It's Fnatic. See, now you get to enjoy the other side of Fnatic.
Yeah.
They've spilt something.
और that Juggy rejected G account offer.
Who's getting fined?
I'm trying to see which
तेरे life
admin's
में
like
कुछ change
closing
आएगा
in. I don't see anything yet. Angel.
Locked in.
Stunning. Has he blinked yet?
No.
That's a serious downgrade compared to
Still no
Durka.
blink. Absolutely no
मारता तो है
blinking. Hope we can get an update as to what the issues
और एक भी
are.
player change होने से
Let's go talk
playstyle
about this
western
then,
भी
because
change
you
होता है
know
यार
we do have the beauty of having
execute
Fnatic's
कैसे करते हैं वो भी change
ex-coach
होता है हो सकता है वो
in
लोगों
here
को
getting
change
to witness
चाहिए
this in an elimination game, right? The highest stakes possible. Obviously, if you're Fnatic, losing out to BBL was not the start you were looking for, but I think it was the fashion in which they lost that worried people. And I think it's a fair worry.
कमेंटर के
Do
वजह
you
से
think they are
Fnatic
quick
का और
fixes? Are these things that are going to
ज़्यादा
take
समझ में आ रहा है
time?
भाई बहुत दिमाग है
Where is your mind going? Put yourself
मेरा
in a position
favorite
now.
coach
You're
था
coming
वो
into an
ये
elimination game. Are the things that you saw in that first series still a worry for you now, or do you think they are things that you could have fixed during that time?
I mean, the things I saw.
Change is important.
I
Change
would
is
be able to
consistent.
fix.
Why change is the only thing which is
So happy
consistent.
you said it.
I
Okay.
don't know if they're going to
What are-
spot the same weaknesses.
what are
I think that they
EMEA?
could. They did. I spoke to them after the game.
Sure.
We saw each other in the lobby. It seemed like they did have a pretty good clue as to what went wrong. They were like what 9-3 up on a defensive split. We probably having a bit of a different conversation if they didn't just absolutely.
पहले
eat their defense on
Tomasis
every level.
ने अपनी ex
One
team
thing
को
that does worry me a little bit is
अब
the kind
hero
of
अपनी ex team
kind
को
of
eliminate करेगा नहीं
standard approach. Like they haven't rolled the dice on many of these comps. And
Booster
hold
share
on, let's
skincare routine by
talk about the
skincare
meta change
routine
then,
for
'cause
second by
it feels like if you roll your minds back, I
Heavy.
always thought of Fnatic as one of those
Heavy
kind of
routine
like,
है उसका
mad geniuses when it came to these compositions, right? They'd come up with something super quirky, roll the dice, and it actually looked quite good with them, very creative and taking risks, and it landed. We didn't see them instantly go to the Tejo. They kind of stayed on that sort of ISO idea they had, a little bit of a different look. What do you make of that? What's that kind of say to you, bigger picture, that they don't believe in the new meta? I mean, they're running something pretty meta-y right now.
Yeah, I mean, I quite enjoy this.
मैं
Perhaps
Hong
when I
Kong
was
जा
much
रहा हूँ
more-
क्या
I
नहीं तो
personally don't have the hardest read on how I'd surround the Teo, but I still like the Teo enough that I'm happy
Bro,
with what
chat
they're doing.
कितनी बार किया
I think
एक
it's
बार
just
भी नहीं पढ़ा
they
पांडे
are
जी
kind of risk adverse
यही
in a
होती
way
है
that like the way I approach
देखो
2023 with the super
3,700 लोग
teams
देख
is
रहे
that we needed
हजार
to
लोग
win
कुछ
as
लिख
much as
रहे
possible, as low
आपका
variance
पढ़ना
as
वही
possible.
टाइम पे मुश्किल
So we
है
wanted a
मुश्किल
consistent strategy,
और
and
जब
that
पढ़ा
meant
तभी
playing
आपने वही
very
लिखा
kind of standardish kind of comps that had lots of breadth.
आधे लोग तो पैच फ्लिप और माल करते रहे
Whereas I think that things have changed a little bit,
Angel One
especially
good,
after
Angel
last
One
year
भाई
not
मैं
hitting the
सीरीज
same
के टाइम से देख
heights.
रहा हूँ
And then now we've got like Leo's not on the team, Dirk is not on the team. It's a very different look. So I would be more happy if they did roll the dice a bit more on the Teo and lean into that. And I think Bosa's the perfect IGL for it. Like he enjoys making those kind of big execs.
एक्सपोज नहीं पसंद
that the
यार
Teo kind of
इसके
thrives
बाद
on.
एनी भी है
And
भाई
it seems that someone was listening. Production here
सही
going to
करो।
give us a little out while the tech pause is being resolved. We're going to hear from Boaster's thoughts on how
Like, share and
Fnatic
subscribe
are
बोला,
preparing
Fnatic
for
ने।
2025.
क्या बोला
The lessons from last
इतना बड़ा
year
कैमरा
that we're
लेके
applying
घूम
to
रहा है
this
इस रूम
new
पे ऐसा कुछ तो
season
बोला
is the lesson of having fun. I think we put way too much stress on ourselves, and we started quite late. We started in January, so we were a bit behind, and then when it came to kickoff, we weren't playing as well as we'd hoped we would be. So this year, we've already prepped in 2024, and now going into 2025, we're feeling pretty good. You know, I don't feel like I have so much work to do. This year, I feel like I'm already like kind of like cleaning and tidying up what we already have, which is always a nice feeling because it allows me to focus on myself as well.
production.
Well, having fun's a nice idea. How do you feel about fun? Are you a fun haver in your losses? You're like, don't worry, guys, we had a good time. Oh, who's that? It's your favourite player? And you're like, oh, Minnie's yapping about him again.
Boaster was clapping too.
True. But let's kind of also flip the script a little bit. We've got to spend a lot of time Fnatic because obviously you're here. It's very easy to break into that. But on the other side for Na'Vi, I think there's a lot of question marks around them as well. That Carmine Core performance. They were willing to roll the dice a little more, right? We saw Tejo coming out. We saw them being the first people in EMEA to take that risk. Now, did we like it? Was it the best application? But Na'Vi is still one of those teams that demand a lot of respect, considering the roster here and that potential. But where did that fall short in your mind, at least in game one? Was there something clear enough for you? Or is it still just a bit debatable? Your first game coming in, too many unknowns.
I thought, to be honest, it was the defense sides that really let me down. I tried to watch back because that was my first test, I think, trying to keep up with what Navi were doing, and I think they used a different setup for 12 different rounds.
यही चीज मेरे को नहीं पसंद ATB भाई, यही चीज। हाँ, अगर तुम सेम लेवल पे नहीं हो तो तुम लोग के पास घंटा सेम नॉलेज नहीं है। तुम जैसे लोग वही हो जिसको बोलते कोहली भाई आपको ऐसा नहीं वैसा शॉट लेना था, कोहली भाई आपको टांग के बीच में से नहीं टांग को साइड करके शॉट लेना था। यही है। हाँ, खाने में नमक का टेस्ट कैसा है नहीं मालूम, लेकिन किसने ऐसा करके नमक डाला तो तुमको लगेगा वाह क्या बात है करके। तुम जैसे लोग इट्स यू। क्रिटिसाइज करो तो ऐसे लेवल पे करो कि बाकी लोग की गांड फटेगी। भाई ये बंदा बोल रहे कुछ तो बात है, बताओ। इधर अपने को मालूम नहीं सेज के पास एक और भय या दो और भय स्लो ऑर्ब्स, लेकिन बोलेंगे रिवाइव क्यों नहीं किया। कुछ सेंस बना मेरे बात का, वैसे ही तुम्हारे बात का भी सेंस नहीं बनता है भाई। लेवल पे जाके क्रिटिसाइज करो, बात बराबर है। लव यू।
Give you your patience. A little Q&A session we had going on. Hold on, you're only here for Yinzu. Fair point.
क्या example देता भाई?
Yeah, nah, well, it's hurt my feelings a touch, but it's
इधर डर के मेरे को नहीं दिख रहा है।
Just
मेरे से डर गया
at the bottom, please. 13 seconds, we're back underway. Thank you for waiting around. Hopefully that's the only one that we get here as we dive into the second round. And we want to see a bit of stability from Na'Vi, right? We want to see them maybe not cook a little too much.
Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect composition when we talk about boring standard Valorant. This is the map that they've always loved to do this on. I think Na'Vi historically are about maybe like 14 wins and 1 loss, something around that. I don't have the exact stats, but they're very good on this map and very good on standard. The only interesting thing I'll note is that Angel on the Sova, Shao on the KO. I don't think so. I don't like Angel and KO, to be honest with you. But Shao on Sova is hard to not,
not enjoy. Yeah, you're right. How do you bring that in? Now, we did see the stack coming out from Na'Vi. Predominantly over towards that B site. There was 4 players. You've already seen one of them start to lean away, that being Shao. And Fnatic are playing very slow here. This is a very slow approach to that.
A bit of inefficiency here using the Teo drone and the Sova drone in the same spot, but I'm interested to see how that works on Pro.
Revealing area.
Let's see. There shouldn't be much resistance. It is just Shao chilling. And only with classics, you know. It should be half the course. And Fnatic, you want to see 5 standing. Yeah, well, good luck, Shao. There was just the Armageddon just being thrown at him towards the pit, but not the ult, just the amount of util. But the other 4 feels formality-wise. Boaster gets put to his seat. Looks like they're going to get him down.
Only the Ghost to pick up, though.
Yeah, again, you could afford to lose another. Alpha could go down. It wouldn't be the end of the world, but you do want to keep, at bare minimum, the 2 Vandals. Chronicle doing his best Durka impression. Skin-wise, at least.
Not gun buddy wise though.
No.
Right, gun buddy. Maybe Chronicle doesn't have one.
You reckon?
Oh no, they get them all unlocked, I think.
Now we're getting into a little bit of a worrying time. We don't want to see anyone else lose these weapons here. Chronicle has gone down. Rook 6 cost them a great deal. NAVI chipping away at Fnatic's finances. That's a huge round for NAVI, even in a loss.
Yeah, I mean, that's the almost best thing that they could hope for in that round. Without a win. I want to see how much damage it's actually caused, but that's a rough... Like, there was no need for Fnatic to lose members in that post plant. Really. Like, they were set up in a position where they don't need to.
For me, being punished in that sort of position.
Just some overpeaks, to be honest with you.
It's still fine. We won the round. It's fine.
That's some hope.
That's the positive, right there. Don't worry, guys. Round
mood good, you know. He's good at stabilizing the mood. But yeah, as we see, 3 Vandals, 2 Sheriffs. It looks like they can buy next round, so it's not the worst, but not ideal.
It's got the ult as well, so could be the emergency button if they don't have something pre-built for it. But I'm looking at Koala Noob here. His aggression was pretty impressive before, and even Cloud alluding to it, that operator that could come out to play, something to add into the mix, especially on a map like this, could be lovely. The outlaw on the other side of things, but Fnatic kind of taking their time around the map.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. We've seen so much of the slow A main defaults from teams. To see a team actually come out and explore B at the start it's an interesting sign for me. We saw it both in the pistol as well. Trying to push off. The goal would be to try and push off the jet player that is there, Koala, or even kill the turret that would be spotting, and then create kind of a question mark towards that space, forcing out Angel to keep these re-clears.
I would say there's that litter of utility. Yeah, the front line's going to be a little bit rough because for Kayak, he can just skip past it, but beyond that, you can see them trying to isolate Rooksik here, but Kayak's going to have his work cut out. It is almost a fair fight, and this Rooksik should be out of that flash from a pre-fire on the corner. Kayak's got him. Okay, so they've got pit control, but the rotations are here. 3 players from the NAVI side make it towards the side. Kayak again gets a line up for himself. Angel and Koala both being punished from this, and it feels like this one's a wrap. Shao still sticking around here. I don't know what you're meant to be able to achieve. And there's even a bit of a lurk on that too. If Boaster did decide to gap close, he does only have the Sheriff. Could have gone for a bit more here. Hero trying to live up to the title, but it's going to be hard. And he cost them much. I don't know if he can. Chow starts to get closer. It's certainly not over yet. Chronicles got a Sheriff. I think has eluded them, so Navi deciding to try and keep what they have. Boaster's going to hear this. Can they recover weapons or not? I'm looking to see if Crashies can grab something. Not Crashies, I'm absolutely lying to you. That'd be Chronicle. And he does get the Guardian, I guess. I mean, it's not the ideal outcome. Boaster, can you cost him much? Nice try. He did try and get the 2 weapons in the end. Shao catches him, but economy-wise, I guess they keep this moving, so that round 2, even though it was costly, they kind of get away with.
Yeah, I mean, a big round.
यहाँ से आप right जाओगे ना, right? वहाँ पे आपको एक बिल्डिंग दिखाएगा। तो बिल्डिंग के लेफ्ट जाओगे, वहाँ पे एक शॉप है, स्वीट शॉप। वहाँ पे जुलाब जामुन खाना और फिर सीधा जाना, सीधा। डेड एंड पे एक मेडिकल दिखाई देगा।
They were stuck in the A main choke, had no support, and just that little kind of bit of creativity I thought was quite nice.
And we have a really early timeout, round 4 timeout. Happy's yapping away as well. What are you checking in with on round 4? Maybe tendencies you've seen or something?
He's noticed something that he doesn't like. I don't know what it is, but...
I mean, either. Because this is so early.
It could be something to do with the fact that Fnatic are defaulting towards B in a way that many teams that we see right now on Pro aren't. And it could be to do with that. Like, Navi did have a 3-person fight ready, and they kind of backed away from it a little bit, so it could be, it could be something to do with that. Otherwise, I have no idea. Sometimes these timeouts...
Fnatic का नाम FNC का नाम FNC क्यों है बंक्स भाई? GX FNC क्यों नहीं है?
The 2 rifles that were kept still in check. That's with Hero and Shao. It looks like they want to try and apply this as early as possible. And no I mean, big takeaway, a little bit of a tag on towards it, but dismantling it very quickly.
And Fnatic have just switched to the kind of classic A main default. I do like the fact that Boaster is getting a bit cheeky towards the B long. Like, I think he used that smoke to kind of create pressure, like you might see a Cypher do. So I like that aggression from him.
And I like the Na'Vi, though, in response, are trying to take space. You've got to take a little bit of a risk in this sort of round. Two Vandals to try and bring in, to make some sort of impact happen. So playing as a bit of a pack here, leaving pretty much Angel to his own devices, the rest trying to stay together. Buddy system coming into effect.
It feels like they're making the right read. It looks like Fnatic are going to group up for this BX sec, and Na'Vi are reading into it quite well.
Oh, rotation अच्छा
It's still going to be really hard to hold the site or even play retake, depending on how they want to approach it, considering that discrepancy in the economy. That's going to be a big factor. Now, for Fnatic, you're arguing again. Keep it clean, keep it simple on the exit. You've got a couple of lurks potentially coming in, so don't forget about that. But Fnatic need to win the site out. It's getting a little late now. 25 seconds, I start to get worried. But luckily, you got Teho there, clearing out the corners. Alpha, gonna find Hero. Angel does catch one. With another. This is not out of the woods just yet.
Okay, out of the woods.
Nothing to deny.
Yeah, out of the woods, out of the jungles, out of the forest.
He has a good kit as well.
NAVI के लग गए 40, 50, 60, 70, 30,
That's 100% information on that. Rooksik is going to be holding this down for a second longer. Flash to the left. They're going to have to deal with one of these two sides. Difficult here now. Want to try and get this defuse started. Who moves first? The double swing from Long. It's Chronicled to close it out. And Fnatic, even though it got a little close, keep three standing and another round for themselves.
Yeah, as you highlighted, I think that the gun disparity really kind of showed that. I think Alpha had a round and we didn't see. Yeah, big trades from Alpha, really. Like, that is what won them the round, in my opinion.
Is back. Now. Got to bring attention to it. The big green is out and about. The operator in the hands of Koala Noob. This could give them a lot of pressure.
On Boaster as well. Huh? I thought you were highlighting Boaster there.
No. No, I'm not a believer in the Boaster op, but I've seen it before. I don't... Do you encourage that?
No. But the way to coach Boaster is you got to give him that little bit of like disrespect, and then he's got to kind of prove it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's a kind of like game you play with him. So deep down, I kind of don't mind it, but you got to pretend. I have to pretend that I.
Got you. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Alpha bola vibe नहीं देता ना Theo वाला.
But again, is that B-long pressure that he's creating with that off is like interesting. Beautiful reclear from Shao though.
Yeah, Kayak just completely unaware of the possibility that could even come his way. The fact that Shao just pushes out like that.
Yeah, signature Na'Vi really. We were talking about it earlier about like the idea that Na'Vi as a team, they're always going to be reclearing. Angel was born and bred from Counter-Strike, and it's a kind of Counter-Strike approach in these defense rounds.
Ooh, lockdown though.
It's a nice one. I hate the one people use in A main. I like this. And you see the Teo sub was designed to try and stop the players surviving in that space. It's quite interesting.
That's a lovely adaptation there.
And it was not deep,
Sure. But you know what, we take this scenario now. They are committing on this retake, however, Na'Vi. They want to build back in. Alpha is now in trouble. He eats that flash like he hadn't had his dinner, and Shao tearing him down. This round, not going to get much more. Boaster, oh my god, have I spoken too soon? Is there something to this? One more bullet to bring into play, and I mean, what are you meant to do here? Time to back away, he knows it. He made a good go of it, but it doesn't matter. Round is Na'Vi's. Lovely from them.
Lovely.
Yeah, good retake. I like the fact that they use the KO ult to facilitate the retake. I keep seeing these teams with the KO use it in situations where they just end up trying to hold, but using it to facilitate a set retake is very nice. What I didn't like from Fnatic was pushing through the pit. I think that they had the Sova ult to work with, they have the Astra sub to work with, they got the Teo Salvos to work with. They don't need to get too aggressive in these post plants. Do the Durka post plant. Get a Euro in deep, and then everyone else just baits.
Yeah.
Let Kayak work. He's having a good game. Just let him
in. Yeah. I do want to kind of look at that. How much do they get given that sort of freedom? Is that hold on mid-war Chronicle punishes Angel. Now, do they expect Koala Noob behind him? We haven't really seen Koala having too much impact yet. We were kind of complimenting his aggression in those previous series, even though it did obviously amount to a loss in the end. But Kayak's got that ult back in. I think that's the second cycle
lag gaya.
I love that Angel was the one pushing it first. Not the operator, not the 3 aim stars around him.
No, look,
I got a call him.
He leads from the back lines.
He made my first cast a bit rough.
Yeah, welcome to NAVI. It is a trial by fire. So you can kind of see this. There is a lot of the space given over here. Now, GEELI wants to keep an eye on it, and both seem very unaware that that was available. That space was there to be had. And GEELI is finding these little pockets to play from, these little angles. Now, they shouldn't fall foul to it again. They should be very aware there's an operator up towards heaven. Now, Hero's going to try and work behind this, but they're playing very close towards site here. Chronicle does get down Shao. Now, again, Chronicle's impact is really kicking up a gear. Rooksik is flanked, finds nothing, and now Hero... You might as well. As it stands, got to say for me, as much as we have seen a couple of these players having good games, overall, Chronicle to me has been the standout. It feels like there's a fire underneath him. Now, I don't know what it is. You roll your mind back even to their game against BBL. He was their impact player in my mind. And it feels like Chronicle is now really picking up his impact. But we are seeing Kayak in that kind of 1-2 spot with him a little bit here, but still, 5-1. I just feel that was an Angel round.
Well, yeah, 4v5. The B site is so difficult to retake, especially when you got the operator. Alpha had his Armageddon, we had the server.
Bro, I just pushed the leg like a crazy tank, bro.
A crazy tank. But yeah, what you're saying about Chronicle is interesting. Back I was here for GCC with Big Man Sliggy, and I did get to catch Chronicle and talk to him about the team a little bit, and he said that it was going to be the old players he thought that was going to be the defining factor. Him, Alpha, and Boaster were going to have to kind of, you know, keep up a high level. I don't think he meant that in a way as disrespectful to the other players, but more like
they have to step up. We're seeing at least in his regard. And we do start putting question marks towards NAVI. This is their choice. And if you looked at the map veto, you'd imagine Pearl would go NAVI's way. And if you're going off historical stats, Fracture, Fnatic, and maybe even Fnatic as well. But as it stands, Fnatic have a point to prove, really.
वो टैग हो गया कोई उसको मारेगा करके पहली प्री फायर दिया बूस्टर ने वहाँ पे.
No, the only thing that's been working so far is Chao, it feels like. This time around, Chao's still in the feed, but it's Angel joining him. So a bit of a fight towards the B site. But the map control is still in the hands of Fnatic. They have so much space towards middle. They can pivot. They can leave Alpha to be that one to split right down the middle of these two sides. How much space can he take, though?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm not too sure what the call is for Fnatic here. It's not an easy one to solve.
No, this is just mid-rounding, kind of pull away what you have, get that information.
I always cringe a little bit going through B-Link, but
well,
down to Angel.
It's Angel. Oh.
W.
It's Rooksik. And they're fine, making it through the choke point, apparently. They've got to know there was another here, yeah. I think they're very aware of Rooksik, but that second is nuts. Alpha just got beamed down, beautiful in the end. Seemingly took Rooksik a little too lightly and got punished for it. Second for NAVI.
Yeah, I mean, Rooksik is a player, like, initially in NAVI, I don't think he's shown his full potential. I had him down as potentially the best smokes player in EMEA when he came into the league.
That's high praise for him.
Yeah, he's a very solid player. He's made me mold in many practices that we've had with his former team. I think that once he gets comfortable, he's going to be someone later in the season that I think is popping off. Hopefully it's now, and we can see some more brilliance.
Let's go home, boys. ऐसा बोलो भाई.
But maybe not fully.
Let's go.
Ooh, Rooksik. We talked about him just a moment ago.
क्या फालतूगिरी है बे. Instant control मिल जाता है. Instant
He's got to have heard those steps. There's no way, and especially
the adaptation from NAVI is they're saying we don't want you to take B long. We're going to take it from you.
And look at the util dump, though, littering the ground towards A. There's a lot for them to try and get through. Fnatic maybe looking to try and expand through art or find a little bit more information. Alpha trying to maybe pave that way.
I would have liked to have seen Fnatic accelerate off of that. Like, I think Boaster was smart enough there to realize that NAVI were putting a lot of pressure towards B long, probably 2 or 3 people potentially, and we could have got a split coming in quicker.
Timing. Hold on. It's not Angel this time.
लग गए नावी के लग गए.
A bit of a setup between the two here. Okay, that's one of them forced away. That's Koala Noob having to dip out because he got tagged by, I think there's the Aldrone there, but He's still got Shao close enough by.
Soa का positioning main है. अगर Soa फट से एक गया अभी.
That'll be it for the aggression.
So we're looking back towards the site itself. A little bit of later presence, probably from Angel coming in, but Hero's happy to take contact towards the site. He's got root towards Pit. He could get overwhelmed here. Dart's going to get at least a ping on it. Angel does find Alpha. That's going to deny the score system. He could take steps forward. Shao might fill that space, but Kayak's one on the site. Fnatic starting to try and build some security here. They don't have pit control, and they don't have art control either. The site starts to feel smaller as Kayak gets spotted by Koala, and it's all on Crashies. That's just too much to deal with. NAVI winning all of those extremity fights.
Yeah, they kind of double lurk through art there. The first attack came through and then a little bait, and they go again. They caught Fnatic completely off guard. I do think that, like I said earlier, they were a bit too slow with that A side, and then even their exit itself was a bit too slow in my opinion.
That's going to shatter the cache of Fnatic. It's just Sheriff's out and about for them. That's going to be rough.
Angel का timing sexy था ना
10 seconds left.
I wouldn't have hated a timeout right now, just because of the momentum. You can feel the momentum shifted.
See if that costs them much. You got to feel this does go Navi's way just because of the purchase, but quite a lot of bravado in approach too. Happy to go for the orb. Take the space already. A main control
just denying
as well.
some of these orbs that are coming up from Fnatic. Like Chronicle will get it this round.
Yep.
But Alpha and Kayak, those are big ults in this.
Angel gaya.
Does have the smoke to dip into, but I think he's got to respect this. There's a lot of pressure there. Now he's got Shao by his side. Maybe they could have a little glance back towards it.
Yeah, Fnatic just using the fact that they've got the weaker economy, so getting kind of into these close spaces towards the center of the map sometimes can be a good way to kind of pick up a gun. But Navi aren't going to be there to be found.
It's spot one. Do they figure out the rest? Feels like a puzzle they're just trying to piece together, but they are picking the right side of things, but they don't have Haruksik. This is madness. Look how far Haruksik's got. Oh! Kron with a stunner, leaving Koala Noob in a lot of trouble here. He can try and... Oh, there's no real safety. This is really nice. This timing. Yeah, that was
really Fnatic है बे.
Okay, Crashies.
कितना slow और methodical खेला बे. Slow और methodical.
Angel, Hero, and Shao are probably baffled that this has occurred. This was never the round that was meant to be a threat. But now, they're on the chopping block. Kayak, the one to push forward towards Pit this time.
Big post plant so as well. You can see the servo ult and even the Killjoy ult.
Short be booster.
Fnatic are going to need it.
Oh. Let's see. Shao get invested. Does he go for it even? Yeah, I think he's not fancying the odds. Boaster does have the Vandal. It's Crashies who's still down on the Sheriff, so that's going to be Vandal taken away, at least from Boaster, but the round will be Fnatic's. And that feels like a compliment towards Fnatic to find the space, but Navi allowing maybe a little too much there. I mean, what do you mean to do?
Before, like that kind of... He almost is overcompensating, I feel like sometimes, that inexperience coming through. Like he doesn't need to be on 30 frags. Like, he's in a team with good players, he doesn't need to hard carry. If he's feeling a little bit uncomfortable, come on. Like, just do your job.
Yeah.
Hold that in space.
See that time out.
To go deep. Like, he is essentially just lost them around.
It feels like it. That will to do a little too much gives away just that opening of space, and there was really nowhere else for Koala to go to. He was just kind of left middle of no man's land and gets picked up.
Fnatic have got 4 big ults to see what they've got cooked up here.
Oh, look at this positioning though. This is all in. Oh my god. Shao! He's holding this. He's sticking around as long as he can. The bravado is there. Gutsy in approach. There's members of Navi here willing to fight on this one, and sends Fnatic packing.
I thought they'd have a layer before where like they would maybe, if they saw someone be long, they'd send the server ult down or something. They kind of missed that layer, I think. But again, Navi's proactivity again.
We know it. Even in a player advantage, I'd be surprised if they further it, but they're trying to stay together, and Alpha's not loving that. But Fnatic looking for opportunities. Will that lack of... I don't want to say a lack of discipline, but
BT game चल रहा है ना Fnatic लेके एकदम slow और वैसा.
Chronicle has drawn the rotation across, so it's down to Koala Noob here.
एकदम full ऐसा लगता है कि
isn't a lot, but it is an operator.
Micromanaged वो
It's a big angle to play from. Lots of util still with Fnatic though. Divide's going to come through. He is ahead of that currently, but you can see it. The Littering's there. He does get at least one. Takes away Alpha, but a quick trade. Fnatic very quick to make sure that threat was nullified, but a 4v3.
The ults that Fnatic have, if Chronicle threw the Killjoy ult right now, it could do a lot of work.
You should run.
Oh, fuck. Impossible.
So we're going to have the lockdown.
Safe.
I don't know if he's going to expect Angel on the flank though.
Counter lockdown. That's going to force Crashies to fall away. This actually could be huge. Boaster just got the timing right, but it's Angel's flank that could be the undoing of all of this, and now it's all topsy-turvy. Angel is going to get one, but he seems paranoid about a flank on himself, but the time is ticking. They've got to get a move on. Boaster just a second away, and now it's on Crashies to try and deny them. Oh no, it's gone so wrong, but the time somehow was just too close. I thought they had that.
That was crazy. There were so many elements going on there. Boaster's play, though, that was beautiful play.
Dealing with the lockdown was incredible. And almost, I mean, he was almost the one to deny even getting that close by taking the player away from the defuse.
I do think that Na'Vi, we were talking about that proactivity, but leaving Koala by himself on the basis that Chronicle threw a molly on the other side of the map, I think that's a mistake from Na'Vi. I want to see 2 or 3 people just staying there, to be honest with you. A few rounds now where Na'Vi are going to be kicking themselves, in my opinion.
But that feels like the Na'Vi way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Kayak just Evo Cobra farming his way through. Swear about that. This hasn't felt much of a punish yet, really. Na'Vi, it feels like they're their own worst enemy at times. Watching
FNC is too strong.
Yeah, they've been this half. On the VOD view, this could be very close. But there ain't time to this is elimination.
Yeah. And as it stands, it's Koala Noob left in a 1v5. Fnatic just rinse and repeat. That B site ready to go. And Crashy's just gonna bullet to the brain and in zone flawless. Na'Vi should be frustrated with this. Again, when you know a game could be closer, but it's just not working out. Feels almost worse than losing it in a clear-cut fashion.
Yeah, and as we kind of alluded to earlier, Pro is the map that we presumed that if it was going to go one way, it's Navi's way, and the next 2 maps, in our opinion, should be Fnatic's.
Yeah. And Happy not happy about it. Good coach reaction there. Do you miss those cameras?
Sorry, I didn't catch that one.
That was good.
I need to look in hard.
It was solid. Not happy is the name of that GIF that will be made. And a bit of a different look here from Fnatic. Not the same approach, a little bit of a different pace to it. Just keep an eye on where the spike decides to head towards.
I mean, Alpha going to be able to get the Armageddon. I want to see a juicy Fnatic Armageddon. I've not been impressed with a lot of the Armageddon usage across the EMEA so far. I want to see one of these juicy ones.
You think Alpha could be the one?
It's not going to be Alpha, it's going to be the strat they've built around Alpha.
Well, Navi doing Navi things. Having a wonder. And Hero's positioning could be, I mean,
it's going to be some kind of fake here, and then a B-split, looks like.
And it's just green light. That's 3 players seen. That's huge for Kayak.
Draws out Decay as well.
He's done so much. I'm even looking at them, considering, I don't think they're going to rotate, but they're looking elsewhere for a second. It's a 1-1 trade out, which it does take away Crashies, but they continue on. The knives out in time. Fnatic now taking towards the site. You're looking at this being tricky though. Does Angel make the play? No, it's Kayak again finding shout from the back lines. This man is a nuisance. He's a bit of a nightmare. Angel and Hero. How are you meant to get around this? Kayak could be anywhere. You got Chron and Boaster in a post-plant. You two are going to be burnt up at least.
But Suck's still online for Boaster.
Oh, this is so rough. And Chronicle's been clean with these sort of rounds. Again, Impact. This guy is just on a heat at any time. Fnatic needs a closer. Chronicle is there. 9-3. Fnatic looking like they want to make a statement here.
Now they're going to need the 9-3 curse that Fnatic fell to last time.
They're going to need a lot more than that bloody curse. They need, I don't know what they need, but they ain't been having it here. There's been 3 rounds they've been able to find. And this is going to be a frustrating one, I'm sure, for them. I need to see a bit more here. I wanted to see a 3-map, but the way this is going, it might be over in 2.
Crazy guy you are.
We have a little bit of a treat here. A halftime interview with Yinzu and Durka.
You too.
Apparently, the Durka buff is real as well, even when he's not in the server. Thank you very much for joining me, Durka. First of all, I gotta ask, Kron was looking insane out there. Do you think it has something to do with the glitch pop Vandal? It feels like he's nicked your gun skin.
Yeah, I mean, 100% my skin works always, especially in these games. Kind of like, I don't know, I had to teach him something.
Yeah, imagine.
एक सेकंड भाई, PCT EMEA वाला तुमको मालूम नहीं है बंदा डर के इसके हाथ में भी बैंड लगा दिया तूने? हाँ, तुम लोग को पता नहीं है बंदा डर के एंट्रेंस का बैंड लगा है EMEA वाला.
I'm a bit surprised that they cooked something because with me it didn't work really that much, but I don't know, maybe it's the Tejo too.
What do you think were the issues with Pearl originally that maybe they managed to iron out?
I think I fell asleep with that map. It was too boring for me.
You're so real for that. And of course, you mentioned the Tejo, and Alpha is playing it. I think we kind of theorized maybe Kron could do it, maybe Crashies could do it. Do you think Alpha is the right choice on Tejo?
Nah, wrong choice.
I know Alpha loves to explode stuff. Like, he loves to play Raze and stuff, so I guess they didn't let him play Raze, but let him play Tejo at least. So I think that's the reason.
So
far, yeah.
All right, you got the Durka approved. And lastly, of course, the side's about to swap. The op is going to be quite important. Boaster was opping on the attack side. Do you feel like he should do that on the defense as well?
Yeah, for sure. He's an opper. I always told him, like, if I need to drop someone the op, I'll drop him.
As wholesome as always. Thank you so much, Durka, for joining me. And let's see if Fnatic can close us out in the second half.
Wow. So you just made them go, and your strats were so boring.
Yeah.
The Durka was just like, never put me on Pearl.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I do distinctly remember Durka. I had him at B-Long for most of the practice. And he's like,
sit on B-Long.
I'm so bored. I cannot play this map. I'm just on B-Long.
Okay.
Got a telescope, a 4,000, what is it, a $5 telescope.
Oh, bless him. Well, you know, it seems that, at least for now, they're perfectly happy. So it was you and Durka who were the problem.
Yeah, we're the problems.
Navi now on the attack, of course, Fnatic on the defending side. And away we go. So Fnatic going to have a full idea of what's going their way. And Crashies goes, I don't want to stick around.
Very fast approach from Navi. Let's see if Fnatic go for numbers here.
Free alls, free.
I want to see if Crashies does commit any of the darts towards it. A couple of shock darts did go in, but that's about it.
They opted for the set retake. Let's see what they've got cooked up here. They wouldn't ever be in this situation unless they got something cooked.
क्या एक स्मोक जाएगा पीछे दो स्टार जाएगा
going to use that drone to go in, try and get a little bit of that info.
Stars के साथ full stun होएगा.
Good focus on backside. Yeah, looks like that's where it's directed towards. And then Kayak going to fill that space, but it's Hero to take away Boaster. All the util in the world won't be able to take away all these players. Crashies down to 6, and Shao still firing. This is getting a little bit dicey for Fnatic. With Crashies so low, it's hard to find that impact. Shao going to find him comfortably. And now the fight back from Alpha, but the time is ticking. They've got to try and deal with this now. Do they have full faith to hold it down? Angel and Ruxic digging in their heels, simplistic in approach. It's enough to get the job done.
What I love from Navi, though, is what we see from a lot of teams is when they go towards the B side of the map is they take B-Long, they hesitate, and then they go. And by the time that hesitation happens, you'll see a flood come in, and there's 3 or 4 people. Navi didn't hesitate and beat the flood, which puts you in a beautiful position, because I'm a broken record. That B retake is not fun.
See what the buy is.
This is what we saw it kind of being
a little bit topsy-turvy almost before, where it was a really costly second round for Fnatic. Can Navi keep it clean here themselves? You've got Koala Noob with the Vandal.
Alpha with the Bucky. I'm impressed.
Are you?
I am impressed, yeah.
Why?
This is the kind of guy who'd be like, I'm not using a Bucky, I'm a aim god, you know what I mean?
Right. And so you think you would push in Alpha?
The change in mentality from Alpha, except in the cringe guns. Like,
I don't know if I like it.
There we go.
Oh no, don't reward this, but it's fine. It's all good. I mean, they could afford to lose these amount of players. Just keeping those bigger weapons in play. Kayak.
कोई नहीं बड़ी शेरों में ऐसे डांसेस होती रहती
हैं. The Navi by it seems.
Who'd have thought it? But look.
क्या aim है भाई इसका?
Oh my goodness. I think they're gonna lose one bulldog.
क्या aim है बे?
I mean, not the best, not the worst. you take those. You get the round, you keep the
energy
expensive
में था
items
ना,
still. Can we
सारे
just take a
players
moment
shift
to
हो गए
appreciate that
इधर
Xiao's on 18 to 8, and the closest down below him would be Ruxic on 8 kills. This guy is having a bit of a series.
There needs to be like a keyword or a person's name.
A safe
one of those games.
Nice, let's go!
Where someone's got like a huge amount of frags, but you kind of didn't notice it.
Bangla,
I didn't even have a clue that Xiao's just got 18 kills. You know what I mean?
No idea, buddy.
Or you've okay, never mind. I'm just a terrible analyst.
If you're just reading the kill feed, that's my job, all right? You know, that's all I do.
I didn't feel that Xiao was having a biggest game as this.
Fair enough. As it stands, let's see how Kayak holds up under pressure. Going to be kept in on the site, does have Boaster there as well. Koala Noob trying to string his way forward, but it's Hero to find Boaster. Oh, how did he get the second there as well?
Hero.
Lovely work from him. He'll be happy with that one. That facilitates the plant. That's going to come in, and we look at the post plant here. Crashy still has util. Alpha, I don't know how long, 27 seconds. He's got a long time for his util to come back on, so not going to be the keyest factor. Timing here is, he should be dead. Xiao should be dead, and he is. Didn't expect the angle, and Alpha doesn't need util apparently. Just the gun in his hand, and he's good to go. And now we've got distance here. Ruxic and Hero, you got much for this post plant. Early investment of the util, but is suppressed here. Has to be just the guns that they brought in on this one. Fnatic making this hurt now. This took a moment, but it's getting there. Ruxic's in a lot of trouble. And dealt with in the end. Fnatic pulling this back and getting double digits so quickly.
Alpha has just bailed them out completely there. The frags from Alpha and that retake, absolutely. If he didn't get them, that was over. I was about to start praising Navi for once again just being very simple in that approach, but being direct and fast towards that B side of the map is not something we see often right now. But I think it's a meta adaptation that I want to see from more teams, to be honest with you. Punishing these teams who aren't flooding that B side quick enough with numbers. Fnatic only had 2 people there, and the hold wasn't great. Unfortunately, the kind of rhythm now is going to be a bit different. After Navi losing a round like that, is Angel's going to have the kind of sense that like that could be something we can continue to work with? Or is he going to kind of bottle it a little bit? Because you can't keep rushing B, but you look pretty good.
Did. Navi, different look. Oh, the flash. Was Kayak alive? I thought that was so perfect.
This is all a ruse. It looks like another little fake attempt in Astra here.
Yeah, like back in my mind, I'm waiting on the Crashy swing on this one, or if he gets pushed here. Koala Noob melted down. Fnatic were doing so good, but Alpha just caught sleeping at the wheel, it feels. Maybe unaware of the space could have been taken, or not reading it right, but I quite like this. But now it's going to be noted. Angel already aware of that push out towards A main.
You should run.
Chronicle slipping back towards site. This feels where Kron's going to get a few, but he's up against Xiao, and Xiao has been just as good. Crashy, he's going to pick up the mantle. Looks for some more targets. Ruxic trades out. This is now going to be awkward and uncomfortable round, but Hero again blazing through these sites. Kayak's on 5 HP, but Chronicle from the back lines brings it into a 2v2.
He just needs to stay alive and wait for Kayak now on the flank.
Yeah, but the reposition here from Hero is really hard to keep a bit of a beat on. He knows that this space is clear. Surely this keeps Ruxic's eyes elsewhere. Maybe towards Art. Maybe towards main, and that 5 HP should be the depth of him, and it is. Navi back in with a chance now.
I did want to highlight there that Hero's reposition, even when he first joined Fnatic last year, I was very impressed with his lurking. Like, lurking is a very difficult trait to have, especially as a rookie player. And I think those little moments, it reminds me of a little bit of Nat's kind of style, where it's like, okay, I've been seen in this position. Oh wait, no, I've repositioned. And that was a beautiful timing from Hero, just to secure the round.
People are going to be very disappointed, Minnie, because you're not flaming Fnatic very much. That's what they're here
when they were winning 10 to 4.
Guys, we're close to 7 likes. जिसने like नहीं किया, like कर दो. 30 लोग चाहिए.
Let me get into, let me lock in.
Yeah. Come on now. Let's get to work here. I'm kidding. By the way, feel free to be positive. They are doing good things, you know. For now, we are looking at a live purchase. If Boaster or Alpha can
I was setting up a situation where I was like unimpressed with their B-hold, but then not through, so kind of, you know what I mean?
You can't say that. People in Sliggy's chat will be upset because they can't even write the word throw.
It's different on my channel. I encourage that.
Yeah, this round, I don't say it's a throwaway round because there's always some danger to it. Yeah, Buckies are Buckies, but it's classics and sheriffs beyond
ये मैच
that.
देखेंगे ना chat? तुम लोग ये मैच पसंद है Fury versus EG?
Buckies again. What have they been cooking? I guess the center of the map is quite short range. I guess.
Yeah. But again, the way you made a play this map, boring. Now we got Buckies. We're having a sick time. Alpha's just lobbing stuff.
He was about to ult.
Oh god.
He has ulted.
Ooh.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Lock in, ladies and gents.
What on earth is Alpha Year doing? What is he doing, guys? What's he doing? In 4v5, we've got 2 Buckies and 2 classics, and he's throwing an Armageddon down.
Oh, dearie me.
I think that might be the best
ult in the game. Language. ये वाला खत्म कर. America's कर रहे. Yes sir. After this.
That's, I mean,
criminal. It is criminal.
I saw some of those ults on Abyss in his last game, and I was getting ready.
Yeah.
I think Alpha needs a bit of work on some of those ults.
And there's a Fnatic timeout.
This is
Alpha? Alpha, what's...
If you can hear me, Alpha.
put me in. I'm going back down.
Alpha भाई बोलेंगे तो बोलते रहते तो मैं सुनता था.
If you do look at the string of rounds in this half as well, it has been, 2 a break and then 2, so 4-1 on this half. And when you're starting seeing some questionable ults,
attacking map बोलते हैं. मैं तो पहले बोला था.
That used to be you on the camera up there. Going back to coach cam.
I missed it again.
Yeah, look, there it is.
Binks, why and how so cute? Thank you, yaar.
To be honest.
कैसे बन गया? Lots of love. CA बन गया. Yay! By the way, your live stream proper stress tested duration. Love you, Neeraj bhai. More success to मेरी जान. भूलना नहीं बड़ा आदमी बनकर. ठीक है? ऊपर सेट कर देना.
Yeah, I guess that kind of does flame out.
Elmer, you had a negative impact on what I was doing and my enjoyment. Well, hopefully that's not the case now, but 7-10, let's see what
I had to be a different person when I was with Elmer. I couldn't be the stressful person. I couldn't do a Zysh.
Yeah, we wouldn't get a mini squeeze when you were there.
I had to go through it myself.
I see. Right.
It couldn't be that negative energy.
7-10 now. Is there a solution for Fnatic here? Because they've hit I don't want to say a brick wall. That's a little bit too strong. But they've had a couple issues now. They've been starting to struggle it. And Alpha is going to hear the stampede. Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, at least Rashies is going to have that impact and try and slow this massive pace change from Navi, who just shifted up a gear. Nice off angle, but Ruxic lands it. And Durka's Vandal still does the damage it needs to. There's something about it. But Xiao does him. Keeps this in a 2v2. Plant should be up next here. You got Kayak with that operator. Tough in a post plant now. That's going to be spiked down. How do they play this post plant as well? Oster creeping a little bit closer. Hero, he's still on site. Oh, the timing! Guy's gonna be furious! As Hero does get boosted down as well. And that gear shift absolutely shattered Fnatic.
Hero main
I was gonna say that the 9-3 half, that's what happened last time. Fnatic's defense
is a little bit
shaky sometimes. It's looking like it again here. Some of the win conditions not being used. I want to point out, I did watch Fnatic's off-season VOD where they played the same comp. They'd used that setup twice where Alpha's behind that box.
So that's going to be something that if you're Na'Vi, you're probably prepped for?
Using a setup where you've got to not get spammed is not a very consistent setup. To see it come out from a timeout is a pretty bold decision.
Yeah, no, bold's a nice word for it. And they're going to face the consequences to this. They have now got a broken by here. We've got Sheriffs and a couple of SMGs sprinkled through. They do have a massive ult cycle hitting, but that'll be probably for next round, assuming that there's no like big ability to close out a round, and a stack as well towards B.
Yeah, I think that my adjustment would have been more about. I think I put one of Chronicle's mollies towards the B side to help with the floods in and the delay. And then just keep it simple towards that A side of the map. Stop playing like we're playing over. Fnatic are over-committing on A side. Again, it's an easier side to retake. B, we want to hold a bit more.
And for Na'Vi, you're looking at them keeping it simple in approach. They don't need to overdo too much here.
अब शादी में थे उसने साथ में
superior weapons.
Yeah, if Fnatic get anything in on the round, that they do have the ults to kind of convert if they do choose to gamble that.
It would be, I guess, Crashies, if anything, to... Oh, excuse me, Chronicle, if anything, to try and start something off, but I doubt Na'Vi overpush this. You know what you're up against.
But then from Fnatic looks like.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind on the time here, 17 seconds, and it is Kron to get that first blood drawn. But they don't have side control and they don't have the plant. If they can pour bodies on at the right time, this could get dangerous. Yeah, and you're right, Sova on top. Crashies, we're seeing those ring cons come in, but the plant does go down. Alpha trying to gap close. Crashies gets another. Catching out Hero, hold on. Maybe there's still some danger here. Crashies, you got a little bit of magic for us now. 2 kills already, only a Sheriff, and in a post plant like this, so difficult. Great tag on Rooksik. But now you look at the ults. Now you look at the util. He knows that this is uphill. He's got a mountain to climb. 4 bullets at best. 10 on a reload. An Angel slowly but surely should be the death of him. Na'Vi taking another step
Angel
now.
or Boaster big brain.
Yeah, Fnatic gave themselves an opportunity there, but again, the low economy was what it is. Na'Vi are able to close out that round. I did like the ult from Crashies. It looked like it was 0.1 second away from potentially. Yeah, literally just as it came down.
सारे बैग्स मेरे बैग्स मिला के भी तेरे एनिमे जितने वर्क
तेरे सारे रिंग्स फेंक दूं मैं फेंक दूं
I mean, it was close. It was close.
बाद में बोलेगी नहीं लेकिन
this half is starting to feel oppressive. It's starting to get that little bit of worry. You know what I mean? You're starting to feel like, oh, we're really struggling on some of these.
And no kind of change up from Fnatic. They're just relying on this kind of 3 towards the A side of the map with Kayak towards long B.
Is that what you'd go for? Ideal scenario?
Scanning ahead.
I think, as I said, I want more delay towards B in case Na'Vi do pull that trigger again.
So what does that look like, practically?
Again, like the Killjoy Nano being there.
Right, okay, yeah.
Maybe Alpha needs to be on a faster rotation towards B, potentially. On the A side of the map, we need to stop getting caught front sight.
Okay.
I want to see us peel off and just delay the spike, get that recon in and get some rebounds.
Well, we saw how close that retake was in just that previous round with light weaponry, so I feel like the theory is absolutely spot on, but a cautious display from Na'Vi. Hard to get that beat on the tempo they want to run. It's the operator heard. No surprises. And a crunch maybe towards us before.
I can't remember which team it was where Lotus was behind, but Alpha just going for a solo play. A little bit desperate in my opinion.
The flames kicking up here, guys. We're going to have to touch in on that because this is not what you want to be seeing, but Crashy's now put under pressure. He does have support here as well. Chronicle trying to watch towards that main side, so both of them standing shoulder to shoulder, but do they get away with daylight robbery or do they not? Chronicle does. 13 seconds now. Na'Vi are going to be under pressure to get that spike down. Koalanu keeping the site secure, but they've lost out on main. Plant's going to be in. Kayak trying to close the gap. Where does Na'Vi go for this post plant? This is a lot of util and a lot of ults now ready to go. Where the hell do they go?
Shao was just a tiny bit late on that KO, otherwise he would have denied this Killjoy ult.
And Hero, he's fine. He's got the crosshair. Spots one. Oh, the lovely push and pull between the two of them. Chronicle's the one to get the bullet in the brain of him, but it doesn't matter. Down to the last two here. Koalanu and Shao. All 3 from Fnatic on the side.
The blue round, babe!
It's down to Shao, who's been a monster. A time.
Oh, Kajak!
He does have the time.
Kajak 5
He should have the
buildings!
defuse. And they get away with it being so close again.
The op shot straight into the rifle, instant headshot. Kayak is having a wonderful game, to be honest.
He's having a go of it, yeah.
That
start, let's roll our minds back as well. Alpha trying to make these plays happen. I feel like that wasn't necessary.
It feels like they're a bit disorientated and they're not remembering how to play this defense. I think that fundamentally we meme about not being good at pro, but we knew some of the fundamentals of this map and they're not following them right now.
Yeah, because that feels like that came down to hero individual moments between Kron, between even Crashies and Kayak having that impact there as well. I want to see Fnatic look a little bit more solid on those foundations. We do have Na'Vi's money a little on the ropes, though. That is something to note. We've got a Bulldog out for Koalanu. We still have that ult there for Rooksik and one off from Hero. But outside of that, this is where it gets into that bit of a crunch time. Fnatic can just squeeze the win out of this one.
थोड़ा और ही
Off
टोका
angle for Kayak.
Shot
come on,
be.
this guy. Absolute beautiful play from him. Kayak's in a bit of a spot of bother. Does need to wait to get away. Does. Christ. Just about get away from
shot
that.
तो लेगा
But again, if Navi's strike right now is just Kayak and Boaster to hold, we're not seeing the rotation approach from anyone else.
Oh fuck.
High flash in from Shout. And they start to go quality.
fuck.
They're already going to be trying to pressure that backside. I mean, the pre-fight just wasn't there, and Kayak is just holding it down now. This corner is just a blender of bodies. Navi left in tatters. And it looked desperate from them. Leaving Hero in a 1v5. No spike down.
भाई क्या
No
डिसिप्लिन है, कोई
teammates.
आगे तक नहीं जा रहा है
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds. Can he isolate a kill? Can he
क्या
find a
डिसिप्लिन है भाई
chance? Looking around, you've got two over towards
भाई
that
क्या
connector.
डिसिप्लिन है भाई हेलो
One towards CT and one backside. This is not the not the place you're going to go for. But Fnatic doing well here. But it felt a little one-dimensional from Navi on the approach in the end.
Yeah, but not... If I was to take a gamble, like if I was to take the odds, I feel like Navi were in a decent position to win that round. Kayak had to come alive once again to bail out Fnatic, in my opinion. If I'm doing a BXAC and I know there's an Astra and a Euro stuck in jail, what I call it, jail backside, whatever you call it, I'm taking that.
टाइम आउट लेके टिकट्स बुक कर रहे हो क्या मेरी जान के टूट मैंने बोला था फैनेटिक जीतेगा
I can see at least a Vandal on Shao, but I want to see if they can get
मैंने
everything.
बोला
I think
था
there will be players missing.
Yes.
There'll be
मैं ऐसा
light
फॉरवर्ड
shield,
में
there
ऐसा
will
कॉम्स
be
होता रहेगा मैं
issues
पिक लूंगा
coming
नहीं
up
नहीं
for them.
नहीं
They do have a couple of ults.
नहीं
They do
प्लीज
have
लेने
the
देना पिक
Astra
नहीं नहीं
Divide,
मत
of course, the
अरे लेने देना
lockdown
पिक में
with
मार सकता हूं
Killjoy.
नहीं नहीं ऐसा होता
That's
नहीं
the
है
only
क्या
options
कॉम्स
they have. For Fnatic, full purchase. Operator there for Kayak. And we do
Oh,
have
my
the Divide
friend,
as well with
Aneem.
Boaster on
What's that?
Astra. So there is that. And I think Kayak's not that far off his ult either one or two away. I'm not quite too sure. But if there's a slam dunk round you've got, if you're NAVI, something a little gimmicky, you know, a one and done, maybe now's the time. You don't have any more.
It'll be off the Killjoy Astro. I imagine they're going to call something off of. I wouldn't mind seeing Kayak change position here. I think he's been B-long a little bit too much. Me forcing Dirker in practice on the B-long a bit too much. It's the same thing happening here. I wouldn't mind go for a pick somewhere. He's got the Euro TP. It's not the same as the Jet. We can use the TP one side the map, go for a pick somewhere else. We can be back on that B line.
I was joking that
quick enough to do anything.
Crash is weak link for
Fnatic. So it looks like it's going to be the same approach as Fnatic, keeping it simple.
And yeah, there's that bite. Stinger, Guardian. They've managed to at least get 3 proper rifles.
Hey, ATP तो बहुत negative इंसान है यार तू.
Belong, trying to keep this Euro away, but Kayak has changed positions.
That's what you wanted to see. But whether or not it's gonna find validity, we wait. That's an audio cue heard. Kayak now prepares. Stunning start. Koalanu going down. They can maybe filter the weapon through. It's already been picked up here. But still, down to 4 players is far from perfect. And that was through middle. They don't even get space towards sides. Double face here. If they swing, they do off the back of the turret. That's nice. That's what you want to be seeing. Finally, Fnatic looking like they're getting stuff in a row here. Playing as a collective rather than individuals. But Rooksik and Angel gonna have to go above and beyond for their side. Angel almost got caught there. But now the Divide's going to go through. And the plant's on the cards.
Gajak bhai alt yes done chalo
Divide for Fnatic 2 so Navi can't do anything offsite here.
दोनों इधर है एक स्मोक में गया स्मोक में किधर गया बता इधर इधर stun दे इसकी फ्रेंड को stun दे
goes in. He's going to have to pull himself towards the side, but he's going to play back in on this. Rooksik still fine here. Still trying to play a little bit closer.
क्या हो रहा है भाई
Rooksik gets swung. He can't do anything. Fnatic just about trying to pick it up towards the end there. Navi getting very close to getting those 10 rounds, but not to be. 2-9 on map 1. Is that good enough in your mind?
Absolutely. That's Navi's map pick. They took it away from them.
मैंने जो बोला वो सब किया.
Fair play. That's what we're going to leave it on. You do not want to miss the next maps though, if this one is anything to go by.
फ्रैक्चर में भी आने वाले थे हो. Deadlock भी आएगा लग रहा है.
Trust each other, trust the calls, trust our practice. Okay, get that done. We'll come up.
बाप रे. भाई के साथ में खर्चा कितना हुआ रहेगा? Good night, Bangbai and chat. Bye-bye. Any freelancers in chat? ये देखो जगदीश भाई को एनी फ्रीलांसर इन चैट किस चीज में फ्रीलांस हाँ एडिटिंग में ब्रांड ढूंढने में ब्रांड लेने में ब्रांड देने में हाँ घर में काम करने में बाहर काम किस चीज का फ्रीलांस एनी फ्रीलांसर
If you want like a freelancer बर्तन धोने वाला, I have someone in mind.
अभी मेरा पावर देखना मेरे पावर से पिंकी कैसे दूर भागी हाँ? क्या हो गया हाँ? जरा ये होती है पावर पावर ऑफ अल्फा बीटा गामा थीटा मेल्स सारे मिलते आना इधर आना क्या हो गया मैंने फेस क्रीम किया है मैंने फेस डिजाइन किया है आना हाँ इधर आ W W W W क्या बोलते स्किन केयर किया है स्किन केयर वे ब्रेन केयर भी करो देखा रिप्लाई भी नहीं दे रही है उसको पता है आगे क्या होने वाला ऑफ जैसे 5 मिनट में सब स्किन केयर सूख जाएगा ना वापस मेरी गाफ मारेगी डांस नहीं करने का भाई पैर सूज गया पैर सूज गया मैं घर पे जब भी आया वहां से ऐसा लगा 4 पैर मेरा भी जब घर पे आए थे गुवाहाटी से ऐसे लगा मेरे पास 4 पैर आता है
लगा मेरा एलिफेंट का पैर मेरे पे लग गया
मैं भी चाय नहीं पी रहा भाई
मेरे लिए भी हो साउंड बंद आई करो भाई वॉच पार्टी बंद कर लाइक करो यार लाइक करो गेम तो थाकेंगे भाई हमारा फोन छत से गया मेरे पैर ऐसे सूज गए ऐसे वापस सोना पड़ता डांसर्स की मैं देखा तो डांस I don't think किसी ने पूरा अपलोड किया है अंकी
It is a fantastic start for Fnatic in this elimination match. They lead 1-0 against NAVI. I'm your host, Yungs, and I'm back here in the studio with Kakuka, and we're joined by the head coach of Team Vitality, Faded. Thank you, by the way, for stopping by. You guys don't play till next week, so it's really nice to have you here with us. I'm just going to dive straight in there with that map. Of course, elephant in the room. You guys got Durke. I think everyone agree. Fantastic deal in the off-season. So there was a lot of questions about Kayak's performance. What did you make of what he brought out here today?
I mean, today he definitely seemed a lot more confident. I think he's definitely fitting into the system really well, and I think one of the biggest things is you're seeing it come out, especially with the way he's playing around the team. And on the attack side, when he's taking his lanes, taking his advantages, he definitely is showing a lot more flow on the stage now. So
yeah, and the numbers, even though the disparity is not like absolutely massive, sometimes we see performances with like 89 ACS into an outstanding plus 250, but it's actually something that you could feel in the server. And as you're saying, he fits in better with the plans. There was also some intention, and probably a little bit of those nerfs from first week are not there anymore.
I think that clutch that he won kind of summed it up. It's such a big clutch to win as well. And I really felt like maybe last week in that situation, he wouldn't have won in that situation. And also, we have to talk about how this map really started for them in terms of the economy too, because so often that you see a lot of players, they don't tend to drop weapons for their star duelists. And Mosey, I'm calling you out. Floor, I would never want to see her on a classic. But you see Boaster here, round 1 classic, round 2 classic, coming into round 3, Kukuka drops Kayak this Vandal, and the rest is history.
It reminds me of the best moments of Bonker. Literally with the frenzy. Absolutely love it. But you know, there is a lot of intention. We've seen this in the past a lot with Jet. If you're going to send them in and want to have the biggest impact. But in this one especially, it makes for them to convert that bonus. And as you're saying, it's the economy that's going to snowball into those first rounds that is going to give Fnatic a lot of leverage to try a lot of different things around the map. And you know, as them playing Deco for the first time, I think it was very good for them to have that kind of flexibility, but also relying on like the plan is going to work. It doesn't matter if I start with a classic. We'll get there.
Is that how important is that, you think, from an IGL, just little details like that, having full trust, in your teammate?
I mean, I think it's really important to show confidence across, all your players, especially, rookie players that are coming into the league. I think, as you guys were saying, having a rough first week coming in, I think it's all about building that traction. Once you can kind of get your, younger players started in the servers, your veterans can kind of fill around it very well. I think it's very indicative of the trust that you can show, and it gives the player the confidence in the first place too as well.
I'm also glad that he's added another strat, Kayak Go Kill into his strat book. The book is growing larger and larger by the year.
2 pages.
yeah, 2 pages now. And speaking of things that are growing larger and larger, Alpha's been on this team for a long, long time, and he's played a lot of different agents. He's now on the Tejo, 1,000 days, by the way, on Fnatic. That is absolutely crazy, a long time.
Yeah, of course it's a long time, and some people forget just because he doesn't look as young, but Alpha literally grew up with us. He's 19. Yeah, he's 19. But he was 16 at some point when he joined Fnatic, and he was this young rookie. Now he has all this personality, and he still is as crisp on the server as he was. You were mentioning it, Faded, and sometimes his utility had a lot of impact. I think that the more time that you give for a player like Alpha here on an agent, he's going to get better and better, and this is just the beginning for him.
Where do you sit on the debate of, Alpha should just play duelists versus Alpha should, be more flexible?
I mean, I think Alpha is an extremely talented player where he can fill in so many different roles if he gets time to be able to adjust to it. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I was very curious about the Tejo pick, especially when you have Chronicle and you have Crashies coming in. But I think if Alma's going to do something about it like this, then I put full faith in it, because I think Alpha's the type of person where he can adjust to whatever he needs for the team. And especially if you want to remain confident in your young duelist, and you want to allow them to kind of adjust to the league too as well, kind of allowing them to fill that space and take primary role on it is definitely, very strong for them.
You can't be a Vitality Alpha 2026, I'm telling you. That would be the addition, You already have enough duelists, and Alpha, as we're saying, he can do it all. He can be in the duelist, he can now be on the Tejo. On Fracture, are we going to be seeing him back on that chamber? He had a lot of impact. Just doing what he does best. He will get the first kill, obviously on an angle that, sometimes you can only take with agents like Yoru, like the chamber, but actually last week, it was more of the...
भाई W भाई चैट में एक बंदे का आज पूरा हृदय परिवर्तन हुआ है भाई. ATB Chronicle and आसपास are 2 consistent players for years now. पहली बार बंदे ने पॉजिटिव चैट की है. पहली बार ATB भाई रो दूंगा मैं भीच. इतना चेंज ATB भाई में. हाँ, इतना चेंज.
they bit straight into that. Shao on the breach, Angel on the fade, and Koala Noob on the race. No surprises on the side of Fnatic. It worked pretty well last week, even though they do not have like a real sentinel to lock down the sides. It still worked very well.
Oi, Loading Studios.
I mean, I feel like Navi, especially the first match they played, they were a little bit more exploratory in their options and what they did. I feel like
बिना तेओ क्या मजा नहीं है
right now.
ये map
You know, the standard on this map is, you know, been seen as
ये तो
having
पुराना
the,
कॉम पे
big
भाई
boost comp,
1972
especially with the Cypher. It creates for a lot of stability across this map.
Navi में combo ज़्यादा है.
You know, I think meta comps are great and like standard comps are amazing, but I think especially now, seeing the recent competitions that have been going on, there's so much new creative ways, especially with the Teo coming into play. I think there's just so much variability. But I mean, if this is what makes Navi comfortable, then
you
it
respect
definitely makes sense. I
You
respect
respect
it.
it. Now, Fancy and Mini are crossing map 2 as well. Would you like to throw it over to them for me?
Yeah, most definitely. You know, always respected Mini in the past too as well. So it's amazing tossing it over to Fancy and Mini.
Yeah.
That was pretty cute.
भाई disable तो goal मतलब lifetime नहीं हुआ है ना disable.
Obviously, it means he doesn't respect you now. But he did in the past.
He's heard the cast and
yeah, he was like,
he's out.
Oh, no more of that. But let's. That was very sweet though. That someone.
No, it was sweet. I'm gonna be nicer to.
Poster पे अकेले practice कर रहे हैं पूरे team देखो.
That's how easy it was.
Terrible. They pick
ये होती है मेरी goat.
I love them. Are you? We didn't even start.
ऐसे कैसे हंसती है ना?
How can there be a tech pause before?
I don't know, because look at Fnatic. Look at him. Look what's happening. Alpha's got a tissue. Yeah, see, I told you, you lot spill everything.
He spat on his monitor.
सब लोग monitor साफ कर रहे हैं.
What have they done? What have you done?
Look at him, he's cleaning. He's just cleaning it. Oh, they're all clean.
I told you.
What's going on?
I don't know, but it's always you lot. You're like, oh, it's never us. We don't do that. It's always the other teams. No.
Controller से खेल रहा है goat.
I don't appreciate that at all, that impression.
Well, let's take this.
Why do you support Fnatic?
The reactions to everything.
MM, all because of
Look how many
MM.
cups you lot have as well.
Yeah,
Look at it. Look at it.
I mean, I did.
How many cups are in your room?
In prac, we did.
मैं actual में support नहीं करता था,
Where
लेकिन MM के वजह से मेरे को करना पड़ा.
Because you need to train your bladder for the game.
Honestly.
MM बोले तो मेरी मर्जी.
I tried.
After we was in Tokyo when
he was about to win a major trophy and he's.
Skin killing a guy on 5 finger. ये leaks है mobile.
He's sprinting down the stage. Me and Mike going, what's going on? Why are we filling?
Well, I passed him.
It's not good, look.
I was like,
hate from Tibon. Black player क्या ही hate
I want
देंगे.
to celebrate with you, but I know he's going to lose. So
4 दिन बाहर था मैं फिर भी मेरे नीचे था Tibon rank.
But speaking of at least Alpha, maybe not in that sort of conversation, we can talk a little bit about this chamber pick, right? Like, let's actually discuss it a little bit, because it is a very unique go-to, right? There's a couple of teams who've been kind of looking at the chamber. I guess you could say EG at one point, but not in this map. You know,
Nishan Deshpande, chat में मत कांड दे.
I think it's about. I think Fnatic's approach this year, we saw it in the off-season.
मेरे jokes OP होते हैं भाई, OP.
Unleash Alpha, yeah.
Okay.
किसी Magnum कौन सी टीम में अभी नहीं है शायद Magnum.
I know that Teo maybe isn't an Unleash kind of character, but we are seeing him on the Raze more. We've seen him on ISO, and now we're seeing him on a Chamber. To me, that's just saying.
Always Fnatic.
You know how much of a win condition Alpha has fragging.
I mean, ये मेरी friend है.
And we're gonna lean into that, which I don't.
Hashtag Fnatic win. ये hashtag अच्छा नहीं.
Like.
Always Fnatic.
The team like not substitute, but you know what I mean, like Leo's out and stuff. Like Chronicle said, like it's gonna be the old guard that might need to kind of step up. And Alpha had a good year last year, but he didn't have a great year. I don't think. So like I want to see.
Hello, Binks. How's yours? I'm Gucci.
Role.
Yeah, it is hard to pin down though what he's actually doing because there's so much variety in it.
Yeah, I mean it's a bit messy. I don't love the messiness, but
I mean the whole map is messy, but here we are.
The new role is Alpha go kill with a bit of tail.
Right, buffering. There is no buffer, मेरी जान.
Okay.
But one thing I did want to note is that again, I'm gonna have to mention Derek again, but like when we did bring in Alpha, it was during that chamber meta. And I brought
Angel
him
by
in to try
Gindre.
and play chamber at the time.
कितने rounds से जीतने वाले
And then I asked Durka, well, what do you prefer? Because obviously he's the 10 years professional on the team. He's the duelist. He's the one that gets the choice, and he wanted to play the chamber.
Coach client issue भाई अभी लिख के आता क्यों है tech post?
W production. But Alpha was farming in those trials playing
W production.
Oh, you actually trialed him in that role as
एक
well.
बार race kit के आज हाँ क्या?
Okay, so there's something to this. I want to see a bit more of
वो
it.
lobby में भी race kit
We
होता
have
है
been
क्या?
told that it should be sorted soon. We have been lied to in the past. Hopefully not again, because I'll start going off of script, and then ooh, it goes badly wrong.
कितने लोग देख रहे हैं
Do you miss seeing your face on it?
My face? My face was never on that stuff though.
50K worldwide watching.
Really?
They didn't care about
पैसिफिक
me.
के टाइम पे देखेंगे ज़्यादा रहेगा.
I've seen stickers of you.
Yeah, the fans are lovely when they draw. Yeah,
Oh, it's the
पे ज़्यादा रहेगा ना Jack?
they don't love me. They don't want my face anyway.
YouTube पे 50,000 लोग हैं. Pitch पे ज़्यादा रहेगा ना?
Now in game, the pause is stopped, but we wait. Boaster, I can't see the Boaster.
Oh, worldwide.
Loves you. I can't see that.
I can't see the front one.
It's really hard to see. Love from.
Love from.
Love from. Classic love from.
Oh, worldwide में ज़्यादा है.
Thankfully.
My region में 50K था.
For all of our sakes. Time for game. Time for game. Game time. We love game time. Game time means maybe I get to go home at like before midnight. We love that. Navi up against Fnatic, map 2 here, and in a very serious way. This is a big map. The fact that Fnatic were able to take map 1 puts Navi right back under pressure. This is an elimination game, and they better be able to step up to the task here, and this is no easy map to do it on either.
No, but Navi historically have been a decent Fracture team. Angel is an IGL that understands this map. It's going to be, I think if they play it like they did before, a very slow approach.
Good.
Using that south side, this underground area is going to be used a lot to kind of exec that beast site. So I apologize for the slowness, but hopefully Fnatic bring some fire on the defense and make it a bit more interesting.
We can already see the Fnatic are being proactive, at least over towards that dish side, and it seems like they're aware of the possibility of putting a lot of faith in it, but just to do a bit of damage, right? Maybe get one, maybe able to get back, do something. Does.
Positions like that, where just the double swing out on a chamber, is like really nice to see from Navi.
Seemingly very heads up. We are going into the territory of there is footage of Fnatic in these maps. Kayak trying to make his way over as well. Does have the sheriff,
They've gone for a strange approach with this plant. It's not really planted for them, but they're comfortable to play in this CT area.
Smoke's down.
They've got a util for it, I guess, question mark? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it yet. I'll decide on the outcome. But now the paint shell's there, the stun goes in, but the time is still in play. And this is where we might see the issues. This is where we have the question mark. And Kayak absolutely rips them to shreds. What was that post plant?
I mean, beautiful from Kayak with those What on earth are Navi doing? Like, open plant, that's beautiful.
Stunning. Love the idea.
Close plant, they've got a nade, and then they've ran through 2 smokes.
Oh, and they made a mess of the fade util too.
उससे भी कुछ नहीं होता क्या होता उससे?
Kayaks absolutely had
वो reveal आने से भी कुछ नहीं होता.
That's what we need to see from him. He had a good first map, and if he continues that in the crash.
सबका reaction same था ना? सबका reaction same ही था बे.
Right, you take him when you get
सबका reaction. Fnatic के player से लेके coach से लेके goat Binks सबका reaction same.
Messing up the reveal, that still doesn't feel like there was enough of a contingency. Anyway,
+1.
We digress. We go back in Navi now.
जो मैं बोला वही बोल.
Hold on, no bit of chip damage here. Kayak was down pretty low initially. No one punished yet though.
Interesting anti-eco. This is something that Fnatic used to do in the past, where the anti-eco looks strange. You got the 4 people towards the A side of the map. But the idea is trying to collect these
shot bay.
So Dish, I think, was collected or maybe contested for. A main now taken. Fracture is a map where you have these high power ults and there's 4 orbs on the map. In these kind of rounds, we need to look for them. There's, you know, Fnatic are expected to win this round. Yes. What else can we get out of this round? The orbs is the answer.
Min-maxing their way around. Navi taking the tour themselves, right? Alpha's still
both teams well aware.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of protocol list, right? And Chronicle even getting a little bit involved here. Navi, there's no safety to be felt. But for now,
सबसे गंदा irritating यही लगता है. पूरा screen मिल जाता है.
Chances.
30 seconds left.
So Alpha, does he get to farm on this? Good damage, but doesn't actually convert the kill here. So they get to creep a little bit closer. He didn't decide to follow away either. And Hero has a ball of his own. And keep in mind, Kayak was low.
बस मारा Hero ने दो लेकिन यार.
And Chronicle, they keep it just fine with 3 alive.
Yeah, worrying start to that hole, but all good in the end. We'll leave that one for now.
And for Navi, I feel like, how much can they prep into this? Because they banned
नहीं होगा
this
इसके
before
बाद
up against Carmine Core, right? So clearly
सीधा
they
एक मैप
fancy
के
it
बीच
then.
में से स्ट्रीम नहीं
You've been
करूंगा
able to see
एक मैप होने
Fnatic,
दो उसके बाद
I guess, play this very recently, that 13-8 against BBL. So is that enough? Is the devil you know enough to go off here?
I think so, absolutely. I think they're going to have good reads on what Fnatic are going to do. Interesting bonus round idea from Fnatic, using 4 towards his A side for a push.
Oh, I thought they were going on this one. Alpha does get at least baited on the corner, but he's in a... Oh my god. Commitment to that. He's a lucky boy sometimes.
Alpha को मानना पड़ेगा.
NAVI sensed that kind of push on the south side and opting for a dish kind of group.
भाई एक की जगह लेके वहाँ पे
tiny choke point as our finisher is not something I love, but it is going to be down to Boaster.
Hero could sell them a wondrous fake too. They're going to start putting the pieces together because Boaster is on this side, but Boaster's got to go above and beyond for his side. Doesn't give away the game on the first, but he's been... I thought he'd been seen, but Angel in a daze, just hazy on the cross. And Crashy's trying to at least maintain positioning here, waiting for that support system to come back into play, but Koala Noob already isolates one. Kron keep it in check, and Fnatic just working this out as they go through, leaving Hero, who could have been pivotal, irrelevant. He can at least make it costly.
Open तो है नहीं.
The planet is open. Is it open? I don't think so.
I don't think he's got much on this one. No, it was so ready, little high-low setup there.
It was an open plant, so he had a chance there. I think Fnatic had everything in that round. Having control of that south side of the map whilst Navi come out and dish. They got a tiny choke point to come out of. In the post plant, where they have to go back through where Fnatic space in that A main. To me, that's a worrying sign for Navi.
It's not the map you want to see them having any sort of worries on either. You'd want to see them hit the ground running. If you wanted a close affair, you're coming off of a 9-13 loss, which is still a very competitive game. But if you got that slow start here, a little bit worried. Now the money's going to be a bit shaky, so you're looking at 4-0. It's really easy to get that spiral against you. Especially when they're converting bonuses.
Yeah, I want to see just a fast direct strat here based on the economy for Navi. It looks like thought we were going to see it. Not going to call it.
You thought you were going to see something fast from Navi?
Yeah, unfortunately. They're just being very careful about the idea that they know that Fnatic like to go for those aggressive defense pushes. So they're just making sure that everything's settled before they go for anything.
Right there.
Chronicles getting that ult so quickly as well. The crunch is coming in. Crashy's not going to stick around too long. So just to get contact and fall away towards side. I guess you don't want to really leave a weapon that's so easily recoverable, at least on your own. But now fighting together might be the answer. Nayak's now here. And the flash, and you can see there was a real trade on this. There was a real bit of anyone from the Americas given a stinger looks twice as deadly as anyone from EMEA, but still Chronicles falling. Navi, give it an inch. They've taken a mile. They've got all the Vandals now. They've got all the chances now, and they find out for as well. The Thrifty conversion here. The pay safe card Thrifty to boot. That is perfect for them.
Yeah,
what just happened?
Fnatic went for some re-clear of dish, jumping up like into those tight corridors with the gun advantage. I feel like that was a mistake from Fnatic. Something that they've obviously cooked up as a protocol to the A crunch that we saw. But traditionally you just see teams control that A main space and just fight for that and then leave the site. So I think a mistake from Fnatic there.
Nice!
I know, easy to say, like, they lost the round, but, like, genuinely...
A question mark. Yeah, a real question mark. Oh! But Alpha's gone down on the other side, and that's actually where the more important part is. I guess Hero, he knows there's more. He absolutely knows there's more. Ah, so close here. Now, in the meantime, that beast... Big boy Hero backhands Kyle. I've been in your shoes, boy. I got this one. Plants in. Navi's got that sight on ramps as well. Much to do here. Keep the Bulldog and Vandal, and look at the next round. Maybe make it costly if you can, but it stands.
ये बंदा सेम मेरे जैसे खेलता है.
There's no economy here for Fnatic at all. Anything.
क्या मारा है भाई.
Big. Any weapons they get out, sorry.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, it feels like Alpha's not had a great start.
वो भी सैचल मार के गया, सोच के कि ऑफ रहेगा करके.
But I think that on the Chamber, like, Chamber's one of those agents that when I prep, I distinctly remember the last time Fnatic would have played Fracture would have been against Zeta, I believe, which was Laz's team, who was the infamous Chamber from Japan.
Yes.
I remember that very rarely do I prep for a single opponent.
Against
the Chamber, it makes more sense to be like, this is where they like to play.
Yes, sir.
Exactly. So I think that's the kind of prep that I would expect Navi to do against Alpha here, which is a little bit worrying for someone who's not an operator player.
And this is again a big skill set, is that once you've been kind of check marked a couple of times, right? Let's say 1 or 2 rounds your positioning isn't ideal. Versatility is the name of the game. How well do you look when you're forced off that and have to come up with something new? That's a big challenge here for someone who doesn't traditionally play this role. Now, a couple of those ults are very much nearby for Fnatic, but in this one, we're looking at Kayak as being the one influence, right? That one Vandal there, everyone else is going to be down on pistols, odds and ends. Not what you want to be talking about here, but Hero's starting to shape up as well. He had a nice little round before.
Beautiful.
Lovely.
Taking the ropes down. Crash towards A main completely softens up this B site for Navi.
They get the green light, right? Plants in.
Spike planted.
Nothing to indicate. Hands of Crashies. Oh, sorry, Chronicle. There's nothing you want to be doing with that. This looks like another good round, unless something goes a little bit skew-if, right?
Abhi aayega gun aur ult for
trying to
tower.
set it into motion. Not going to get much for that.
Tower ho sakta hai.
RV looking lined up for
Tower
another.
pe banda hai.
Chronicle, Boaster, Crashies.
There's too much.
And in the time, yeah, you're looking at it.
As soon as you get a clean plant with Brimstone, even the Cypher cams on the spike.
Maybe not with that molly, but...
I didn't even see, they missed the molly?
But what does it matter? In-zone flawless hit.
Bhai lag gaye.
RV,
Penalty
okay,
ke lag
Fnatic, I want to see what the adjustment is. Now, I don't know if it's a timeout level of an adjustment. It might be in my mind, but I want to see a different look on Alpha as well. He's got that ult in the pocket. Huge impact. Now that's a lot to ask because he's not had the hot start either, so maybe confidence won't be as high as possible. So let's see what they have. And on the other side, Quad, who's got his ult very disruptive. You've got the Raze ult flying, and you've got Rooksick for the post plant on the Brimstone.
Yeah, it looks like Alpha's going to go for an A main pick here, but if Navi decided to use these ults early, he could be in a world of pain without a TP that's safe for him to escape.
Uh-oh, and that's a miss, and he's got to get out of there. Yeah, this is not ideal at all. What? Poster? How? How and where is this happening?
Penalty combo hai na wahan pe.
Give me the replay on that.
It was the stun Brim ult into A main there. Immediately off the bat. We saw that in the last Fnatic game.
Yeah,
but I didn't catch that one. I was more focused on Alpha.
Well, I think so with RV. I think that's a fair assessment.
Heavy comeback bola, heavy
Angel
combo.
and Hero now. Oh, I can't believe it. Boast is going to be giggling about that.
I'm honestly surprised that Angel gets called by that. Well, Angel's team. I mean, big picks of Hero.
I mean, it's not over. It ain't over yet. Full till near on for Angel, right? Just one Prowler invested.
Fnatic playing this quite disciplined though, so it's going to be hard for Angel to get a pick here.
This crosses.
Oh my god.
Because Angel was aware of that as well.
So he just dejected into a chair after his
report करके ban दे सकते के लोग.
I think that's reasonable, man. That was a tough way to go down.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because that was a kind of idea that we ran quite a lot of Fracture. So a bit surprised now we got caught.
2 seconds now. Also, keep in mind, Hero knows that Crashies was here. That Dark came down earlier. Now he knows that Alpha's here. 10 seconds though. Trying to bait. Smoke there. It's just going to take his chances to near on 0. Time is running out, and he knows it. Alpha's still not having the best of times, but it's fine. He rounds out the round, but rolling it back, it was really that ult and that stun was the key components here.
Yeah, I think that's a kind of Fnatic classic there.
There it is. Just watching it back.
Just watching your teammates fry.
Yeah, nothing to be done about it either. It's like, cool. Replay team is really good.
Bro, I literally hit him with headshot operator, bro.
that was through the wall in heaven. Not happy about the damage
अरे काय loading हो रहे भाई?
Clearly not, but Operator is now out for Alpha.
Another
couple of ults here though
like
for
a
NAVI.
short idea maybe here from Fnatic. Getting aggressive here. Might see Chronicle.
What is that thing that they hold after every game? Hitter.
Oh, they do. Okay, Hero is probably dead. Yeah, goes down, but
अब जीत
you're
गए
looking at where Navi were going. That was
ये लोग
a
का main
one-man
player
kill
गिरा
ult.
दिया.
Is
Main
that worth it in your mind, or is it just the space that they get for it as well?
Absolutely. I think everything's worth it there. Getting one kill off an ult, I'll take that.
Losing this line, they heads up about it. No, they seem to be a little lackadaisical on the way back in towards site. After showing so much of their hand early on, Navi fortunately
अगर वो
were
सैचल की वजह से बाहर आके मरता
dish
था
for
मजा
them
आता
at
था लाइफ में
Yeah,
सच्ची
Attack
बोल
side
रहा
op
हूँ
is quite
बहुत ज़्यादा
rare,
फन होता
especially
एक बार ट्राई
on the
करो
dish up that aggressively.
So the Fade ult will find zero,
एक
but it kind of gives
advantage
away the
रे
game, right? It tells you where they are. Angel clearing space. That high potential of sand, high potential of
advantage
sight.
space बहुत
These sort of positions. Yeah, that's a lot on his plate, but he's been clean. He's been really sharp with it. And Boaster still going to get one. Still good for his kayak.
भाई क्या पागल इंसान है ये
Completely unnoticed. They forgot about kayak and they lose out because of it.
चंद
Yeah, I
में
mean, I
मारा
was
दो
worried, but
हेडशॉट
the
बे
distraction from both
आराम से वो
that
भी
smoke was just enough to, you know, turn their backs to Kayak there. Usually playing on site like that against a breach, you know, breach is very
कैलेंडर में वो डेंजर प्लेयर है बहुत
the fault lines, they're going to catch you most
वो
of the time.
consistently
So
top
let's
one
kind of
radiant
talk
range
contextually, because
for
we were
almost
talking
all
earlier,
season
as we are now in a Navi timeout, and you said even you looking at the Fnatic fracture here, you can
top
find
one not
areas
top
to
3
work,
भी नहीं top
right?
1
Like, you know,
मतलब
eye testing it.
he's
Are you
the
still
guy
seeing those areas to work in?
For you.
Are you still seeing those possibilities here? And are Navi even exploring them? Or are they doing them all, we're going to play our own
मिनट
game?
मारा
What are
इधर
you
ये तो
seeing?
बिग बैग का सपना है लैंग्वेज
I think there
मेरा
are
रोज का है
opportunities, like getting, we know that Alpha is going to be playing.
भाई
with
लड़का लोग
the
अलाउड है
map
कि
quite
नहीं
a
है
lot
भाई
for
वेन्यू में
Navi,
मेरे को
so I
बात
think
बताओ
that one of the key things
क्या
is
सीन
trying
है
to make Alpha feel uncomfortable,
हाँ
TPing away early in the round.
है
Fnatic
कि नहीं
also
जब जब
played
कैमरामैन
A
दिखाता है
side
वेन्यू
slightly
तब तक
strange
खून जलता है
sometimes, where they have crashes towards dish, using the recon for information, putting some pressure over there at the same time might be useful. And we've seen already some of the awkward ways that they played.
अमेरिकास करोगे हाँ इसके बाद
on the site just then. They went
और
for
मैप
push
के बीच
kill.
में रहूंगा तो
These
नहीं
are not
करूंगा तो सेकंड
traditional
मैप अभी
ways
तो चालू
to
गया
play
रहेगा वो
the
लोग का
side, and I
फर्स्ट
do
मैप
think there's opportunities that
तो
we
अपन
could
सीधा
push
सेकंड
away
मैप करेंगे
to get those kills. But yeah, I think a lot of it's down to the
करो जरा वो
gaps
भी
that
देखते हैं
the chamber has. We don't have that sentinel info in the same way as like a Killjoy Cypher.
So are Navi not doing enough to
जस्ट चालू हो
exploit
रहा
them?
है
Or are we seeing a couple signs of it?
We're seeing some signs of it because they're aware of where the chamber could be.
गणना गणना
But
बता
in terms of like overall macro, I'm a bit confused by some of these dish finishes.
New
That, to
streamer
me, is just
sensei,
fundamentals
new,
of the
new.
map. You don't want to go for too many dish finishes. And then getting caught by a big breach.
सोते कभी हो सुबह 10 बजे
They're doing okay, but they're just doing some of the
10 से
silly
3 10
things.
से 4
We're already seeing Alpha forced away from that gem there. So it looks like the protocol list is still prioritizing forcing that chamber back a little
Shot.
bit. Boaster just gets a shot through smoke. It happens.
इसलिए स्पैम
Baruxi
मारने
goes
का
down,
जब ये
and I'm pretty
एग्जीक्यूट होता
sure-
रहेगा ना स्पैम
I
मारने
mean,
का
that'd been lovely to have in the post plant, right?
और
Have
मारते
that
मारते
volley there, all the
reposition करने
goodies,
एक
but
की जगह
Hero's
बॉट
position could be
प्लेस में
everything. A pixel is not enough. So now you're looking at Angel. Okay, no, Angel's got it that time. What are we up to here? How is he getting away with that? Almost. Kayak is going to take down Angel. And Fnatic start working back in towards this. Down to Hero. Down to Koala Noob.
भाई काउला
First
नूब
one
का
positions,
पोजीशनिंग
Hero's
ओपी
behind
है
the smoke here. Koala Noob's being pressured from so many corners, so many angles, and in perfect unison. Fnatic pulling off the retake now. Another good sign of life here.
Yeah, that all came off of the back of Boaster's shot through that smoke. I think if that shot didn't happen, that might look like a very different round there. The Brimstone staying alive in the post plant with the molly would be big. That is the win condition, one of the win conditions on this map. That is why we see Brimstone on this map. Get that spike down, get off the side, throw the molly.
क्लीन मारा बे ब्रो
delaying.
निकलना है
So yeah, but Fnatic given a bit of a freebie on that entry.
It's so strange.
थोड़ा सा
to see
शर्म
Crushy's so happy.
रीजनल का करो ना कुछ क्या करे
Like he's just so whimsical.
I like how
Players
everyone's saying
को
like
कुछ नहीं
Fnatic
करने
looks
के मैं
happy,
क्यों
but
करूं भाई
I
वो
don't
क्या
remember.
2-3 साल से कर लिया मैंने
I never had that one.
Save for the players only. Yeah, hold on.
Ooh, bit of an anti-strat maybe, expecting someone into that heaven position.
Didn't get what they wanted though. I think it was Chronicle who just got forced away a little bit. But yeah, no reward on that. Looking at the approach coming out from NAVI. Straight through towards sand, at least with quite a few buys, but Kayak's taking away the space towards main. Good trade, so they eventually do get down Chronicle. Boaster tries to play in, and Fnatic taking these refights and losing almost all of them.
Yeah, the set was very separated there. We saw
one to punch कर रहे थे लेकिन
in the main.
two वाला थोड़ा सा casual हो गया.
Then they're very separated from each other, so a curious hold from Fnatic there.
Alpha, sell me that you can play up. Sell me it.
फिर भाई इतने ओपन में जो खड़े
थे. A little bit of something here. So far, no play. Not having fun here. Been marked, caged off. Angels taking away his teammate. He's all alone.
और लेने जा रहा था वो 4v2 करके.
Well, I think we kind of know what he's probably thinking about here. You'd imagine he's wanting to keep hold of this. He's got 5.7.
Economy state for Fnatic's pretty good, so he's annoyed that he's probably going to have to save.
He's being teased by the Cypher every time he's like
Hero.
Hero's just breaking his heart.
भाई ये पहली बार देखा बे.
And he knows where these players likely are. He's so aware that they're probably watching this cross.
दोनों यहाँ पे ये फिर भी और
like you're trying to dismantle it in your mind, but yeah, Xiao takes away. He's just not getting much play, but
Alpha will like जिधर player ठीक तू तेज आ रहा है.
Pretty close.
Fnatic winner of this match, Fnatic baby, Fnatic baby. Chat, we are close to 7k likes. 100 लोग बचे तो अगर कोई नए बंदे आए तो like कर दो please. और जिसने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया सब्सक्राइब करके माल कमाओ.
Like what? I'm a little bit surprised at Fnatic taking so many of those refights over towards main, over towards that kind of A side of the map, isolated individual. It doesn't feel like that standard look that we see.
Headshot मारे.
But still.
No, usually you see, you know, flashes coming in, flashes coming in and swinging off together, but a very individualistic approach on that A main, which is very surprising.
Dedication दे नहीं सकता यार कुछ.
Alpha's priority this time changing, or at least his initial approach over towards Dish, now containing that space. And you're looking at Na'Vi maybe just taking the rest of the map here. An early glance towards A. Right on the owl drone here. Do they speed up on it? Crashy's got to play this one carefully.
By recon ulti this is the easiest
big old porcupine.
Fnatic retake ever.
This is a little bit brave here. I don't know if I loved it. Bold, yes, but finally Alpha does find a shot. But the trade-off is Na'Vi have the sight. They've got what they wanted, and Rusik sticking around up towards that Raptors side. Boaster can't fall through. He's not affected by the flash, and Na'Vi look perfectly well-rounded now. Kayak in a 1v4, and he's not. I swear Hero is just like the phantom, right? You see him for a second and he's out. But that was so well handled by Na'Vi.
Yeah, it looks like Navi's approach now is just to abuse that A main. Like, trying to finish towards A. Again, a very strange... They were going for like a retake A setup, but then we saw the flood come in. They had the server ult to work with, didn't decide to use it. I'm not exactly sure what is causing
मैं पहले बहुत बड़ा fan था आपको वैलो में convert कर दिया
after we saw the A main not work last round, I thought it would just be okay boys, let's fight this together next time, not you know, let's leave the site completely, let them in, and then we'll kind of flood in kind of half.
How much do you earn? I think
a couple more rounds, 2-3 more rounds.
A lot from
they'll be happy.
Members.
They're on for it here.
Especially without the pistol.
Yeah, God, I forgot about that. Okay. A little bit worried. We do have the two ults, Crashies.
मैं बहुत जगह पे ads off करता हूँ.
And on the other side, you've
साल
got
के 6 महीने में ads off करके रखता
हूँ. As impactful, but
अभी भी मेरा ads
off. Really key piece.
Yeah, it looks like Boaster and Chronicle.
वरना हर 10 से 12 मिनट में जो ad आता ना,
trigger of Alpha, yeah, but I'm
उससे
more
भी
than
अच्छा
sure
earning
I'm
होता
going to fall for it twice.
Maybe. With bated breath. Na'Vi. Oh, Kayak.
IT membership revenue underrated है
पता. A little misdirected.
मैं तो कितना ही है भाई membership stream अभी last 4-5 महीने में तुम लोग देखो.
Is going to be here to play
almost हर दिन क्या जब भी
we'll see Alpha and Chronicle go for a flank potentially.
Yeah, site's going to be cleared with Angel utilizing that ultimate to clear through B, so they take it with
confidence.
Play
bro, you're here to ये मैचेस एक एक्सपीरियंस है बे. ये सब ऐसा कॉम्बो होल्ड रिटेक अभी आएगी मॉली गाफ के नीचे. ये सब के बीच में अगर ऐड आएगा अभी अल्ट मार रहा है से ऐड आएगा कैसा लगेगा तुमको.
and the frag. Crashies does well, then fine. Rooksig, but Chronicle coming alive. Keeping control of that spike. Another layer of delay there, stalled it out. Nice challenge from Hero though. Understanding the tempo of this pressure coming back in from Canteen. And now the 2v2. But look at where the spike's going.
30 seconds left.
Why would you stick around?
Hero, it'll be really interesting to see how Hero decides to play this one. Koala's coming back. Just a little seed of doubt for Fnatic.
Oh god, and now you're feeling a bit uncomfortable. Do you continue? For 13 seconds you have to. You got to stick the landing now, and there's problems everywhere. 8 seconds, he wanted to catch Crashies, and he does. And now time, 4 seconds to swim.
Oh,
the Red Bull clutch as and when Navi needed it. 6-6, we are tied.
Oh,
Disaster for Fnatic there. I just threw away the end of that round there.
And look, Chronicle put in some work, Crashies put in work here to bring that back from the brink. It was almost a disaster, but this couldn't be closer now in map 2. This is an elimination game, and who knows who's walking away in one piece after this. Don't miss that second half. This is absolutely heating up.
क्या मारा भाई? हाँ? ईशान भाई आप नूबू हो, आप नूबो। दिग्विजय भाई तो देवता इंसान है। इसी मैच सेट में want to say ये फर्स्ट मैच तो नहीं देख पाएंगे, for sure। और मेरा प्रेडिक्शन ये है कि brother. देख रहा था। मेरा प्रेडिक्शन है EG जीतेगा। क्वार्टर
Kick off life on
ये थर्ड मैच जाएगा नहीं।
Fnatic जीतेगा। got much closer than expected. 6-6.
Big brain booster देखने मिलेगा।
Back and forth. Mini, what are your takeaways here? Because this one feels like it fell to pieces at the end for Fnatic there, but they keep at least an even scoreline.
Yeah, I think Fnatic are a bit lucky, to be honest, to get away with some of those rounds. I know that Koala had a big clutch at the end there, but even that round was looking to start with. So yeah, new half, new teams is fine.
Let's see what we've got. NAVI now on the defending side, of course, Fnatic on the attack. And Alpha, I'm not yet sold on this.
EG वाला भी second match करो, अगर ये 2-0 हो गया तो।
Waiting for a second attempt, another tag. Good chip damage. That's not what you're dreaming of. That's not what you're praying for. And the rest of Fnatic looks to try and turn and fight on this one, but they don't get the kills either.
They should know the B site is weak now at least. And the chip damage is there. Not the worst situation.
He's still against 5. Oh my god, Hero just finds 2 in the smoke there in the end. Kayak's the one claiming.
Please,
this is getting really messy, very brawly. Plant's gonna come
in.
That paint shell is nasty as hell.
Ooh,
how is Booster alive from that?
5
HP and he gets to walk away breathing.
Interesting post plant. Again, the spike isn't in the best spot for this tower style post plant. It looks like Booster does have a molly ready.
Yeah, and Crashy still has a shock dart as well. You've got a little bit of the reveal here as well.
I think he's just missed it and mollied himself though.
Last one.
What is going on? Okay, Angel's starting the he just mollied everyone off. Oh my god, Angel's just sitting this. This is unforgivable.
Yeah, I mean, Navi had one of those on their half.
Yeah, but this is a...
Cute molly.
Replay, please. Please replay. Replay.
I'm pretty sure he
tragedy.
and he's missed it.
Have they got it? Have they got it?
अच्छा नहीं लगता.
Yeah, they
नजर
don't.
लगता.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm pretty sure it's him trying to bounce it off
मैंने
the
कहा
wall. and
ये
it's very-
just like-
20 करोड़ मानता
I
हूँ.
don't believe that he's got a lineup.
फिर भी रेंट पे रहता हूँ. Down to earth.
Yeah, Navi are
Down to earth.
happy about that one. Very strange post-plant decision.
Yeah, even just like leading up to that kind of stack towards the tower side seemed a bit strange. It's all getting really messy here.
Yeah. I mean, that nade, I do want to point out that what we saw in the last round from Fnatic.
Order करेगा तो बोलो तो order करेगा. एने के time करेंगे भाई order.
Remember
Book
with
लगेगी
the
मेरे.
Molly and the kind of Sova ult and stuff, and I was...
Hold on. They're all coming back round here.
बाप रे, timing बोलते चटी बोलते.
With a Vandal, that being Kayak, and I think he is part of this pack.
Counter stun दिया था क्या?
Okay, they dismantled it. Carry us. No. That was, it could have been nothing, but when I see Kayak part of it, I get a little nervous, but crack on.
Yeah, so what we saw there from it kind of reminded me of the old Navi. They were very good at playing off that B site and delaying. And that nade you saw is the exact same nade that Zipan used to throw when he'd play.
Okay, so very similar DNA in these rounds.
Somehow they would hear exactly where you're planting, and the C's nade would be coming down, and we're like, how the hell did they know we're planting there? We changed the plant, and it didn't matter.
In terms of iPhone, उसके life का पहला iPhone ही मेरे को gift मिला हुआ.
A plant here.
In terms of iPhone.
Don't know if Kai can get away already. Alpha going to be given Vandal, so maybe a round for him. Nice.
W net. Net W.
Kayak's been cleared, so now a 1v3 for him. Be nice
Net
to get
W
this back. Well, it's not even theirs to take back, but it'd be nice to take it away from Alpha. But the diffuse is going to come in. Angel again, his job, just diffuse the spikes. Easy enough, Navi now.
I love बहुत सारा GEELI में love you.
It's forgivable. The one before makes you uncomfortable. There is that little bit of doubt about it, but I'm a bit worried.
Interesting. Maybe
तारिक तो बना था भाई. तारिक का team बहुत बड़ा है यार.
It's terrible. I don't know, but I do distinctly remember some statistics
तारिक का
where
team बहुत बड़ा है.
Hero Vandal,
छोटा-मोटा आदमी नहीं है.
The win rate is extremely high. I'm talking nearing 40% for one Vandal, from what I remember. This isn't my stats. Someone else told me these. The half armor guy, he told me some of these things.
I mean, you broke the game because of that, so thank you for that one. So maybe this has got something to it. Maybe they've been chatting to the same guy, but now we're coming to the third round. It's going to be... it's still got a bit of punch to it for Navi. That's nice from Alpha, though. Takes away Koala Noob. They are pressuring this, and he is going to have to get out of danger now. Okay, so Navi reclaiming that northern side.
Yeah, the B side completely open for Fnatic. I was wondering how Fnatic would deal with the lack of trips or cams or turret on their attack side. I thought that was a potential weakness, that if Navi got aggressive on this defense, it is going to come down to Alpha probably having to take duels.
क्या fail and use होएगा 45
based off of side cues that he might not have.
Okay, but Martin again, so Crashes is going to get seized, I think.
Oh, by combo.
Kayak punishing the push up there, trying to make it back towards the side. That's not bad. Down to 3 players now for Navi. This is their bonus, so how much damage can they really do? Bulldogs there, Vandal there for Hero. This is still a very brought up round for them. Big investments. It'd be nice to get a bit more. It's just down to Ruxic. But Fnatic, you don't lose much more here, if anything at all. And I think Ruxic knows much more out of this. So potentially 7 here for Fnatic.
वैसे best valorant streamer तो हो आप, ऐसा नहीं है यार. तुम लोग ने बनाया.
Bit worried about this. Fnatic need to really tighten up the screws. Crashes is dead as well, so that's a pretty costly round for Fnatic. But a round win,
exam है और
so
आपकी
they keep
stream
within
में
touching
मजा
distance.
नहीं आता. क्या करूं भाई, मेरा stream देखते अब भी कुछ लोग ये बने fresh.
In that post plant,
मेरे stream में education है.
A wall that gets to that plant. I've never seen that before. I think that might be a new thing.
Yeah.
And then the brimstone offsite too. If they get into that position again, it looks like
ये
a
भी
very
जो आ रहा हो घर
dangerous
पे ना.
situation for Navi to be in.
थोड़ा finals में होता है ये match मजा.
Into this one.
Just the fade up.
Yeah, I was expecting there'd be maybe something
Hero
else.
ने बहुत मारा लेकिन.
Kayak's only 2 off from his. So a pace change, 3-2 split to the north-south.
Recon for Arcade, I believe. Yeah, just clearing it out. Koala, it looked like he knew that was coming.
Hear these steps too, unchecked on. But Chronicle trying to make sure they stay safe. Didn't get the timing on that.
They still don't know Koala's there though.
You eagle, bhai.
You see Kayak farming. Oh! I guess just
Bhai,
knowing
hero
where
ही
that
वो है
is
ना?
as well off the
तुम
audio
का एक
cue, 'cause
का
I
क्या
think that
बोलते
was
हो?
smoked. So a big blind pickup there, taking away Kayak, who would have had the Razor, is massive.
तुम का एक का क्या बोलते हो?
you know, surprised they're going for that at the stairs side of the map. It is very dangerous. He had no support, kind of looking up the stairs to counter spam, I guess.
So now advantage towards Na'Vi.
Trump card, trump card.
The A site is open here.
Oh, Alpha looking for a chance, it looks like. And it gets outdone by Angel. That's not the fight you want to be seeing. He's got his ult now as well. I don't know how much he gets from that, actually. I think because they were already close towards side, they get a plant on this. Angel's completely in no man's land. Surprised he didn't get punished by Crashies, who'd crept a little bit closer.
Fnatic need to make plays here. They can't sit back. And they're 3v5.
I think you're seeing Crashies at least know that factor. You got Chronicle quite disconnected, but he needs to be able to get back over fast enough here. There's so much utility still with Na'Vi. You've got Koala Noob's complete kit pretty much brought into play, and he's going to use just the Vandal anyway. Takes away Poster. Crashies can't roll it back down to Chronicle now in the 1v3. No more pings, no more easy spam. Try to do what you can. He can't get it. Xiao's there. Na'Vi taking a step in their direction.
Yeah, the opening being a 4v5 again, it's just.
ऐसा mod नहीं मिलता यार.
I want to see a more direct approach. I know we're trying to be a bit cerebral about it, but let's make it more direct. This game is way too close to kind of
language
attack rounds be rounds where we're risking orb grabs, in my opinion, in kind of open space. So I think Fnatic needs to simplify a little bit.
Bye. Josh hai, Navi jita.
Koala Noob getting pumped up.
I think we are going to the map 3.
15 to 12, nice team towards the top of the board, and
it's the right time to order food.
Maybe feeling the same sort of stresses that you are here, because Fnatic's money is bad. They've got the Raze ult, but they're not in a good position to use it. Sub-Ewing coach, I mean, we've got enough Fnatic coaches here. One of them's got to know what they're doing. Kayak does at least have the ult now, but they don't have the buy to supplement it, right? You've got so many ults on the horizon, but none alongside his. So it feels like it's probably going to be 10 for Na'Vi. This is where I start getting a bit worried because the game starts being taken away from me.
Yeah, I think on this eco, I think I'm more happy with this orb.
Absolutely.
I do want to point out that Na'Vi in that round, they did look very kind of aware of what was happening in the round. Like that stun coming in.
Was it for Koala Noob or was it just, yeah, okay.
Like that stun coming in with the peak, that felt coordinated in a way that was maybe.
Yeah.
भाई वो कौन सा जगह है भाई जहाँ पे पिज्जा का सिर्फ एक स्लाइस ऑर्डर कर सकते थे? एक कोई तो जगह है मैं भूल गया.
If you're not for this one and you've walked into this map, especially knowing if you left it open it was going to come through, you should be aware of this now. Putting a lot of eyes on Alpha here. I haven't seen him quite demonstrating the level I'd like to. Not a bad performance necessarily, but a bit middling when the man can be. So impactful. As it stands though, Fnatic.
I
mean, they've done a lot of damage on it. 5 HP on Koala Noob. He's so fortunate to be alive, but alive nonetheless. Still breathing. His trip still in the way. Fnatic aren't going to be able to, I imagine, get a plant from this. Hero again, I don't know if that's through smoke or if it was just a pixel shot, but it looks like it was just a straight up lucky shot. Oh yeah, you're right, it could have been. And now Kayak does invest the ult. Now they're starting to have to invest these ults, but Rooksy can't sit back. A little bit of a checkmate on it, but Kayak is firing on all cylinders, down to 5 HP. Apparently not a problem.
Alpha!
It's not happening, but Kayak taking the strain. But a 1v2 now for Alpha.
Arey, bichara.
Left to that headhunter, down to a classic hit.
Arey yaar,
Needs to land this
shot.
Maybe a weapon on the site could be recovered.
30 seconds left.
Be out of range of that trademark.
I have
now,
the spike.
Does he get given a chance? You know who you're up against. The slow creep of death, Alpha. No bullets, no play, and Navi again making it through.
By Kajak Bai ne well tried kiya
to get closer to the 13.
I
think they look really nice from Kayak. They're getting messy in the middle of the site.
Yeah.
As you said, Alpha had a few opportunities there to get some side frags, but maybe not as much.
Which is strange because I'm so used to seeing Alpha with that.
Yeah.
You know, that's the strange part. Because if it was any other player, I probably wouldn't be that fast.
Oh my god, I don't know how I lived.
He tends to agree. Any other player would be far more forgiving, but I gotta see a bit more than that. 7 to 10 now. This side is looking better and better for Navi. It feels a little reminiscent of that last map, but then Fnatic just kicked it up a gear. This time Navi do make it to those 10 rounds, double digits first, striving to stay alive. put that pressure right
push
back on Fnatic.
Nice little stairs push here from Navi, but forces Fnatic to accelerate towards A. But they are giving up the whole site here, Navi, so I wonder what their plan is here.
We wait and see. Rooksik up towards that nest side, up towards heaven.
Fnatic are worried that Navi are behind these smokes and on the site.
Off your feet!
All going to come in to clear. Not going to catch anyone, obviously.
Rooksik
must have seen a pixel or something, seen enough to take away Boaster, and now they're getting caught in the Trip's hero. He's had 2 of these now. Beautifully positioned. His ult's going to come in as well. Sees everything. Fnatic's plans left completely in the open. Alpha is at least heads up about it, but denied on the first time of the plant. Koala Noob on the close. This is looking so nice from them. Chronicle and Crashies having to evacuate the site.
30 seconds
And
left.
last time around we saw Fnatic in this map. It was Chronicle who was the highlight in my mind. An absolute miracle worker for the side.
Ping बंद हो गया है क्या? मरने के बाद नहीं, अभी smoke through ping नहीं कर सकते.
But not to that high extent.
I remember Burger King का भी अच्छा है. एकदम light है.
I think they need a timeout.
10 seconds left.
And what's your takeaway here? Because they've just been halted by Na'Vi several times. Been like
it's pretty basic. I mean, Na'Vi had the trips on B, and now they got the trips on A, and it's just one of those. When you're in a stressful situation, something as simple as Cypher trips maybe being switched around is something that's not going to be ticked off.
KFC का भी वो भी पसंद मेरे को hot wings. Bye, good night.
I'm nervous, is all I'm saying, because this also gets into your head that Haven is coming up.
Yeah.
But if Na'Vi have prepped for this,
Map 3, I think we are gonna miss on EG, man.
And the answer in my mind would start feeling like, yes, after I've only been able to get 1 round out of how many? Look at that string of rounds. That is so compounding of the problem. Now we've got Alpha's ult, we've got Crashy's ult here. Ult is there in his hands. He's got to find value now.
Popcorn भी कर सकते हैं. लेकिन popcorn साला वो मशी हो क्या आता है ना? ये अच्छा आता है.
Yeah, it looks like Alpha will be in the charge here. I'm not sure if this is set strat or just Alpha go kill mode. We're gonna need to see it with his ult here. No respect for Alpha hits it.
Okay. First time we're seeing that in effect, right? A nice pick, no trade, no drop off the back, no damage to be done. So this should be the green light. Now there will still be on the site, right place for it. Alpha trying to hold the front lines here. I mean, how are you hitting that one? After an absolutely silent game, it felt like to doing that sort of thing.
इसका वो CS की तरह है. Quick zoom.
Boaster has no idea.
इसका quick zoom ऐसे ही ऑफ के साथ कर ही नहीं सकते. सादा ऑफ के साथ.
Chronicle does take away Shao. Rooksik can't do it now. Koala Noob's present. He needs to pull off a 1v4 here. Post plant against Alpha with an ult. Crashes with his ult.
Direct scope shoot कर सकते हैं.
Finally finding impact. Finally doing that level of damage.
Out and saucy try करो. Burger King sexy है.
He needed that round. Fnatic needed that round.
का मन कर रहा है लेकिन
that's probably wrapped up.
And look, I am normally one of the biggest fans of what Alpha can do. You know, everyone will tell me the level of glaze I've given Fnatic over the years. But if we look back at even against BBL, this was the lowest performing map for Alpha, right? He did not find value there either. Carried in a way by Chronicle and Boaster. You know, even Crashies up towards the top of the side of things. So again, if you're going to run this sort of thing, I want to see it landing. That's the first time I've seen him really hit those highs. Perfect in these moments to give Fnatic maybe a chance here.
And usually it's the defense where you're going to see the chamber have the more impact. So we need to see it now on the harder side from Alpha. We saw it in that last match, but
next round but
that means
I want
to see that from Chronicle's POV. Maybe not as clean as it felt like, but that was nasty, surgical it felt. B site now.
ये लोग को अभी टाइमिंग से जितना बढ़ेगा मैं नेक्स्ट राउंड अल्टीज देखो और ये लोग सेव करेंगे ये लोग
interested from behind as well. Oh, Angel, he's the one to go. That's the spot. Beautiful 1-2 combo from Angel. Actually kicking himself.
Nobody was covering Spike at all there.
Obscene, and now Rooksik gets Boaster. Understand that post plant want. Now, Alpha, 10 HP. Operator ready. Crashy still alive, but not in the best position.
He's seen him.
He's got to have seen him. And the double swing. Crash, she's almost had both of them, it felt like, but Alpha left in a 1v2, far more manageable. But then you see the util. A quick TP away. But it's being watched. Koala Noob going to get Navi up to 12. And Fnatic's woes continue here on this map.
Yeah, the chamber on the attack side, even with the traditional comps, it makes it a little bit. It feels like Fnatic have changed their approach slightly to what I've seen in the last game. They were playing much more around a slower south side default, recons into A main, and playing a style that I'm used to seeing from them. And it feels like they've changed it up a little bit, and whatever they've changed it to isn't quite landing right now.
No, and timeout called here in the final hour of this second map. Of course, if you're just tuning in, Fnatic did walk away with map 1. That was Pearl. Not surprising, I think, to a lot of our eyes. Expecting that one to fall in Navi's favor, but fortunately for us, it didn't. So it's probably going to open up to a third map here, as Haven could be the final destination of one of these two, unless Fnatic has something to run here. Now, the problem is, I don't know if you can see it. Yes, you can. Money ain't pretty. It's lacking. Couple ults, so Kayak one away. Do they prioritize that? Is that something they try and go for here? We were a bit worried because it felt read before by Navi, and Navi have rounds to play with. There's so many kind of mental gymnastics going on between these two.
I mean, there are 4 orbs on the map, so pick the safer ones if you're going to go
Price
for it.
It
looks like there's some pings into A main here, so there's going to be something A main orientated here for Fnatic. And I would believe that they're kind of planning around this Sova and Brim ult. Sova ult probably for the Exec and Brim ult is usually a kind of post plant. That's the way that I think is a bit better to use. So here, this is what I want to see. More of this kind of recon into A main for information, see what's going on, and then adjust off of the recon.
Of course they don't know, but it is just Angel currently dedicated at least towards the side of that. You do at least have one towards Dish as well, but it was a bit disconnected. But they're not going to springboard off this quickly.
A strat coming out from 2023 here, I believe.
Feels reminiscent.
Switch of the ropes.
Well, we can recap on that, but Xiao already gets contact towards Dish. Angel now going to be precious. Does this feel vintage Fnatic? Is this good enough to run in these situations?
By combo.
Because I'm not sure if it is. Because Xiao certainly doesn't agree. Kayak's gone down, and he was the one who could have had that big ult there. Xiao
big
aftershock. They're in trouble.
Big aftershock.
Angel spray, but it doesn't matter. Xiao is there. That's 3 bodies dropped in his name, leaving Alpha and Crashies a million miles away from finding value. This game deserved a third map, really, to prove which one could claw into this to stay alive. Elimination between 2 of the European giants, the EMEA pillars of history, might be falling right about now, and desperation calls. Crashies answers it, takes away Koala Noob. Angel's down low, but the swing, Xiao is doing it all. Hero there to sign it and take us to a third between these two. And Fnatic now back under pressure. Navi digging their way out. That was a beautiful game, and I can't wait for map 3.
कैसे आप ऐसा नहीं लगा सकते गेम में ये देख सकते दूसरा स्ट्रीम चालू करके एने देख सकते एने लगा अरे मेरा फाफा का नहीं है सब कुछ रुक जो मैं पहले खाना ऑर्डर करके आया फोन में चार्ज नहीं है इधर मेरी गांड मेरी गांड If Fnatic loses, they're out of Bastards Bangkok. Yes, sir.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', Spartan, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody
good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line, I know that I'm near it. Yeah, cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real, it's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no.
A great response from Navi on Fracture means we will be going to a map 3. Hello everybody and welcome back. I'm your host Youngsu. I've got Kukuka and Billy here with me. Everything's just being flipped upside down because Billy, we thought Navi should win Pearl, Fnatic should win Fracture, and then we go to Haven. We're gonna go to Haven no matter what, but what's going on?
Honestly, I don't know. I think because it was a 6-6 half, I was like, oh, is it gonna go in the way of Fnatic? Is it gonna go in the way of Navi? I don't know what these guys are cooking right now. The fact that, like you say, they were able to win each other's map picks, Haven is anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Haven, I don't think we're ready. I want to see the compositions that they're bringing because obviously Navi's being like more conservative, but I expect also to maybe see some tweakings here or there. But before we get into that, let's think about what actually happened on this Fracture. I remember last week seeing a Fnatic that was very reliant on those very individual moments coming from the likes of Chronicle or Boaster, but also very, very good retakes. I think that Navi did actually very good prep for this map.
Yeah, I mean, they left it open for a reason, right? And Hero having an absolute heroic performance against his former team. And this is what's funny, because this is exactly what Hero used to do on Fnatic. How are they so unprepared?
I think it's good to see that he trusts himself to do this kind of plays. He was reminding me a lot of Nats against Koi the other day, with the operator pushing, having a lot of balls to like change the timing onto things and catch people off guard.
Yeah, I think for me, it's just really nice to see Hero back onto that Cypher, right? It's the Sentinel that he plays the most. And like you say, he's going up against his former teammates. So there's a little bit of grudge there. And we always say this, they probably have a little bit of fire in their belly. They want to be able to beat their former teammates.
Especially with Haven coming up, if Fnatic are unaware of what Hero does, that's literally all he ever did, right, on that Cypher. So you would think that maybe they can play around that a little bit better. But it wasn't just Hero. Koalanu, I mean, Kayak had a good performance too, but Koalanu really came alive there. I also like the passion he showed on stage, and I think he gives the level, Billy, of the disrespect that we want to see from players.
Listen, I wanted him off of that stage and back onto one of these duelists. I think he was absolutely phenomenal. You've seen rounds where he was picking up the op, picking up the rifle. It's really nice that he's able to be kind of flexible as well. And I think on that first map, we didn't really get to see what he was capable of with the Jet, because Alpha's Teo was just able to counter him so much and move him out of positions with Teo's utility. So yeah, I think this map was a whole lot better from him.
I want to see, I would like to hear a little bit of the comms from Navi, because I think that had an impact. Like, we saw players like Angel taking the right kind of risks. And I mean, I'm sorry, but sometimes he just puts himself in situations where he doesn't, you know, have the one to win. But actually, the way that they were breaking the timings for Fnatic were very good. We also saw, seeing Alpha lose duels like this one is not characteristic of them. So now I'm very looking forward to see what we're going to see on Haven. We remember the composition that Fnatic were running last year. We learned to love and learn to love it with Kayak on the Euro, with Alpha on the ice. So is that something that they're gonna keep? I would love to see maybe instead of Yomi the Astra, like they could have an amazing Haven this year.
Yeah, and I guess my concern is we've heard it from past iterations of Fnatic where their star player feel like when things go wrong, they have to step up, and it causes them to maybe overpeak a little bit. There's a bit of whiffing, so I do wonder maybe in the back of Alpha's head, he's coming into that factor being like, I have to carry, I have to shoot, I have to step up, and it's kind of done the opposite effect. But if he does go on the ISO, Billy, none of that matters.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I had questioned the fact that he was on table earlier, and I think seeing him potentially go onto this ISO on Haven will see him a whole lot more comfortable. And I think he'll still be able to support Kayak as well, being that kind of secondary duelist, right? Kayak, the one that we're expecting to go into site mainly, but I think, yeah, I'm expecting these two to buddy up a lot if we do get to see Alpha on that ISO pick.
And speaking also about the historical, yes, this Navi roster has had major changes, 3 changes, 4 with the coach. But if we look at what happened last year, they barely played this map. I think they only played it like once during the entire year. Of course, they did not make any international events. And even though this is not a map that they banned a lot, it's just like either the other team would ban it, or their second wave ban it, or it would be like the third map. So we didn't really get to see what their ideas for this map were.
Yeah, I think when we think of Haven as well, right, it's such, for this to be the last map at this time, like it's just so, it's really difficult, right, because how do you find yourself getting back into it? It can be a tiring map. It takes a lot of brain power for the IGLs especially to be able to ensure that everyone's playing their roles consistently.
I just want to say, 3 sides, please. Anything but that Lotus.
Oh my goodness, okay.
I cannot do it. They cannot take me to a third map to rock up with a
second master
Sage, Vice, what was it, Omen Astra.
एक साल में 2 masters और 1 champs होते हैं.
Given how vanilla they've been in some of the other maps we saw today, maybe they
only know the extremes.
Yeah, they either do like as meta as they possibly can, or they're like, here's something that no one else is gonna do ever. Would it be worse here, you think, than it would be on Lotus? Like, would you rather see a hero on Lotus?
Like the thing is, like in Lotus, I think that there's still a lot of room to like experiment here and there and be even more exaggeratedly outrageous with the composition, because I think that there are things that can still be learned about the map and with the new ages. You know, it can be done. And I'm not saying that it is not possible on Haven, but the barrier is way higher or way more difficult to cross, because it's been a map that has been in the game forever and that we have seen tested in many different ways. Do you guys remember when, you know, the Phoenix used to be a thing?
Angel Phoenix?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Imagine. Angel Phoenix.
With the changes.
When he used to flash the wrong way. Yeah. That was iconic on this map. Absolutely iconic.
He's smiling. Please, Angel. Honestly, do it.
I just want to say that I just want to say when Angel played Jet that one time, he 13-0'd Fnatic. So
on a split,
there is like there is a pattern, I think, in terms of like correlation with Angel playing Duelist and him being able to defeat Fnatic. But I will say though, the last 5 times they've played this map, which like you said wasn't a lot really, 5 different comps. So surely, Billy, it won't be the Cypher, Neon, Omen, Sova, Yoru.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
That's
That's
what the data sort of shows.
I mean, having a player like Hero, I'm gonna assume that is like the safe pick of like he's just gonna be on the Cypher.
He has to.
He's so good individually, but here's the thing: Fnatic knows exactly how he plays on this map. So maybe they should.
Because I think people forget, because on the surface they're like, oh, the ISO Yoru, it was insane, but it was actually a lot of them being able to just leave Hero on C by himself the entire year that took them all the way to champs on the back of this map. So they should know what he does, Billy, but judging by Fracture, they didn't bloody know what he was doing then.
Yeah, I mean, Hero was really good. And even just to go back to your point about the possibility of seeing a Neon, who are they putting on that agent? Because Koala Noob has never played Neon. So I can't imagine. I mean, I'm expecting him to innovate, but I can't imagine that they'll be putting someone onto a role that they're maybe not comfortable with.
Yeah, we're experiencing an issue during Agent Select. We are going to remake the lobby shortly, so we'll be jumping in very soon.
It wouldn't be us, you know, if we don't take for the third map and we take as much time as possible to give the teams for preparing and for this Agent Select, because of course, do not forget, yes, this is a Fnatic Navi. One of these teams is going to be out of the competition by the end of Haven.
And it's never happened before. We've had 11 Fnatic versus Navis in the history, and they have never faced each other this early for an elimination match. So this is absolutely crazy, no matter who gets eliminated at this point. But the good news is that the cope that I can give you guys, whether you are a Fnatic fan or a Navi fan, is that we have plenty more Valorant coming up this year. We have 2 whole seasons. We have Masters in Toronto as well, and Champs, of course, in Europe. You know, anything can happen. Don't overreact, is all I'm gonna say. Yeah.
Or do.
Yeah, I mean, after seeing what happened with Casey, I'm like, let them be, you know? Let them, like, relax.
I think it is crazy to think of
all the best, others,
bye. In the sense of Casey,
yes,
they came in with the same proposal as last year, as in, we're going to break the meta, or like bring our own ideas, play the way that we want to play, a very like the Yang method that we know and love. And this year it didn't work. They went from being the winners of last year's kickoff to being the first team eliminated.
Yeah, but that's okay though. Like, we don't need to, you know, this fine. Someone has to lose. They still played very well. I want the people to be normal, you know, give normal reactions about this. Also, Champs is in Paris, so I could already see the script. Casey's probably going to make it. And they have even longer to prep for the return of Ascent.
Exactly.
So, you know, there's some silver linings. But bringing it back to this match, we will be jumping into Agent Select very shortly. It is Haven. It is the last map of the day. And yes, love the sign. Kayak is my goat. Love that. Kayak is your goat as well, Billy, I feel like.
Yeah. Do you know what? I feel like I have a little bit of, not bias, but a bit of a soft spot there. I think when we were here at Ascension Grand Finals, it was really nice to see him come out and get onto that stage. And obviously watching him throughout Challengers North last year was really entertaining. I mean, like I say, they did dominate it. So yeah, I really like when rookies come into the league and they kind of make a statement. Of course, it might take a bit for them to warm up to it, but I think for me, just seeing the difference in him from that first series to this series has been really nice.
Good morning, guys.
I was looking at the player cams. Did Angel look like he just locked in Yoru?
Well, let's have a look and see if he did just lock in Yoru. He didn't, but you know what Angel is like. He has to make someone else play Yoru on his team. So, you know, this is pretty on brand.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is the one risk that they're going to be taking. He's going to be playing on the Sova. Xiao is going to be playing on the Breach. Did not have the best performance on Fracture. I understand where you say Criminal, and I actually stand by it. No surprises on the side of Fnatic. They're going to keep this composition. Of course, we love to see this double duelist and what they can do.
Well, this is it. Elimination on the line. Pansy and Mini. There will be no second chances from here.
Spot on. It's victory or annihilation between these two. A lot of us surprised the way these maps went down. Pearl going the way of Fnatic, and then Fracture falling to Na'Vi, but now Haven, Mini, who's got this one, right? We got Fnatic with that kind of quirky comp that looked undefeatable, but Na'Vi, safe pair of hands. Where do you lean?
I mean, I got to lean towards Fnatic.
Really?
History with the composition. I mean, last year they were the best team in the world on Haven. Bias aside, like, the stats speak for themselves. But Na'Vi have left this open for a reason. Like, they've got an answer to this, they believe. And they know that Fnatic are going to probably play a similar style to what they've done in the past. And use that against them, hopefully.
But it's all good in theory. It's all good on paper. But can you then actually punish? Koala Noob. Already posted up pretty deep towards A. Has a little look through towards Sewer. They fall away. It's mid-presence from Fnatic. That's their high priority. Smoke going to go up and delay things slightly. Koala Noob already going to lean away from that pressure. And now Fnatic start leaning themselves, at least kind of showing a little bit of leg.
It's just standard protocols. When you don't initially take A at the start of the round, you want to go back and make sure that it's clear. You don't want to push that Euro away. If the Euro stays there, they could have Navi could have forward towards the B or C side of the map. But given that it felt a bit clear, Fnatic feel that A is going to be the right finish here. Good recon though. Nice little lineup from Angel. Reclears the space. Hopefully Navi can get a player across if they want to hold this site.
I get so nervous about Angel. Like, he's one of our longest standing IGLs, but it's just It's just Angel, I don't know, man. Good little chip damage there. Koala Noob gonna get himself over. Whoa, the double walk through the smoke. Angel,
almost mara tha Angel ne.
It's a little bit back and forth, a little bit messy. Everyone's walking smokes, but Hero is in a 1v2. Now, look at the HP, right? Kayak's down a little low, 40 HP. Boaster, 20.
They might not expect the flank here.
And wouldn't that be sweet? The man who's on this roster once upon a time to get to serve the ultimate vengeance. Doesn't take any damage, but he does get seen now. Quick work. Does get to dip into the smoke. Gives him a safe passage. Gets him past Kayak. Has a little look here. He's not landing until then. Suddenly, it's game back on. Does take a bit of damage down to 40, but Kayak on the other side. Surely, process of elimination. He's got him! Hero! That's gotta feel so goddamn good up against Fnatic here. And it felt, again, a little bit disconnected in the post plant.
Yeah, big 2v1 from Hero, but I'm not sure what Fnatic's decision making was there. They decided to not play off of each other. Sometimes, I know in the past that there were times in those situations where we felt that it was a bit of a trap to play off each other, but that's the standard, especially on low HP.
But numbers, you gotta play to them, right?
There's no, it's pistols, it's not a spray gun. You're not worried about the kind of spray transfer.
Yeah.
I think, yeah. Misplayed from Fnatic completely. Unexpected from Boaster. Given his dashes and clutches.
I don't like those sort of signs, right? They give me the heebie-jeebies. I don't like it. But simplistic in approach now from Fnatic. Had all these worries, all these issues. Just go B. Just go B. Get the plant, and then we can just do fruity stuff with pistols.
Yeah, it gets messy. It allows them to get messy into the post plant, using these low econ guns as some of the util for the post plant. But Hero.
Oh, okay. Oh, Rubik's there. You liked the judges and all of that sort of stuff before, right? But he's just like him.
I've never seen the judge flank before, but Ruxic is teaching me new things.
There you go. I think we learn every day.
One thing to note is that Fnatic very rarely play against a Yoru themselves. They know how the Yoru is going to play, but whether in action on this attack side, they're going to feel the timings. There's very different timings that happen.
Let's go.
Because the Yoru gets set up on A, and then the TP comes across. Is Boaster going to have those timings kind of subconsciously because he's used to it on defense, or because he hasn't played against it on an attack side before? That might come into play.
The strongest team of EMEA is Kayak.
Na'Vi again, same approach, getting A main control.
Yeah, but this time Crashies was waiting for a really nice pick up there of Ruxic. Punished for that repetition, you don't get away with it twice. But I don't mind making a little bit of a bold play on a bonus. That was with the judge. Shao is going to deny this attempt. Koala Noob was so ready for it. Alpha does get at least Hero down, and now Alpha has to be the next one in here. Does get the spike, shield gets taken away, and Shao continues to control that B site. That access point is denied. They have to pivot towards C.
Destabilizing.
Yeah, difficult retake here for Na'Vi as well. They only have the drone.
Difficult, impossible.
While I manage to upgrade to a Phantom as well. Looking better the more I speak.
Take flight.
Oh, off-site poster from Fnatic. With shock darts.
Yep.
He smoked me.
Look, those post plants weren't great for Fnatic from the start. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. No weird smoke this time though, luckily. Aldrone gonna go through, tap on the spike. Shao gonna go for it this time, drawn away early, still trying to get the pressure going. The time is going to start running low here, but they don't know about Chronicle's position. Finally, he's had enough.
Oh, baapre, heavy aim.
Four stay alive this time. A clean buy round coming in. They'll be happy with that in Fnatic's camp.
Yeah, I was worried about the offsite posts, but they had no smokes. Ruxic was there, so nothing really to worry about. Nice little combo from Alpha and Crashies there. The vulnerable and shock that coming in to kind of get people off the spike. And a nice little rewrap from Chronicle into Garage.
Has he gone midnight yet? Not yet. Okay, we're a couple minutes out. I love this new era of Chronicle. I don't know why. It's just like up. You know what I mean?
Same plan for Na'Vi again. Aiming control. 4 people again this time.
Oh! And they keep catching Ruxic doing this. I feel like they've got to make an adjustment here, but Koala Noob's still waiting down by Sewer. And Angel's got a tag on this. Oh my god.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh my god, that is so sick. Alpha just takes him away. Wait.
Alpha B.
So clean, well so good. Good.
It seems like Navi have a read on
madam,
Fnatic. They're gonna fight for this A main control and use the power of the Yoru that they have to TP back across if they need to. But Fnatic rarely rush that C side of the map. So it's very safe for Navi to do this.
Kayak. Clean. Leaving Shao, no man's land. Okay, two apiece.
Strong.
Yeah, Navi going for the reclear there. Not gonna happen. There's something in Fnatic that we knew that Angel likes to do those reclears, so as long as you're kind of diligent in those mid rounds, not you know, checking your corners, making sure that, you know, you're not in a silly position. Should be good.
Just a checklist, don't be in silly position. Thank you.
Yeah.
Who's on replays? Who's on replays? Who's done that? Who's done the slow-mo?
कोई तो घर जाने वाला chat.
We had that.
You're not
I think.
You're not wrong, but it's nasty. Bullying the OAPs.
Side by side with that. I think we need side by side, I think.
क्या cross है?
No. What's the buy like?
Just Marshall's here for Navi, so Fnatic need to make a mistake. Nice little trap setup though on Garage. We've got Koala Noob ready with a flash off of Hero's contact with the Marshall. He was going to flash through the doors, but Fnatic not looking like they're going to go that way. Going to work the extremities, try and drag some rotations across, and maybe end where it feels weaker.
मेरे का कुछ info नहीं है ये लोग को.
Chronicle's got a lot of space here as well. I'm not sure if he caught a glimpse then of Angel. I think he may have done. But Koala Noob's impatience kicking up again. Want to take a glance, and he gets a good bit of information from Fnatic, and I don't mind it as long as they don't leave it too late. Because you get towards that threatening end of the stick where you think, oh god, we're going to be walking into potentially a stack site. So as long as they're not hitting on 20 seconds, it's fine, and they might have rolled the dice correctly here.
Yeah, Angel was doing a good job with the A, and he's called people across, kind of has a gamble stack on the eco. Don't mind it, but it's going to be wrong.
Can happen, but this will be the plant now. Next up, Chronicle.
Risky position for Chronicle, though.
He's got this. It's Chron. Have you seen him recently? Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about that, man. Why? You doubted him?
I didn't doubt
I thought you were on his side.
We're going to talk about odds. That is not correct.
Dark crashes.
Talking about odds, we could really go through some odds here, Mini. Let's, you know, take it easy. Let him have a little bit of fun.
No.
Fair
enough. Kayak. Sticking pretty close. Double smoke on the site.
Oh,
that's the fun you're allowed to have. Nothing else. Finished with a flourish, but it was up against Marshals and Sheriff. So it's a big round that'll be coming up pretty soon. Navi, I want to see them with a plan in mind. They've got a good couple of big boy ults coming up here as well. So you gotta hope they got something cooked up for us.
Fnatic timeout.
Why? Why have you done this? I've turned around like they're dancing.
Very surprised here.
Can we get coach cam? Pretty please. Yeah. Why do you disagree? Give some context to this.
Well, I mean, they've obviously picked up on something in the game that we're not privy to. But, you know, usually if you're winning the game fairly easily, well, the momentum is on your side. The game plan for Navi with the very simple game plan of take the A main. There isn't much here for Fnatic to worry about, in my opinion. But this is the kind of round where maybe there's a read on the ult situation, or maybe there's something behind the scenes that we're not privy to where, you know, a player might be stressed out or something. Sure. There's a bit of like argument and going, you know, something's either wrong.
Fnatic argued?
Yeah, of course.
I believed all the socials that everyone just loves each other. What do you mean?
We hate each other behind the scenes.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I gotta hear. So Kayak does have ult on the Yoru. So Neural theft. Bloody hell, it is close to gone midnight. I'm allowed to dribble a word or two, but Kron does have that, a little less instigating. I want to see what the response is though from Navi, right? Because I'm seeing Koala Noob going for the operator. He hasn't activated too much yet. I feel like he's not had that kind of impact I was expecting. But you've got a lot of ults to lean on. So, okay. patient start from Fnatic. I don't see any big moves just yet. Kayak is happy to at least kind of clear through middle, work up towards garage.
Just a recon flash to the garage. Some risks, like if Koala was on the middle of the map there, like I feel like they were susceptible to a pick, so something to watch out later. But yeah, the standard kind of garage default that we expect from Fnatic, recon in, clearing it out. Now clear A with this Euro ult and send it A probably.
Koala Noob has to respect it. He can't do much more from this position, which is probably very frustrating for him, kind of nullifying what that operator could have been doing. Kayak's going to take full control backside, and it's instantly respected from Navi. They can't really stand and fight on it, but we've said it before, and you've highlighted this too. The retakes on this site are so uphill.
We do have the Shao does have the breach ult though, which gives an out for Navi, but it's still going to be difficult.
It certainly is, but they're going to go for it now. Rooksik with the first, takes away Kayak on the front line. Alpha is still going to be just tucked towards long. The site now flying that Navi banner, but look at that lurk as well. Chronicle slowly creeping closer, back and forth. Boaster's operator does land, but it's that back line. Chronicle couldn't do much in the end. Navi working that perfect retake through off the back of the ult. The fuse is in.
Yeah, Navi couldn't ask for more there off of that breach shot. Even with that breach shot, I would favor Fnatic in that situation. They had a nice open plant, they had a nice lurk, they had good positions off site. They didn't get necessarily too much. And Navi retaking even with the operator, so a good sign for Navi.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, very nice. And it kind of asked to see him activate a little bit. That was a nice start.
That was a big round with the economy split as well. If Navi lost that round, they're back on eco, and that operator might not be seen until later in this half. Switches it though, going for a rifle push.
Noob taking that walk down middle. We saw last time around that Kayak was willing to check on this, but he's already pathing straight towards garage. He's got a lot of bodies behind him. Aldron going to go first. Stun there. Koala Noob's got Chronicle. They're catching that back line now, punishing him over towards window. This is a problem. Losing out on that first body. We're still above a minute. A dreamy beginning for Navi.
Yeah, that's how I love the Euro to be played. That A main control is one thing, but having someone like Koala Noob who's confident enough to just walk down middle with a rifle and stay there and linger, despite being cool.
Also, what is with Hero's purchase here? Was it literally just a classic? Nothing else?
Done a boaster?
He might have done a boaster.
He's learned from the best.
You can't beat him, join him, I guess.
Yeah,
that's a question mark. As it stands though, fortunately enough, not being punished on this. Navi really committing heavily towards this A side and leaving C pretty much on the cam and the trip. That's it.
Bit of a weird omen ult there from Boaster. Just a little fake. Alpha's throwing the fake now for A. Softening up this B. Just the classic.
Oh, wow. Thankfully, he's only got the classic. If he gets a kill with it, I'm done. I'm walking out, cracking open a beer. It's over for me. Boaster's found a prime target though. Takes away someone trying to steal his style with it. Plant's going to come through, but Angel's pretty close by here. Plant's in, TP out. Alpha takes away Angel. It's a 2v2 trying to play retake with that operator, but Rooksik on the back lines, completely disrupting this post plant. Alpha's got 2 targets to worry about. This man's damn good, but how good can he be? The spam not quite nullifying him yet. Koala Noob going to switch out from that operator and try and close in. Alpha's days are surely numbered. Koala Noob gets there in time. A close round, but another round for Navi.
Yeah, part of Bosa's cooling style is this B site is usually not traditionally that used across Haven, but it's a place that Fnatic like to finish, and it's not been working out so well right now.
I need this.
The C side has been more...
If
we want to cancel away from A, I think that C is going to be where Fnatic's going to find more success, it feels like.
One enemy.
Okay, does Hero have a gun? Yes.
Nice!
We're growing and changing. These
slow-mos, jeez.
Wow. Hey guys, look at that slow Boaster looking incredibly sad. Yeah. Stay on that. That's brutal. You lot are cruel. Damn. It's like Tarek watching EMEA over the Americas. I love to see it. Cruelty at its finest. How else will they get their viewers? So we go back in.
Navi back to their standard A main take here. But the curious thing is that Koala doesn't have a TP that's over towards C. He's got that TP into spawn, so the C site is going to be
full 5-5 retake chat.
Probably in a retake situation for Navi here. Oof.
Alpha.
Okay, off the...
Oh! Yo, someone clipped that. Sorry, did he just aim for his ult? Yo, wait.
He was waiting for the recon, but then just spam.
That's actually not... Show me that one back, please, replay team. What is going on here? Okay, 3v5. Alpha's gonna have to hide it now, you know what I mean? He's gotta tone it down a bit, humanize it up. All right. They're trying to get back towards the site, but what are you meant to do now, right? I guess you can't spam it so easily anymore, but they've got 5 players, they can just force people in. So, okay, cool, that seems fair and reasonable, but time's ticking. Oh, fair and reasonable things are happening. Alpha, please stop spinning around. It's making me nervous. It's like I'm back in Counter-Strike, but it's down to Angel. 1v2, time's gone. Okay, at least it's all even. It's 4 apiece, we're fine.
Yeah, I think fine for Fnatic there. They made it look a little bit messy, but in all reality, they were more than fine there.
And the money's okay?
But I did like, spin botting aside, I did like the recon into the backside. Alpha was ready to react off of that recon. And then he knew that, well, there's no one there, I might as well just fling it in the spot. So, good decision making from Alpha. Cheating aside.
We just got the compilation of Alpha spin boy. Love it. But now we've got Koala Noob with ult, but he's going to be on the operator. Hero's got his, obviously a bit more reactive.
A new look here from Koala Noob as well, pushing down C with the op.
Yeah, and keep in mind the Crashies money, there was a little bit of an issue with it. Oh, it's not pretty. That's a slow-mo on the full cam, probably. 5v4, this is an elimination game. We can't be dropping the ball on this, and Rooksik does just walk into the blender of Chronicle, who's happily sitting in that deeper angle, but Koala Noob's still got that space, right? So it's like, where does now Fnatic take this?
Boaster has the full map control, doesn't need to focus on anything but making calls now, so that is the plus for them. But it looks like they're going to lean towards A. And we'll watch out for this trap setup in sewers. We got the Cypher cam ready for the breach done on sewers.
Waiting on that contact though. And Pixel shown, stun in. Incredible, incredible. Observers, Prius could never, but look at this though, Fnatic still piercing through towards Long, but it's Hero. He overdoes it. He pushes right back around, deals with some of the players along. Down to the 2 on the side, Kayak and Alpha. They've got issues now, they've got players surrounding them. Koala wants a gap close on this. Alpha trying to find a fight, but he gets overwhelmed. Down to Kayak in the 1v2. No plant for him though. No time on his side. And no comfort towards that A side, and there's still util towards B. He can make a mad dash for it. He's trying to go towards C, at least play the odds, I guess.
Yeah, and I think he should know that the defense is far away here. He needs to do something to win this. He needs to make a play. It'll be interesting to see what his first instinct is.
I just can't play this. Sticking around towards site here. Opting to stay towards it. Hero and Xiao. Xiao's got a good bit of util to play in. Kayak. He got one. It was a nice try there. You're kind of hoping that they'd line up or a little something, a little bit of luck falls on your side, but Navi just simply had those numbers in the end. Diffuse going to come through and they pick back up the lead here just by the finest of margins.
Yeah, unfortunate first death for both there. Well, not really unfortunate, to be honest. He shouldn't be in that position open. It's the kind of position where as an IGL, when you're kind of, he's probably in that mode of making calls.
Looking elsewhere.
He should be in a corner, just looking at the floor. You don't need to be in the open. Maybe on that box is a typical place you'd see an Omen, rather than in the middle of nowhere. So, mistake from Boaster.
The issue is that it's put them back in this financial crunch, right? 2 Vandals and a Sheriff, and then the Classics beyond that. They've got Kayak's ult, but the stability coming out from Navi, I have to commend it. After a really shaky start, they found that rhythm. They found a couple of things that work for them. They fixed up a lot of those problems. Rooksik was struggling over towards A. We saw so many issues.
It seems like after conditioning so much for A main control, they...
Okay, Kayak, there is huge pick. Unfortunately, not a recoverable weapon, at least easily. But still, that is dreamy for Kayak. But the response is coming.
यहाँ पे ओमेन का एंगल्स बहुत ज़्यादा ना ऊपर चढ़ के मारने का. Plus blind भी अच्छा है ये map.
Still committed towards Garage. There's Angel Find anything? Not really. Question marks across the map.
Lots of annoying angles to deal with.
Very heads-up work here. No
भाई ये लोगों को
subtlety to
पर्सनल
this.
सेल्फ पिज़्ज़ा अच्छा लगता है
Hero's
भाई
been
एकदम
seen.
फ्लफी
Ruxic does win his fight on Chronicle though. Hold on, that's actually pretty important here. And Hero's just trying to find any corner to play from. He has to keep falling away, keep falling back, find some security. But do they know about Ruxic on this? They don't, but they do now. Already Boaster goes down, the spike goes loose. Suddenly the odds look better for Na'Vi here. Oh, and Crash is just too many targets, too little time. Kayak tried to make some magic happen, and it ain't working. Na'Vi with 3 alive start taking away the scoreline.
Yeah, we're talking about hero plays from Ruxic there. That TP into the backline was what won them around there. It was a beautiful play.
Oregano.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight the fact that Na'Vi early on going for this A main, trying to pivot it away from it. It's almost like they conditioned Fnatic.
Bro, ऐसे क्यों लग रहा है मैंने गलती से वेज सैंडविच मंगा दिया?
Now Koala doesn't have to be there anymore. He can get active elsewhere and find Fnatic defaulting.
Spike down, C.
But it is right back to this A main.
Have we seen a time? I'm not sure. We might
We
have
saw
done.
it when they won.
Yes, that's when we were a bit confused. I kind of feel like this would be a nice check-in point when
Then
now we're
आएगा तो
seeing
चलेगा.
almost string together these rounds. But Ruxic again, we're seeing this rinse and repeat. Back to kind of that standard approach. This time I guess Koala Noob does have that operator towards sewers, so it's a little bit layered.
And this time the fast TP towards C.
Which could be taken.
Hero वापस C आके
Let's
दे.
see. No, ops to stick around. It's a lot on Hero, but I mean, rolling back my mind towards Fnatic days, we kept giving him credit for how well he held down this C site. It was his strong point, and he was good against the odds.
He was very good against the odds, but those are the odds for the reason. And that's why I keep saying about this C site potentially being somewhere to explore for Fnatic.
Sick. Okay, both players have now been noted. This push up towards A has been seen. Does this then kind of kick them up a gear towards B, or how do they now problem solve their way forward?
Yeah, another B finish from Fnatic, it looks like, and they haven't been that strong so far.
Angel's found a little... Uh-oh.
Huh? कैसे?
He's found nothing.
Nothing
has been found apart from sadness, paranoias, bullets.
ऐसे जिंदा था
He's
बे
in the
1.5 घंटा.
trenches, folks. Alpha's going to at least give him some mercy. And the 1v1's going to be taken as well. So that's going to be going on in the background, but they're falling like flies. It's just Kayak alive, and Xiao is going to be ready, surely, and waiting for him. It is indeed Xiao catching Alpha, coming out of the ult. I don't know how Xiao found that space, but he just annihilated 3 of the first 7 rounds. This is where I bring back up that timeout early on. This is where I'm worried. You got 7 to 4
B
here.
में stun after shock मतलब आधा side खाली हो जाता है.
But this could be 8.
देखो
Yeah,
smoke
they've lost
खत्म हो
5
गया.
and won once
देखा ना?
that time. And you want to use that timeout again, but you can't. It's...
And this is elimination.
Yeah. That is the kind of thing that could...
क्या एक राउंड के लिए टाइमआउट लिया जाएगा चाहे?
Not happy reactions.
3 राउंड आ रहे B पे.
My lip reading's a bit rusty, but what are we doing looked pretty appropriate. And I think that question might hold here. A bad buy, whatever they could scrape together. Angel gonna find Alpha. Maybe just a straight spam. Yeah, that's not the kill feed I expect to see either, but it is what it is. And we said this at the start, this felt almost too good. It felt like a trap that you got these maps. You got Fracture, you got Haven. And now actually we see they're going, oh, I can't believe it. They messed up their veto, and then look at these results so far. It's still close, right? We're a little over the top here, but there are problems being shown. And already, that's Boast to see. Falls away from the space that is being backfilled. Na'Vi special.
4 round. लगे बे लोग के.
Yeah, Chronicle has been big in these 4v5s though to get the trades back. So again, scoring.
He's trying to find someone, right? So having a little look around. Is there anyone, or even a bit of space to play in? But Xiao, oh, nice try, Xiao. But Chronicle, you said it. He's been so good, and he's still so good. Hero on the receiving end, they get all that safety from that seaside connector. They still have a little bit of security down middle, but this retake is still deadly. It is 3 players. There is still a lot to be kept in mind here. We have the backlines being fought for with Angel down towards that. We still got Ruxic and Koala Noob towards the site itself. You've got Chronicle going around the world. Ruxic does take away Boaster. Suddenly these problems are going to start mounting here. Kayak has to try and play from this corner. Chronicle, his timing, his positioning is a godsend, but maybe not. Crash is now called upon, and oh my god, he's got 1, but 1 is not enough. Koala Noob with all the time in the world is going to put Na'Vi up towards 8 rounds. This could be the downfall of Fnatic here. A questionable timeout, some questionable choices. And in these moments, they have to do better, Mini. This is not good enough. This is elimination.
Yeah, too many 4v5s, too many DXX, not enough. Like, that's a post plan we should be losing.
Absolutely, that's what they're going to be in their minds coming into the second half. Do not miss this one.
बोला था कवला जिसमें कवला हीरो डेली डो
better NA player buddy
कवला भाई सेक्सी पिज़्ज़ा है भाई ये तू यम मजा आ गया पर्सनल साइज मजा ही आ गया भाई टॉपिंग भी डाला मजा ही आ गया कौन सा पिज़्ज़ा ये पिज़्ज़ा का है कुछ तो है कौन सा बता नवाबी मुर्ग मखनी with extra topping of onion, sweet corn and capsicum. पर्सन साइज में 3 टॉपिंग के साथ नवाबी मुर्ग या वेरियम लियोनार्डो उसका हेल्थ इश्यू है यार आज तो क्या भी उतना तो सुपर चैट भी नहीं है यार मेरा
It is 8-4.
आज के
This
इनकम
veto caught our
49
attention.
rupees
We thought surely not. How have they gone into this? You know, 2 maps that they banned before for Navi. Up against Carmichael, they removed 2 of these. Surely they made an error. Surely Fnatic couldn't be happier over the moon. But here we stand, Mini, at 8-4, map 3. How have we got here? Are Navi this prepared? Are they looking like they're prepared? Or is this Fnatic simply not doing well enough? I'm putting you on the spot.
I think it's Fnatic not doing well enough. I think some of the mid-rounds from Boaster weren't good enough, in my opinion. I think too much leaning towards that B side of the map and not... The C finishes looked juicy every single time.
Yes.
And every time in the mid-round when I was looking over towards that C side, it was fairly weak. So I think that was maybe one mistake. The other mistake is some of those 4v5s. Just too many, just, you know... Attack side Haven is a... It's a map where you expect... 4-8 is not acceptable.
No.
And so to go 4v5 down in some of those rounds, it's rough. When it's the much favoured side.
I'm genuinely worried because this doesn't feel good, right? As simplistic as that sounds, this doesn't feel nice. For Fnatic playing, obviously coming into this map here, Na'Vi, they've not only won the last map, they're coming in here now on a near-on streak of what? How many rounds was it? 7 almost consecutive rounds? They dropped 1 in the middle of it. That is terrifying. That gets you. You feel that weight as a player. You feel that pressure building. Let alone the fact that this is an elimination game. We go in. Na'Vi now on the attack. Fnatic on the defending side. Show us what you're made of, Fnatic. It's do or die time, right? And we've always complimented Alpha here. We've always looked at what he can achieve. He's always been such a strong player, but Ruzik was so aware. Na'Vi waiting patiently with a grin on their face.
Yeah, Na'Vi looked like they were set up perfectly for that. They kind of had people on either extremity ready to see what Fnatic were going to do, and seemed like they had a plan for either option.
Now they've spotted Kayak as well. Gets taken down to about 50 HP. Seen on his adjustment. Kron patiently waiting there. It is a gamble as well. You've only got 1 player towards A.
Most attacking map yahi hai.
Shouldering this, going to spot out the player. Does he take a second glance? He does. I don't know if he saw the same player twice, but he's certainly going to hear these steps here. Got to be cautious. He's going to be stunned as well. He's just praying they don't check, which they're going to. Oh my god, Crashies! Almost had me for a moment. But at the end, it's Kayak and Chronicle. Kayak already took a lot of damage. A nice flash. But he didn't even check the other corner. Graffiti was already going to be occupied. Hero was there. He ate probably that flash. That's why he didn't shoot any earlier. But still, Kron in a 1v3.
Love you,
1 right, 1 forward, 1 left. The A side looking like Na'Vi's. And a devastating start here. Na'Vi off to a perfect beginning. You heard it just before we went to the break. The man who I think just gave the war cry as well. The better NA player. Kuala Noob giving it now. And that's the worst start here, Mini. Feeling red, feeling like they've got that Fnatic book open.
Yeah, I think that it was a good little plan by Navi. I think they threw the recon towards C to make it feel like there was a bit more pressure there than there actually was. And then they expected that push through on A, which is something that Fnatic are known for, those push throughs.
Yep.
So very well executed by Navi, but Fnatic need to keep this in the back of their mind.
EG 2-0 हो जाएगा इसके बाद वाला देखिए.
इसका
mid game में watch party नहीं करना वाला.
Feeling like we're watching this game slowly but surely, step by step, fall between Fnatic's fingertips. Not something I expected to be saying this early in this kickoff tournament. It just doesn't feel right, but Navi in a similar position. It'd feel the same if you flipped the names. But the new era of Valorant seems to be here, right? These new teams, these young players looking so good. Straight in towards C here. We asked the question, can they keep it clean? You got the 2 Vandals, 1 Guardian with Rooksick, and then 2 Ghosts. You can afford to lose 2, you don't want to lose much more. So far, Hero has gone down.
Looked like they tried to flood, but completely denied. He's going to be down to Alpha on this flank if he can get anything done.
What's he got? At least he's got a Sheriff. Alpha, you hear the steps. Lock in, Alpha. Give us a couple kills here. Give us a chance. Give Fnatic a chance. 2 kills. Not going to get the 3rd. Kuala Noob just going to hold that angle down, but it's giving them numbers. Boaster does some damage, takes away Shower. 1v3. Kuala Noob, you were calling out before. Will they make it quiet now? 2 kills, gonna need 4. They're diffusing right under his nose. Chronicle, ice, cold, does not get threatened by it. Boaster in the end there gets the diffuse. And Fnatic hold on for another, but that felt just down to a little bit of individual impact.
I mean, that's what you need from Alpha, yeah.
Yeah, you do. I mean, we've been asking for it since Fracture. You know what I mean? Like, we needed one of these.
He's bought them some time.
Yeah, well played.
We can do this. I promise we can do this.
I'd love to hear that.
Believe. It makes you believe a little bit, right? Someone having a little bit of that confidence, that faith, and hearing it from someone like Crashies. How many times have we seen these teams be in these predicaments, be able to bring it back?
Navi with an interesting kind of half by here is not going to be a clean round for Fnatic. It shouldn't be an easy clean round for Fnatic with the 2 Vandals coming out from Navi. Interesting that Angel's going for it.
Yep. Yep.
Interesting. No, this is terrible. Why is he going for the Vandal? I'm sorry. What is he doing?
You look at the roster of who you have there. We shouldn't be doing that. If we're going to bring it up when Floor's not given the Vandal, we say the same here. You know, you got to play in your big players.
I want to see 5 spin and 1 taps from Angel, otherwise I'm not going to be impressed.
I don't know what, maybe feeling there was, I don't know what that drifting away from A is. Maybe just feeling there could be a stack there. I don't know.
It's probably a read. They know that Fnatic in these mid rounds, when they lose A control, they're going to go heavier towards the A side of the map. As I said, C side of the map is generally in this composition where in these mid rounds it can get a bit weak sometimes. Hero was very good on Fnatic and kind of holding it, but yeah.
30 seconds left.
Okay, well, Kuala Noob's got 1 of the Vandals. It's not Angels. Hero's going to go down.
They found my cage trigger.
Still keep my eyes on Kuala Noob and Angel, because these are the 2 that can make the damage happen. Kuala Noob's fallen. You can see that's why Rooksick's going to dip back to try and pick that Vandal up, but I don't think he got it in hand just yet. So, again, this gives space. Fnatic can start building back through Garage. Decoy going to go in, gives him that springboard forward. Nice from Kayak. You wanted Angel. How about a 1v3? Show me what you got. Roll back the years. Oh my god! Oh my god, he might just bloody well do it, Angel! That's why you give him the Vandal! How dare we doubt you! A vintage Angel moment sent from above puts Navi on 10 rounds.
Yeah, I just stopped speaking, shouldn't I? I should stop speaking.
If I speak, I am in big trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Angel. Bro, but how a Fnatic, sorry, I was just mesmerized for a second, just taken aback by the raw talent from the youngster Angel.
This up-and-comer. Look at him.
Kuala
Noob already going to find 1. Oh my god, this is so pacey.
I do want to point out, like I said in the other half, though, that Angel had the read there. Nice from Alpha.
Get nervous about the UI. Oh my good god. Hold on. We needed a hero.
Right.
And they got at least an attempt at it. The cape was put on for Alpha.
Should be.
He's brought it back down to a 3v3. Crashies this time does have the Vandal.
Just Alpha with the sheriff again. That's really, really nicely played, honestly.
It's been 2 of the rounds that Fnatic have gotten kind of competitive in. Having off the back of this, but they still haven't completely moved Chronicle off this one. Nice info there. Doesn't need to do too much now. Kind of forcing the hand almost. Does he preempt it towards C? He's certainly going to hear it. I feel like they've got that down pat. The problem is that the Vandal's completely on the other side of the map.
Gonna have to be a set retake here from Fnatic. I expect NAVI to stay on the site against the smoke.
They agree. Paranoia primed. Scatter.
इसके कांटेक्ट में मारना था यार.
Boaster and Chronicle have the classics. It's Crashies with the Vandal. First one, it goes back to what we expect. Ruxic there going to find
Madam
Boaster.
got no chill.
Okay, Crashies is still alive though.
Chronicle
open this up. Is there a chance from here? Ruxic's angle is really nice though. Yeah, having to try and work through the smoke was not going to happen. And moment by moment, we're seeing this go towards NAVI. Fnatic, where's that timeout? You need it now. You have one still to play. Please call it.
There you go.
Thanks, man. Minnie, what are you meant to call in these? As much as I'm coming to you in this, it's one of those where it's 11-5. You've not had a say. How do you start playing to your strengths? How do you activate your key players? What are you meant to do when you're feels like staring down a barrel of a loss?
Honestly? Honestly, like I mean, in these moments, like I know that I've taken big timeouts in these moments, but it's honestly one of those things where you're just telling people to relax, calm it down. There's nothing big to say about it. I mean, if we want to talk strategically, we can, but there's no point almost. I mean, we want to look at the ults and talk about them.
Sure.
But this is a moment where, you know, there's going to be a lot of nerves, there's going to be stress, and we just need to calm everyone down.
See how
it goes. They have a good purchase here. Not perfect, but you know, good enough.
Only Alpha couple of ults. By Kajak ne gaff mari bhai.
Over.
Har map Kajak consistently kela hai.
11-5.
No, and I'm worried about Navi's ults here. They have a perfect Euro ult into Sova ult kind of combo that they could easily find some success with here.
Scares the life out of me seeing Navi this well prepared for this composition that was the cornerstone of what Fnatic made this very unique composition look quite deadly with. But into the real thick of things, this is what it is.
Fnatic have made the wrong read, going towards the A side. You might see an Omen TP back across the C with the Euro, because Bosa does have his Omen ult, but I don't know if they're going to be quick enough here.
And Chronicle's just got to try and stay alive. I don't think he's going to be checked on too early. He's got the safety at least of Garage. Koala Noob's going to spot them out. And he's seen Chronicle too. Yeah, big stuff here. Koala Noob going to find a paw. It's perfect. Tailor-made to deal with them. Chronicle couldn't find anywhere safe to go to with that ult there. A counter ult from Kayak, trying to take some clear on the site, and they've just scattered. And the ult as well coming in. Okay, so Alpha's going to invest his ult. Who's he got this one? Xiao's been nasty, but not as good as Alpha in these. Okay, they have some good numbers here. Back to a 4v4.
Yeah, Hero getting active towards the middle of the map here. This is where he was very strong on Fnatic on the attack side.
Oh, the timing. Unbelievable. Alpha. Oh, if there's any time for Alpha to activate, it's right then. But Hero wants it back as well. It's a 2v2.
Oh
Spike is in the hands of Ruxic, and Hero has just dominated the B site. But they're going to the one man.
They don't realize. They think he's on the other side of the map.
Which is surprising. Crashies has been here. He's heard the steps now. And how long does he wait? Perfect. And now he's got to know. TP is there. Ruxic can hit the emergency escape. And he commits. Plant's gonna come in.
This gives him options. He can go where he wants. He can go to see the spike here. Let's see how he plays it.
And Crashies is one of those you want in these situations. Though he's a calm player.
He plays the kind of what do you want to call it? Like the kind of. It feels like he shouldn't be here kind of position.
Yeah, high risk at this point as well.
The blue one-way smoke.
Smoke's gone in. Does Crashies read it right? Clearing through the front of side. Ruxic looks right. He sees him. Oh, but Crashies is still standing. 6 bullets. Oh, Crashies! Jumped up. Ruxic had a little bit of a fumble on it, and Crashies will take that every day of the week. And you want a player like that, who's calm under pressure, who's been here before in the Red Bull clutch. Maybe just give him Fnatic a lifeline.
Yeah, I think Ruxic in these moments is looking a little bit nervous for my liking. I think give him a few more games and I think he'll heat up into it, but yeah, that jump up was not
the one.
Looked a bit awkward. He's having a good game though.
Yeah, yeah.
But those key moments in big games, there's a difference.
It is so funny that you see Crashy's down on, it was 5 to 13 kills, being the one to win it, but Ruxic, who was on 20 to 11, losing it. Still, they're there in this. They're not done yet. There's still a chance, but it's got to be bit by bit, step by step. The money isn't perfect now for Na'Vi. Stinger's out. Couple of big ults, though.
More towards C, it looks like.
What? But Krugle's just fallen. Crashies just has to burn this to try and maybe play Alpha in to fill that space, secure some safety. A counter roll comes back through. Angel just a shot in the dark, and I think it found Crashies actually. But Alpha's on the side, he's got Hero just to the right. I don't think they know about each other. That's a vulnerability, but Alpha turns around in time. Catches Hero. Where is that spike? It's in the hands of Xiao towards Garage. Are they trying to sell a fake? Xiao just to gets away alive. Big space. Crashies has got to hear this though. He does! Big impact from Crashies. Starting to heat up in these bigger moments when crunch time's cooling. He's right there. Xiao and Angel going hard now. Can at least get themselves on site with this. But a 2v4 is very tough.
Xiao has the Rolling Thunder, but I don't expect it to be used here unless something goes right quickly.
Yeah. Okay. Our drone towards CT. That's where you got Boaster. That's where you got Crashies out towards that side. Angel is your headhunter here, right? He's the one with that Vandal, and Alpha getting closer and closer. Closing the gap. Xiao can't get it. Alpha's right there. We're gonna need some more brilliance from Angel. This time it ain't gonna hit. Fnatic again, still standing, still going. That's 7. The gap gets more and more manageable.
I think that Na'Vi have a decent read here though. They're working that C site well, and they're getting advantages early. But again, we see Alpha here with the heroic saving Fnatic once again.
Late games now, really getting to those later hours. You're feeling that pressure. Deciding time to call a timeout.
Crashes का भी important था भाई.
And it does give another chance as well for Fnatic to check in too. So you kind of get the both sides of the coin here. Na'Vi are on 11, but in the last couple, Fnatic are starting to fire up.
Yeah, the firepower seems to be ramping up for Fnatic. Even Crashes, we mentioned a couple of times, not having the best game, but a couple of big rounds. Another 1v1 versus Ruxic technically going in his favor.
He will be like, hey Binks, we are hiring you for not supporting us. ऐसा मत करो. Chat 8 kills से सब क्या 800 लोग टूटे क्या?
The amount of times you'll see him get 2, 3 kills. Impact off the charts. He's top fragging as is. That's not a surprise, but it's the way he's finding this value, especially after a very rough fracture as well. Finding this has been very impressive. Now, of course, for Na'Vi, how do they handle being put under this position? How are they going to come back through it? Because their money's not in a good spot now, so they're going to have maybe a half buy, you know, a little bit of a mixture. A couple of big ults, so if it does start going their way, there is a chance it could snowball, but they're not really finding as much value. What's been the adjustment in your mind from Fnatic? Or is it simply just, you know, Alpha starting to hit a bit better, starting to close out some of these clutches, or is there something that's standing out to you, or is it just...
No, I honestly think that Na'Vi have been ahead in many of these rounds.
I
think they're going towards the C side of the map. Weak for Fnatic, but some heroics just from Alpha, to be honest with you.
Must be nice to have Alpha once in a while, right? You get those. And it's just right in towards B. Okay, we spoke his name, and he shall appear. I think they're reading the smoke very well as well. No massive surprise in the TP in the dark. Yeah, found Boaster's not going to have any of that naughtiness. Get back to the next round. So Hero and Xiao. And again, Angel with that rifle. We doubted it before, we'll never doubt it again.
Never getting 5 1-taps.
5?
5 1-taps, yeah.
Thought the 3 was a lot. 5. Bloody hell. Well.
There we go.
A 1-tap against him, perhaps. Hero and Xiao might suffer similar fate as Crashies. It isn't even getting played in. Kayak's just like, cool, I'll just keep, you know, swinging out here. The inevitable death is now. Crashies the one to round it out. We're up to 8. Step by step, the game gets closer. Navi's buy is
अभी
now.
एक buy round main है.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if there's adjustments, what adjustments have been made now. Because as I said, I think Navi had a good read, and they're gonna. I think if they watch back those rounds, they'll kind of keep themselves from some of those early rounds.
यहाँ पे women take भी मार के दूसरी तरफ भी
But Fnatic is the same. The 3 towards A, taking the A main control. The fast TP towards C. The breach ult for Shao and Navi is typically used towards the A side of the map, so maybe Fnatic can have the read here.
Ult मार के गाफ फाड़ दो.
See who draws that first blood though. Who gets the account started? Navi.
चलो. Ult time.
Glancing towards the A site already.
Looking for an ISO ult here off that drone, but didn't catch one.
They're so close to the smoke though. Do they expect them this close up? It doesn't matter because Kayak is going to slice through both of them. And the ult on top doesn't catch anyone towards sewer, but it clears space to an extent.
Beautiful reclear down on the long from Fnatic.
Hero going to get kind of his own test back with the setup that he's probably very aware of.
बहुत passive खेल रहा है.
Chronicle playing safety, playing very secure, doesn't need to stay on site and give up the kill.
Yeah, Hero's done well here to get the space and call back Navi.
You can see the response from Fnatic as well as taking that A long space.
Yeah, this push out we saw on the pistol is very common for Fnatic to see, but it's very strong on this map to
ज़्यादा rounds रहते तो शायद वो fight ले लेता.
Shao is in a curious position though. Might not go check.
Oh, the ult though. That's kind of...
Never mind.
Oh,
I
thought he might still have that one. Alpha does so well though. Let's have a look towards where they may be. Clearing out well down to Angel and Hero. Both positions noted. Fight towards CT. Hero wins it with that paranoia. Could not be better. Boaster seals it. This is going to be 9. Round by round, Fnatic are getting closer. You a believer, Mini?
I believe.
I'm a believer.
Oh my God.
I'm a believer.
I believe.
I've never believed.
I slept and woke up. We are Chelsea. I had to sleep also after this.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean.
And then EMEA at night. Then, and then again, and then Fnatic. Then Pacific.
Wait, is his op, right?
Yeah.
Because that is his skin. Does he just bought the op?
No, he did. He had it last round as well.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yep.
On the B side.
And this is another broken buy from Navi.
Right.
They're starting to believe it themselves. You can feel it, right? That tension building. Fnatic round by round here.
एक problem क्या मालूम है?
That it wasn't quite the same.
Ultis दूर तक नहीं आ रहा Fnatic.
He's believing
ये
it.
एक problem है.
Okay, but it takes one round going wrong. And Navi well. Don't forget how close they are here. That money, it's rotten. On Guardian already, Koala Noob's down on 26.
Team Sniper, madam.
And this is a position where the Navi, the rookies on Navi, I'd be interested to see how they handle this. Especially Ruxic and I mean Koala to me doesn't seem
throw बहुत तो नहीं किया बस वो एक 3v1 वाला throw था
a nice little C reposition
3v1 वाला वो मतलब unbelievable
saying it the C side of the map
बाकी तो Navi अच्छा खेला
बहुत अच्छा for Fnatic and Navi haven't been able to convert
3v1 थोड़ा unbelievable था
I like that Angel's still confident in it.
I'll make it count. So Chronicle going to evacuate. Trips being cleared. We could actually have a plant off this. I don't know if you can go for any sort of flood. I don't think they're quite close enough. So plant's going to be in. Got to be kept. There are, as much as there's, you know, sheriffs and everything else, there is still threat here. Poster.
There's going to be the ISO shield coming in from Alpha. There's going to be the entry on this route.
Oh my God. Shuts the voice line right up, but the ult did come through. Koala Noob's timing, not good enough. Booster, given the doubters lockjaw right now. We're down to Ruxic, Angel and Hero. Oh my God, look at this naughtiness though. Look at what they're up to in the smoke here. It doesn't matter. Fnatic's got the red like a book. They're back in the game, baby. Fnatic not down, not out. They're up to 10. They are almost tied all even. 1 round away.
Yeah, those details are what make the difference there. That shock dart, and then Boaster having the kind of awareness to kind of check that through garage was beautiful. They kind of won the retake before they even needed to retake.
Highlight डाले तो strike नहीं आएगा, आएगा ना, दो जगह से आएगा.
You said you didn't like it.
मेरे से और right से दोनों.
They look pretty good. Boaster up.
भाई क्या ये में बेका जगता?
That's staring me.
Nice.
Didn't like it. No.
No.
I mean, I don't like it when you got a Euro on our team, but...
No. but you're only
As
springing
I
that
said,
up now because they've won a couple
ulti
rounds.
look
Hold
up
on, it
भी
ain't
नहीं
over
guys.
yet. NAVI, this is the round that you worry about.
भी
Now they got
ulti
the
भी
buy. Now they got the odds, and Rook's up towards heaven. And I think Crashies knows it, but what's he meant to do about it? He's got pressure coming in from every single angle. Paranoia's primed. Doesn't need to go for it. It's a freebie for Koala Noob. And now Rook's just going to get back with the boys. No sweat there, but they need to convert this. There's no ults to bank on here, but this could be 12. This could be the fake comeback, maybe.
तीन बंदे flank.
NAVI just toying with us, breaking our hearts when it matters most. But Angel's position is huge. Big audio cues here. Boaster going to find Hero. Oh my god, wait, hold on. Fnatic, how are you working this one out in Alpha? About to Batman in on the site, it looks like. Rooksick blinded. What on earth is going on? But he actually gets the kill here. Now the problems start to mount. Chronicle and Kayak up against Koala and Rooksick. Rooksick in the corner, and nobody keeps him there. Now down to one. Kayak falls. It's 12. NAVI just giving them a glimpse of what it would be like, and then ripping it away. One more round, and NAVI eliminate Fnatic.
Great 4v5 retake attempt there, but again, NAVI made a little switch up. They've been abusing that C-side of the map, and now they just go for a quick A. Fnatic weren't ready for that one.
Do we have ults? I've got to check on this now. One off from Boasters, 2 away from Crashies, 2 away from Alphas. The rest a little far off. For NAVI, you've got Koala Noob with his. Angel still not on the perfect push.
NAVI again.
देखो दो अल्टी अभी भी मैं बोला ना ये लोग का अल्टी का रोटेशन अच्छा नहीं है.
That same Euro ult strat we saw from Fnatic.
Trying to catch Crashies, but he's slippery so far. Koala Noob, the America's rival here. He's not going to get what he wants. He has to just kind of submit towards being towards the back of the site, but a pre-take and an isolated Koala Noob. Beautiful work, and then dips away. Does Alpha go for it again? Fnatic got all in back. Boaster fighting forward. Alpha spraying wildly. Chronicle now. They are absolutely destroying NAVI. How the hell do they have the guts to go for this? Whereas Hero and Angel, the last two alive. NAVI, maybe they had it on the platter, but absolutely not. The fact that Crashies is still standing. Boaster, again more impact. Down a Hero now, 1v5.
By NAVI के पास पैसे भी नहीं पे. By
the blue Fnatic you're gonna get. That's gonna be 11.
The
now,
blue
I hope
Fnatic.
you don't have plans tonight, because this might be OT the way this is going.
Chatkos. The blue Fnatic.
Yeah, I thought that might have been NAVI's to win there. They used their Fnatic's own strat against them. It looked beautiful. But then Alpha again with the heroics coming in like flood. The decision to flood there was wonderful.
Stun होता था ना पूरा round left right हो सकता था ना.
Hero here just wants to keep this as best he can, but 15 seconds is a very long time, and Crashies ain't loving that.
अब ये लोग बस ulti आ
Almost
गया.
all even. NAVI with a glimpse of hope in the previous, but shattered
अब ये लोग बस ulti आ गया.
just kicking it up a gear. I doubted Boaster. Maybe I was wrong. You know what? I take it back.
Best ऊपर Boaster है क्या अभी?
Now Alpha's ult is back online.
Miss ही नहीं कर रहे हैं उनका.
NAVI are pumping the brakes. 12 to 11.
I mean, big ults here from Fnatic. You highlighted they were like 2 away from 2 of them, and I was like, who cares? But
they're there now.
They're there now.
And that is... Okay, so just to give you the context, it's not up on the screen, but Alpha does have the ult now. So that's on. That's you. There it is. Perfect. Eyes on that. Alpha has his ready to go. That's impactful. You got the TP as well for Boaster if needed, and Crashies as well. On the other side,
one away from circle.
away. Yeah.
Angel का तो मिल जाएगा वो लोग अल्फाम कर लेंगे सी पे शायद.
Bye. I mean,
this needs to be a hell of a timeout call.
Happy?
Happy is. He's talking.
He's having a chat. As if this game got this way.
I think C split है ये chat.
I mean, I feel like it's deserving of
Angel
this.
को C का और लेके ये लोग वापस mid लेके garage लेंगे और garage.
It feels weird that this is one of the first elimination matches.
You can get this level out of them. Here we go. Buckle
Hero
up,
flank
folks.
का trip डाल
20
के
seconds and the round goes
कभी भी
live.
बिठा
NAVI
देंगे
with the
Hero को
last
शायद.
time check-in here in regulation. A broken purchase.
मैं उल्टा क्यों बोल रहा हूँ बहनचोद.
Still on Angel.
मैं बराबर बोल रहा हूँ.
It looks like
and
I'm
Koala
not sure what they're... Okay, they're setting up for Boaster's going into sewers. And then Alpha's ready to ISO ult off of him. And even Crashies has the ult behind him if he needs to be.
A little bit of a red zone down here. You almost don't want to get any contact, but Boaster. Oh, big info. Hold on. Hunter's Fury from across the map. Crashies trying to find a body. Not going to get it. That burns it early.
Uh-oh. मिड क्लियर है दूर दूर तक कोई शॉक डार्ट लाइन अप बी का ट्रिप डालने के लिए अल्फा जेर को अल्ट मारना पड़ेगा
he's got info that there's at least someone dedicated towards that A side. I don't know how much else he's hearing here, but this is 3 players on A.
It's interesting what they're going to do with Koala here, because he's not ready on the C side of the map for a hit, so maybe he's going to start a fake or something.
Waiting to see Kayak this time. We've got a double operator as well. I didn't even notice it. Kayak had one as well.
Oh no, just grabbing the orb here from Angel, creating a win condition with the server ult.
Ult क्यों किया? Combo था ना? Vulnerable ult.
Now we haven't made their mind up yet.
नहीं मार पाया करके तुम लोग को वैसे दिख रहा है भाई. Combo बराबर था.
Swap out the operator back to Vandal. And looks like Navi going right back into the C hit. Here we go. Angel going to try and set that one underway. Does he get a tag towards CT? Does not. So Chronicle gets to fill the void, find a gap to try and play from here. Navi on the site, but Kayak in support takes away Koala Noob. We are looking like it's going 12 apiece. We're going to find out now. Boaster with a connection. Alpha looks to win this 1v1, and he absolutely does. Just down a shout now. We're going the distance. Life on the line. Fnatic show signs of life, bringing it back from the dead.
Hey.
Stunned.
You and me both.
I mean, it's not just Alpha, it's Kayak too. It's both 27-17.
सुबह के 5 बजे मेरे गांड मार रहे हैं लोग.
Looking so hot in that first game.
7 घंटा stream
so far.
Alpha's getting fired up too.
उधर फ्यूरी comeback मार रही है.
Fnatic timeout now as well. We're getting into the. It always goes a little crazy.
Casting my mind back to what the problems was on their attack. The problems on the attack were some of those. Finishing towards that B side too much.
Alpha Jair,
that C side of the map was really nice for them.
Okay.
I wouldn't hate them work the map and then finish C if they think that it's the weaker side of the map.
Just saying, 1v3 नहीं होता था ना, आप जीत गए थे. Just saying,
this was a decent side.
I know you will feel bad.
This was pretty solid.
But Angel ने निकाला 1v3.
Oh man, this but OT, as much as you can kind of address what happens in regulation, it always feels like it goes out of the norm, right? It gets a little weird, especially when if you go deeper and deeper into it, it just turns into its own game of itself. Oh man.
ऐसा करने को मन कर भाई क्या ये में भी अल्फा का
Of course these two would do this to us. They take us this far. After what felt like it was going to be a blowout of the game, it turns into an absolute heater. All right. What are we seeing here?
Looks like Navi are going to go for mid aggression once again, just leaving Angel towards A, getting information, having that trip as a contingency if they need it. But it looks like maybe some aggression here.
That's a bold play to start with, isn't it?
Yeah.
Away we go. So Koala Noob, the one to feel like he's up to the challenge. Take those brave few steps, but Angel has to be cautious here. Can't give his life up. Kind of a 1-3-1 on the defending side.
As I said, Fnatic like to lean towards that B site finish, and Navi have read it like a book.
Oh my god, and that's a spike scene. Show's the one to get the reward. Was right there.
Navi
Don't know about Koala Noob just yet either. Is he going to get his time in the sun? Gets caught. Alpha going to keep it at a 4-4. Now it looks like a pivot potentially through Garage, eyeing up that C-side. What? Kayak going to catch Ruxic.
क्या crucial kill मारा है उसने
That's
अल्फा
the beauty of a pick, giving you that man advantage here.
अल्फा ने जिता दिया
भाई. Play with. They can paint this
दोनों
picture however they want.
पागल है. अल्फा और कजक भाई.
Just waiting for that Navi re-aggression that we commonly see in these situations. Just freezing. Won't see anything for a bit.
तो शर्म है क्या स्ट्रीम नहीं करता है
Cut the tension with a knife. Shao, too many as Fnatic go back towards the B.
Came in and Fnatic were ready.
Certainly were. Alpha's going to want to get the plant here. Hero.
Spike planted.
This would be bloody legendary. Nice shot on Kayak. Going to see that Alpha's left the site. They're all sitting in these deeper post plants here. Angel, the one to spot out, at least where Alpha's adjusted to. Crashes in towards window, but Chronicle's position is tough. They just don't expect it. Too many bodies to work against an Angel outnumbered and outgunned. Fnatic strike first.
Alpha buddy.
And Navi were set up for that B finish once again, getting into the 5v4. I think that Koala made a mistake in that cubby over peeking. I think he could have tucked in. I don't think anyone was ever going to expect him there. I think unlucky from Rusic getting that wall banged, but I think Koala made a huge mistake there.
Navi gonna be going for the timeout here as well. I mean, this is wild.
Valorant भी
This
अच्छा था. ये
turn
तो
on the
numbers
fence
advantage
here.
बहुत था.
I can't believe it. Rashi's getting
Numbers
fired up
advantage
now.
बहुत
They're
था.
all
ये
feeling
अच्छा
it,
नहीं
right? It feels like it's fated.
I mean, that's the attack side round done as well. That was the side where Navi were looking good and Fnatic were looking rough.
Yeah.
So this is...
जैसे मैंने what brain of players are facing, हाँ ना.
Maybe we see some OT weirdness where it flips once again.
Absolutely could, because it's always that, oh, well, we're going to
भाई
have to
कौन आउट कर
counter,
रहा था?
counter,
कजक भाई को
counter,
जरा बाहर
and they're going
निकलो.
to do this, so we have to do this, but oh,
बहुत
what if they
सही कि
expect
इंसान.
that? It just keeps going out and these like crazier sort of ideas, but
बट में रेड सबको बाय करने मिलता है, सबको 5000.
have the lead here, which feels ridiculous after such a long run of Na'Vi being in the driving seat, feeling like this was the one for
कौन सा
them.
राउंड 1v3 हुआ?
And it went from down in the doldrums
कौन
for
सा
Na'Vi
राउंड याद नहीं.
to
उसकी वजह से
pumped up,
Fnatic
ready
यहाँ
to
पे
go.
आया.
Now, can they close here in the first
Peak Valorant for real.
round of OT, or do we go again? First to 14, simple enough.
कितना
right?
अच्छा खेल रहे हैं सारी
super
टीम.
easy.
पहला मैच भी केसी वाला.
Operator is out for
कितना
Kayak.
अच्छा खेला दोनों
Everyone
टीम.
else
ये मैच भी
vandals.
कितना अच्छा खेला दोनों टीम.
Kayak setting up towards the C side of the map this time.
अभी ऑक्सीओर से आसपास.
And he has the
खेलते भी
ult in
लोग.
OT.
First challenge.
So little pressure towards A from Na'Vi, but not going to commit to anything. Whilst they make this pressure, it feels like the middle of the map being explored.
So I'm looking at who's going to be there. It would be Chronicle kind of sitting in that C connector side with Kayak taking his spot towards that C long. So you can see him in that little bit of a deeper angle. There is util, so if that gets broken, he can react. There it is, but he just moved away. So they will get entrance towards the B side.
ओके लोगों को क्लीन भी मिला है.
5 retake. Bloody hell, this is about to
और
get
कोई
hectic,
flank
isn't
भी
it?
नहीं
It's
है.
messy. It's going to be messy. It's the on-site post here for Na'Vi.
Incredibly tough. Nice work from Alpha. Very calm in these scenarios, but
Oh,
it's
bhai,
time to go.
insane
It's time to
stun,
play the
insane
game. Hero
stun.
going to find Chronicle. Na'Vi so far doing what they need, keeping the most one in their side. Kayak and Crashy's the last two alive, and Na'Vi kind of showing, hey, you like B? We'll show you what we can do with it as well. Xiao's there to find Kayak, and Na'Vi finally striking back on this. Crashy's is good, but he ain't that good. Na'Vi back into this one. We go again.
एक वो
Nice call
1v3
from
राउंड
Navi,
भी.
taking A main at the start, going back, droning garage, making it feel like a very typical Haven round, but whilst that's happening, into B site for free.
वही ना B side free flank भी
Okay,
नहीं
so
था यार.
first round of OT, not enough to define these two. So we go again. 15 now the goal for either these sides. We do see a switch up, but who's going for the operator too? Man on the screen there, opting for it this
हमारे
time.
चटनी
Koalu.
Binks.
He's going to have
Fnatic
that in
baby,
hand.
Fnatic.
How does Fnatic approach this? We saw that proclivity towards that B hit, but surely not again, or do they double dog dare to do it?
निंदा रे इसके बाद ऑक्सी वर्सेस आसपास है भाई.
Up towards A.
5:30 बजे शायद.
But yeah, this is going to be slow.
Yep, वो लोग का गेम खत्म
No
हो
one
गया.
wanting to do anything too
5:30
committed
बजे
on OT.
आसपास वर्सेस वो है.
It's so hard to be so
5:35%.
brave and kind of make those
10%.
kind of riskier plays in these scenarios, but Chronicle gonna get himself pushed up
ये
towards that B
फैंटम
side.
देख के
Chao.
खून गरम होता है.
He'll be able to hear the rotations from here. So whatever Fnatic decide to do now, Chronicle can be that the mid-round presence for them.
Right, it is a slow round.
Nobody's moving.
We're down to 48 seconds here. So C is looking like the door's shut as well. Keep that in mind. You've got a player already pushed down on long that they have no idea about. Koala Noob is there as well. Operator in hand, he can grab a TP out. But we know the Fnatic have liked this kind of B finish. Koala Noob goes unchecked on. This was kind of a dry walk up, but look where the spike is. This was a fake. This was a ruse. That C hit was never coming in. It's over towards A. Hero from heaven gets spammed down. Crashies gets what he needs. Alpha on the follow-up. Beautiful util coming in from Crashies as well here. And the last two players were way away. They were over towards C. This is going to need something almost like a miracle as Kayak's just found Ruxic, leaving Koala Noob in a 1v4 post-plant. Okay, that's not bad. 1v3.
Time to jump.
Good luck.
Okay.
Not what you wanted. Knows where one is. Doesn't matter. Boaster's there. Fnatic. The pace change was in. but it was calm and it was well delivered in the end.
I was critical of some of Boaster's mid-rounding in that initial half, but I think that was a beautiful round. We saw a very slow approach, but the final, the end result there was a little garage fake.
इसलिए लोग हमेशा final semi-final होता है ये में.
It's unfortunate that they've walked into Kuala Lumpur, but I thought that was quite nice.
Crazy
the little distraction on A. If you're an A site holder there, you can hear the comms like, oh, it feels like a C. Someone saying, oh, it might be garage to garage, and then suddenly there's people in your face.
Okay, so upper hand goes to Fnatic now.
ये लोग ने ये कभी नहीं किया है यूरो ए शॉट.
And Alpha's confidence knows no bounds. Set into play, obviously, by Boaster.
Finally.
Everyone else who was around Crash, being supportive with the util, but it gets him the man up, and that takes away Angel, which makes these side hits a little bit harder now. How does Navi do this with just the 4? Jump spot towards the sun. Oh my god, Koala Noob goes right into the eyes and arms of Alpha. Light work for him, and it's getting step by step a little bit closer. Hold on. Hero, Shao, in unison, ripping up Fnatic, who just seemed to fall to pieces. How the hell did that just happen? Kayak. We ask a lot of the young man. The man to fill one of the great shoes coming into this roster. Not an easy position to be in. Can he close this out for them? Can he get him out of this jail cell with NAVI? Oh, that's not bad. Oh, that's even better!
Oh, Machudi.
Fnatic needed it. Diffuses in, and they get to live to fight another day.
Oh my.
It's Kayak and Alpha that are the ones to take it over the line. They went massive on this half, and that's what Fnatic needed.
They did, but what a game between these two. Fnatic pushed to their limits. And it felt like they were down and out, right? It felt at one point in that game, the comms were dead, they were quiet, they were out of it.
भाई वो 1 सेकंड जब वो स्मोक करने के लिए छुपा वही टाइम पे पिक करके मारा भाई उसने. हाँ कौन मेरे गोड पे शक कर रहा था कजक भाई पे? बहुत सही क्या?
Alpha and Kayak, all the way through that game, it felt like they were just matching each other.
Yeah. And the heartbreaking part of this on the flip side is that Navi are out of here. This was an elimination game, pushed to their absolute limits. And we saw so many good things from Navi. The fact that they came into the...
चलो अभी फट से बंद कर रहा हूँ और फट से एनए आ रहा हूँ. ठीक है, आसपास वर्सेस एक्सी. एक्सी ने ऑक्सी 535 का डालो. 535. ठीक है, 535 गाइस. चलो बाय. जो जिनको वो देखने का ऑक्सी वर्सेस आसपास एनए एक ही गेम है, जल्दी आ जाओ. ठीक है, बाय गाइस. बाय बाय बाय. अच्छे कमेंट्स करना.